there might be a skirmish here, but they're still
Yeah.
holding their trigger.
They're gonna
close.
contest.
The purple buff
Yep.
so low and
Revitalize.
contested. Revitalize is out. Tagami is able to get the first blood. Rina is under pressure. That's yet. The turtle still in their eyes. Shao wants to come in. Oh, look at her back. It's gonna be Rina stealing it. The Wraith of Dryan in the back. Downs onto 2. SOD comes in. Fofo gets the knock up onto its Baope. It's gonna be a kill, but oh, there's gonna be a turnaround with the rough waves as well in the middle of the fight. With Tagami still going ham, and the Lancelot sees Hani.
Any of the damage right now, you can see the clapback onto Cambodia earlier in the team fight. So not unless they can catch Rina here all alone, but he has a lot of defensive items. Not unless they can burst him down. She does have the immortality right now, taking that real low. AOG under the back lines, gets down 1. There's the Spirit Destruction from the Moscow Baope. Comes right in with the ultimate, and is gonna be able to pop in that Winter Crown there for Elan. Moshi gonna be able to stay for a bit, but Cambodia, one by one, they're getting taken down. Even Tagami is not able to sustain the attack speed coming out from Fafao. If she does make it out, it's gonna the great escape, but no escape from Fafao. And
Pounds on Cambodia testing this neutral objective, whereas
there's the setup.
The setup coming in. Elan gets shot so low, and Malaysia gets deleted, but now it's gonna be Rina getting the turtle. In the back, it's gonna be Yuki gunned down by Elan.
Yep, that's already the Purify out there for Fafao. So again, the setup from New Way. There's gonna be the ultimate from the Beatrix shot as well. So all of the damage as he gets the ultimate from the Kalea, slicing and dicing through. There's the shutdown onto Baope. A double kill for Fafao. A triple going for the maniac there. And now one more for the Savage, but it's not gonna matter. Fafao blocking in the base. There's enough minions as Malaysia gonna be taking in this series.
The 1-1 has to be warded off. Oh no, AOG connects onto Ana, but she has the Thorn Rose. The Gatot Kacho heated in flames. Susie gets the turtle, and in the back line, they're gonna come in. The I'm Offended still left unopened, but Zico will jump forth, and that's gonna be Sono with Boblox Enjoyer to build it even further. It's down bottom, the third will be taken down, but they miss it. The Tsunami slam into the back, still holding in their ground. The fist connect, the Revitalize will sustain them for quite some time. There goes Captain Zico.
Successfully defend the base, but an almost there for Mongolia. Nice.
Where they struggle marching in. It's like there's jump. Might step over way too far.
Purifies with use.
Take her down. Here comes the engagement from Mongolia. They have all the damage needed, and they will take down everything. 1v1, so Suzy might look and take his chances. The SOD connect. They might want to go for the Ana, but no. AOJ onto 2, and Ana gets shut down. Is this the angle that Mongolia is looking for? As in the mid lane,
Mobius is still going.
The charge connects onto 3, but no follow-up yet. Wing Ovo gets pinned down, gunned down, and stunned down. Cha-ching! Just cut down a triple kill for...
They can actually go in for more of the team fights. They're going to try to push in this turret, and that's going to be their goal with the AOG, and the toss in onto Afo, the target that you just want. The Revitalize is up, but that's going to be the crossbow of Tang by the 1-1. Kiko Cutie getting in the kills, but here comes Amores, and Amores side of the Philippines. Nice attempt from Jay though, but this is the Philippines again. Ejector from Vivero, as DJ Shelly is not going to be able to take in the damage from Amores as well as Perez, and they're not able to get anything. And here comes the Navi stickers as the AOG used defensively there by Yagon. Heavy spin, all the ultimates used to just disengage.
Wow! The ability to just tune it out numbers. Here we go.
There is the Rough Waves combo, and the I Am Offended. Zaman Force has been popped up in the Shadow Kill, and it's gonna take down Vivero. Mega kill for Alberto, taking out the backlines as well. If you take down ours, we're gonna be taking you as well. Triple kill for Alberto. Apu goes down. Where it comes into play, right? So much magic damage, so Vivero can actually already sustain that. But speaking of Vivero, there's the setup. There's the AOG, and they're gonna be knocking up the players one by one. A double kill for Rico. The Shadow Lord at half HP. Alberto at level 15. AOG has been used onto the backside. It's gonna be Diagon the target. Zaman Force has been up as well. Winter Crown here for Diagon, and that's gonna be Alberto still unstoppable at this point with Kiko Cutie in the midst of it all, able to take down Diagon. Shadow kill here from the backside. Everybody grouping up just to sustain up.
What?
Rico with the shutdown there. Onto Perez, a crucial one with Amores. Shortcut is now Jay, gonna be the center, the primal target here of the Philippines. Suffering a lot of damage there, but Kiko Cutie is gonna be able to free hit everybody. Flicker out, shut down onto Jay as Yep. And it's going to be the defended airstrike onto Dragon, but the Philippines has their eyes set as Alfredo
Arrow.
go in for the backlash of Fu! And Rico goes down. And that's going to be 3 left to defend here on the base of Myanmar. Will it be enough? DJ Shelly going to be forcing in, tanking up the damage, but I think this is going to be it. The Philippines finally closes out this, starting it off there with the tempo, feathered airstrike from the backside, and finally catches a glimpse of Yasha there, setting up the place, but it is going to be Lana getting bursted down there by Hinata as Psycho. It is all according to plan, getting in the turtle, but that's going to be landing into 2 members, but fortunately enough they do, as Kazakhstan backing away from all of the things here, and there's the setup from the Kalea, but it is going to be the Granger bursting everyone down. Blink DD, there's a lot of damage coming out from the members here of Kazakhstan as well. Blink DD, minion waves are coming through. Oh,
And again,
from INF, but there's gonna be the shutdown onto Blink DD as that iron.
but that's up. They just need to take care of the Lord. So this is by no means an endgame scenario, but it does make it harder.
There is the Tsunami Slam there from Soji Fly. It is going to be Lana Yim taken down there. A double kill for Space Loves Us. It is going to be them locking in the base. Soji Fly just containing in that side. A Psycho, gonna get caught there from Yasha. And the Glorious Pathway has been committed. Feathered airstrike from the backside. Lana Yim gonna take down Iron right before the Lord take is up. Psycho gonna get blasted down here as well. But there's 2 members left here. The Lord is still up, by the way. Just a few more HP, but they're not gonna mind that as they go.
What happens? He joins with the SOD.
Lana Yim again getting into Tsunami Slam. No Purify at that. The setup from the Kimi, but from the backside, the Feathered airstrike is gonna take down Hinata. Soji Fly taking a lot of the damage. Revitalize has been popped, but Blink just been in the place. Look out! Taking in a brunt of the damage here coming out from the Curse of Crow, but they're not gonna go for mortal casualties just yet. But going in for the plays, the immortalities have been popped, the Winter Crown, but look at Blink locking in the base, but it's not gonna be enough. There's no minion waves. A double kill picked up there by Yasha. As Uzbekistan is a little bit difficult to go in as Iolim popping in that Glorious Pathway, and the setup here from Soji Fly. Lord is still up with half HP. Iolim taken down real low with Infernal Pursuit. The immortality is still up. Hinata goes down here. Psycho still has that second chance, that second life, and it's gonna be her taking up that. Well, welcome to Iesf Asia and Oceania Qualifiers. My name is Kim. Together with me is Gani. We're going to be bringing you guys the action for today. Still the women's division. This is day number 2. And man, all I can say is that the first day, I casted the entire day. It was so long, but hopefully for today, we're going to be having 3 matches. You guys will find that out later on. But Gani, how are you? Oh, okay, yeah. Let's give Donnie some time to do this intro. There you go.
Hey, I think my headset was just turned off. Unfortunate timing, but yeah, Kimberly, it's good to see you. This is gonna be our first cast together. But yeah,
yeah.
And again, guys, I'm so excited to see what the ladies will bring to the table here. We saw a couple of unique results yesterday with you and Realize and Husky.
Yeah.
So a couple of 2-0s, a couple of 2-1s. Now, will it be just a sweep, 3 matches today, or will we see some variety as well? That is what I'm intrigued to see.
Yeah, there's so much like expectation and then reality that just happened yesterday. I think for the Philippine match, a lot of course, the fans were expecting like a 2-0, but then they brought it to a game number 3, and honestly, I just love that. There was so much uncontemporary picks also coming out yesterday. A Cecilia and Carmilla combo that actually took the game, as well as a Belleric that won the game. So it means that like it's so interesting because here in IESF, like you can see so many different combination of heroes, and honestly, I'm so amazed every single time that you bring out something new, you bring out something that is non-meta, and it actually works here in the professional play.
That is, yeah, you mentioned it. I think a lot of unique hero picks might see today. So I am also down to see that, right? A lot of unique approaches as well, not just the draft gameplay, game plan. Perhaps we might see everything here today, but these are the groups. You got Central Asia, East Asia, and South Asia, but we also have more here, Kimberly.
Yeah, Central, East Asia, South Asia. You guys have seen the Philippines as well. So you got Hong Kong, China, and Mongolia in a BO5. In yesterday's matches, you guys have seen that ended with Mongolia taking in the W, and then for South Asia, you see Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. So today you're going to be seeing more of the teams. Let's take a look at the groups here. So you got Cambodia, Malaysia, Laos, Brunei. You got Philippines, Myanmar, Vietnam, and then you got Iran, Oman, and United Arab Emirates for West Asia.
A lot of countries here that we witnessed yesterday and we are going to witness today. So yeah, Kimberly, what do you expect here just for the matches? Philippines got a 2-1 victory yesterday. Will they be able to do the same against Vietnam? But yeah, these are the 3 matches that we will see together.
Yeah, a lot of people are actually curious if it's like BO5s or BO3s. So we're currently still in BO3s, with the exception of the matchup yesterday of Hong Kong, China, and Mongolia, which we had a BO5. So if you guys missed out on the matches, you guys can check it out on iesf.gg. It's actually updated. So if you missed out on any of the matches, off-stream match, by the way, for today, you got 2 off-stream matches. We got a little update. You got Cambodia versus Brunei Darussalam, wherein Cambodia won 2-0. And then you got Laos versus Timor-Leste, wherein Laos won a clean 2-0 again. So for today's schedule, that's for it. That's it for today. And then if you guys haven't seen some of the teams, it's actually happening off stream. So like what I said, the link is down there, right below Gani. So you guys can go ahead and check out that website for more updates.
Check it out, boys and girls. Don't want to miss the results, the outcome. Perhaps one of your countries are playing offline. Check it out just to check the most updated. But yeah, Kimberly, you mentioned it, 3 matches today as well. I expect, on paper, some teams are stronger than the other, but hey, expect a surprise here and there.
Yeah, the Philippines. Yesterday, they gone up against Myanmar. Yeah, Myanmar in the BO3, and it ended in a 2-1. It just goes to show, right? Like how the entire world has adapted to the meta, right? Like usually when you say it's the Philippines or Indonesia or the powerhouse regions, you'd say they're the meta makers. But for other countries or other regions to actually keep up with this meta, it's just a different story altogether. I think for women MLBB, it's not that far from the male division. It's pretty meta, with the exceptions of some teams that opt to go for pocket picks. But yeah, there's so much, like I can name it. It's the story of Gattaca, the Lancelot,
Mhm.
the Yisun Shins, and I think in yesterday's matches also, like the high ground mages also had some spotlight. You got the Eve that got a maniac. Like there was two maniacs yesterday
Ooh.
already in the first day of women MLBB. So when I was watching, I was like, wow, it's amazing to see this, because I actually started my career in MLBB by casting like the women's tournaments here in my country, the Philippines. So it's just amazing to see that it has progressed to this stage. Like all of the women can actually keep up, can actually put out a fight, like put out a game number 3, right? Like it's not that easy to pull off reverse sweeps as well, which happened yesterday, by the way.
Oh, the evolution. The evolution is definitely here for the ladies as well. And yeah, hopefully, of course, seeing the ecosystem of the ladies MLBB can grow, right? Definitely everything can be improved upon. So all the best, and yeah, may the best team win today, or may the better team win today. Let's see the fight, and we will kick things off here, right? For today, at least, we will see Cambodia versus Timor-Leste. Now, I believe I've casted a Timor-Leste match
Oh, yeah.
for the ladies as well, but it was a couple of months ago where unfortunately Timor-Leste, they are strong, but against other regions like Cambodia, I think
Yeah.
they are still there are definitely going to be struggles here and there.
Yeah, I mean the first MWI you've seen already, Cambodia over there as impunity starlets, but going into the group stage here, of course, it's a very seasoned region. I would have to say next to like the other growing regions, it's really keeping up. There's also a lot of hype in that region. I mean, I don't know if you've heard the Cambodian casters. I mean, they're rap. It's just rap on a different level, honestly. And kudos to them. And speaking of Cambodia, we're gonna be seeing the team roster today. You got Fa, you got Yue, Tegami, Yui, and Moshi playing for Cambodia.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the official lineup from Cambodia. You mentioned it. Yeah, again, on paper, I think they are the favorites here. Kimberly Maz going up against the team from Timor-Leste. But I think it's just a direct approach from Cambodia. Same as men, they really like to go for the, hey, early game, let's win it. Mid game, let's just seal it. You know, you don't usually get to see the real late game from Cambodian teams. So let's see here, Timor-Leste, what will they bring? It's gonna be Moe or Mo. I'm just gonna call her Jada. It's gonna be Jada, Strawberries, Kirara, Fu, or Isabel. And we got Ace as well. Let's see, Timor-Leste, what flavor will you bring to the table this time around?
Yeah, I mean, especially for the regions that are growing or the regions that are up and coming, for MLBB, it's just there's not a lot of information. I was talking to Realized Husky about this. Like, it's so exciting every time you see them play, because you don't know what they're gonna bring out. You don't know what kind of strategy. I mean, they're in the men's division, we actually got clipped out. Here in the Philippines, we got like huge fan groups, and then I actually saw like one of the clippers like clipping out the clip wherein it was a game that they prioed a Hanabi and a Mia.
Ooh.
So that was clipped out. Pretty interesting. I'm not so sure if we're gonna see something like this, but so far our ladies have been keeping up. There hasn't been anything too off meta, like, or something
Crazy.
too far. Yeah, something too crazy like a Mia just yet in the women's division. So let's see. Timor-Leste, Cambodia. I think for Cambodia, they do have the upper hand since they have an MPL in their region. They got all the support. They got a lot of I would say tournaments here and there, left and right. They're getting the XP, but for Timor-Leste, this is one of them, right? Like, who knows? They could make an upset. Like we've seen possible upsets yesterday, and looking at the lineup here today for Cambodia, Timor-Leste, let's see what they will bring out. It's a BO3 once again for everyone who just tuned in, so it means that each team needs to get 2 matches before they can take the entire series.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the teams that aren't really popular in the scene, right? They can definitely utilize it to their benefit, or perhaps because of the lack of exposure towards like larger scale tournaments, perhaps that's going to be that's going to derail their performance. But let's see. I expect them to still bring something to the table and catch us off guard. And maybe not from the picks. Hopefully from the picks, but if not from the picks, perhaps from their gameplay. Again, Cambodian teams usually they like to draft themselves towards that early game. Just keep it clean, keep it disciplined. So will they be able to do so in this match?
Yeah. There was also speaking of the game time yesterday, it felt like such a long day because I was there from start to finish, and the games kind of I can't really count, but mostly a lot of the teams actually extended beyond the 15-minute mark. Like my timer is 15-minute is like the standard. And I would say the longest game yesterday was I think 21 or 22 minutes. So
interesting.
So very interesting stuff. You also got really short games as well. I've seen like an 8 to 9 minute game. So that's really short. I mean, anything below 10 minutes is super short. And let's see, for Cambodia and Timor-Leste, I think for the teams lately, I'm also noticing a pattern. So there's yes, more of like a prio on the assassins or the jungler band. You got the high ground mages that took the center stage. So I don't know, for Cambodia, I feel like it's up to date with the meta, but for Timor-Leste, whip up something new. I want to see them maybe bring out those pocket picks because this is the time to do so. I mean, 2-0 possibility, or maybe even a game number 3. I want to see them bring that out here for today.
Definitely something what we both want to see here, Kimberly. I think, again, just from the draft, I think it's already the game starts there, right? The series really starts there from that draft. Again, I think I still expect a lot of conventional picks coming through. The YSS you mentioned, the Gatot Kacha, it's so good against the Farsa as well, which is very popular in this current meta. Very good high ground, very fast clear, and the Gatot Kacha just answered to that Farsa pick very, very well. Perhaps we might see an Arlet though, right? Another hero. Technically can be flexed, but I prefer it to be on that EXP, but also an enabler for their composition. So yeah, we might see a Arlet, a couple of Arlet here and there.
Yeah, mostly it's in the XP. The most I would say the most different roamer or the most I wouldn't say eccentric because you've used it. The teams have used it before, like a Ruby, which you usually see in the XP lane, right? Like the Philippines utilized it as a roamer. So I mean, it did have like good setups, but unfortunately, up against like the Gatot Kacha that can access the backlines, it made that so hard. That's why the Philippines and the Myanmar matchup actually ended up to be a game 3 or a 3-game series for that matter. So I don't know. I feel like there's going to be a prio ban on the Gatot Kacha since majority of the teams seem to prio it, especially when you're on the red side. Like the opponent would pick up like either a YSS or pick up the Lancelot in the first phase, something really strong, and then the opposing team would actually pick up the Gatot Kacha almost immediately and then pair it up with either a high ground mage or even another assassin to pair up with the Gatot Kacha because it's so good, right? Like you set things up, take down the heroes that you need to take down real low, and then eventually your assassin can just take down the backlines. That's what really made it so hard for the Philippines in game number 2 yesterday, wherein the Ranger of Perez actually was not able to play. Like most of her flickers were used to avoid the AOG, and then you know there were other things in play as well. Like there's the Hayabusa that can assassinate her. Then you got I think it was a Farsa as well. So there's just too many things to cover, too many things that she needs to think of. And that game ended out to be 1-1, and eventually the Philippines took the last game because they took out some pocket picks as well. The Selena actually came out twice yesterday and had a very good win rate.
Wow, the Selena came out and got a win. So that's very interesting to see the adjustments, right? Not many. Well, again, just so good at seeing the evolution from the ladies Mlbb scene. But Selena, very good going up against a Farsa. If you played well, Feather Airstrike is stationary, so definitely can be beneficial for that arrow to land. So yeah, again, let's see. Will we see the Selena later on in this match, or perhaps today? Because we will see a Philippines match later on, Kimberly.
Yeah, it's a bit shorter today, so there's lesser matches, but definitely a whole lot more intensity as well.
Mm-hmm.
Moving towards day number 2, and I think me and Naisu also, like when we casted the males division, I think I came in right after you casted with Naisu, and then we were talking a
Yes.
lot about the XP lane matchup. I mean, we were talking about like the top 3 XP lane picks right now, and one of them is Lapu Lapu, but we hardly saw it yesterday. It's so good for setting up the plays and accessing the backlines, but the teams just either they toss it aside, go for something different. Like I think teams still prefer the Arlot, but yeah, I want to see a whole lot more of the Lapu Lapus today. Maybe something different in the XP, because it's usually like CC, Arlot, Glue. It's mostly those 3, or and
Ooh.
the Gatot Gacha, if not that.
Oh, interesting. So yeah, I think Lapu Lapu definitely can show today, right? I think I agree. I think Lapu Lapu is still top 3, still strong. It's complete. You know, you have immunity in your kit, you have stun, you have durability as well, and after level 4, you know, for Turtle 1, it just allows your team to have more control in that turtle spit with the flicker as well. But it seems like yesterday you mentioned it for the ladies division, at least not too popular. Let's see though. Let's see. Perhaps today it might be
Wow.
different. Cambodia for blue side, Timor-Leste red.
Yeah, really fast. Matilda, you don't really see this very often, but knowing that Cambodia is on the blue side, right? Yeah, so you got a
Yes.
prio pick. You can pretty much ban out whatever you feel like is difficult for your team composition, and then let the opposing team kind of ban out those meta picks, right? Like you definitely have to ban these. The one that was almost perma banned yesterday came out
Mm.
twice only, and yeah, 50%, 60% kind of win rate. I don't know. I'm also curious, Gani. What do you play often? Like when you play, what's your role?
My role is
We're the same.
play,
Mm-hmm.
I play a lot of Kufra, if I
I
gotta be
see.
honest. What about you? What about you, Kimberly? What's your
Uh,
role or main role?
we're the same. We're the same. Like I also play
Really?
a roamer, because I'm so surprised, because whenever you go on queue, especially on solo queue, you always see that you get extra protection points if you
Mhm.
pick the roam position, because nobody wants to play roam, and I'm surprised. I'm like, wow, there's so many of us. You, me, Naisu. So if you guys,
Yeah.
yes, if you guys want to queue up with a roamer, please do queue up with me. And speaking of the roamer, right? Like there's a lot of these roamers. I see a lot of suit forts. I think it's a rank game thing, but I don't
Mm.
see it that often here in professional play. It's so good to pair up
Mhm.
with Fredrins, Bakshas. We're heading into the first phase here. The CC almost immediately picked up. The Lancelot and the Yisun Shin banned away. The Gatot Kacha still open here, Gani.
Yeah. The Gatot Kacha and the Farsa is still a viable option if Timor-Leste wants to go that route.
Arlot.
Another hero, Kalea, is still on the board as well. If they like that approach, you know, that pick-off style, but it seems like Timor-Leste, they
Kimi.
will offer that Kimi respect.
Wow, this is the same case in the game of Philippines and the Philippines and Myanmar yesterday. The Kimi had like a 100% win rate, or I have
Mm.
to double check again my stats, but yeah, the Kimi had such a good run yesterday. It was either picked or stolen by the opposing side, and it worked so well for both the Philippines and Myanmar. And I think it's really good. Like the Kimi is it's a lane bully. It's a lane bully up against even the Farsa, right? Farsa, Kadira,
Yep.
any of those mid laners that are in the meta right now. I want to see an Eve though. I'm not so sure how it will
Mm.
fare up against the Kimi in this stage. A Lilia would be good for poking if you're talking about mid lane aggression. The Baksha's already out, so will they go for? Oh wow! You're talking about
Okay.
fast-paced tempo. This is what the Philippines actually picked up. It's shades of what we've seen yesterday, and the joy that had such a good run in El Puerto's hands, but it just, it had a stellar KDA, but it didn't really actually win the match. So it was just a matter of like the entire composition kind of failed to do what they wanted to do because of what Myanmar did. But yeah, looking at Cambodia here, if the joy is that type of hero that snowballs, it's really difficult to deal with. They need to find somebody to kind of stop this. Fredrin is still open. Usually I see some of the teams answering the joy with the Fredrin.
not be the choice though for now. Timor-Leste seems like they just want to solidify their composition. Adding a Phobius in their lineup, it's going to be tricky going up against a CC, but I guess that will do. They need someone that can find angles towards the back line, especially, and with the help of Kalea, I think Phobius definitely can find that angle towards the Granger, right? I'm sure the Granger will rock a Purify, knowing that the Kalea is on the opposing end. So it's up for the Phobius. Now, that is what I'm quite surprised that the Cambodians, they neglect the Gatot Kacha. We mentioned it before, right? How important the Gatot Kacha is, and it's also a counter towards that Kalea. But it seems like Cambodia just neglected. So, yeah, it's going to be tough now seeing the Kalea, but I'm sure Cambodia has answers later on here, Kimberly, for that second phase. Quick bans here. Farsa and the Hayabusa coming through.
Yeah, they definitely know what they don't want to go up against in the laning phase. The Farsa is just good for zoning, especially when you got, the Phovius that can dive in and just cast that Infernal Pursuit is so good for zoning. It's pretty much like the Yuzong when you pop the Black Dragon form. It can kind of delay your
Yeah.
take for the objectives. And looking at the second phase, Timor-Leste does not have their jungler just yet. Are they going to go for utility or assassins? Because majority of the assassins have been banned away by them. So the Fredrin is still up if they kind of want to beef their front line even more. So they got the Kalea, and if they add up the Fredrin, it'll be such a good it'll be such a good game for the Kimi. But wow,
Oh,
that's a lot of magic damage though for Timor-Leste. You got the Nathan, you got the Kimi. So both of their main damage dealers are Nathan. So does this mean that it's a Kimi? They still
mid.
haven't revealed their jungler though.
Yeah. I think it's gonna be Kimi mid, but yeah, you're right. A lot of magic and also DPS, right? So magic
Yeah.
DPS seems like is their focus here from side of Timor Leste. Cambodia, very I think should build radiant armor like soon. Like, the sooner the better. Just nullify or maybe negate some of that magic damage. And yeah, let's see. I feel like Timor Leste will lock in a physical jungler later on just to balance things out. Cambodia, what will they go for here? They need
High
peel.
loss.
Yeah, they're gonna lock in the
good.
high loss. And
And
Kagura.
Kagura. Oh, this is often overlooked. I've seen the Philippines in the male division. Few has brought this out, and honestly, it's overlooked because there's a whole lot of mages these days that have more utility, that have more tools under the kit. But the Kagura, the burst is great. You got the instant purify out with the Rasho Umbrella Flea, and it's just good overall burst damage. But in terms of range, though, I feel like Timor Leste, like what you said, had DPS magic damage. They still do need their jungler. I feel like they will work with the utility. The Fredrin's so good right now, but they do have a Hylos on the other side. But the Fredrin is a good to the Joy, but they lock in the Roger instead here for Timor-Leste. So this is pretty much like the lineup I've seen yesterday, wherein the team went for 3 marksman heroes. So this is gonna be a battle for resources. Yeah, like who do you funnel all the resources to, right? Because there's 3 marksmen, all scaling in all your lanes. You in the jungle, in the gold, and even in the mid lane. So it's up to the Phobius. And I'm not so sure up against the CC though. I feel like the CC has a little bit more upper hand here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite tricky here. I think the win con or the winning condition for Timor Leste a little bit there are just much layers to it, right? A little bit more complex if you compare it to Cambodia. Cambodia, what they can do is just just funnel gold and funnel kills towards that Granger, especially after that Sky Piercer. Joy will try to have more control towards that early game, getting more neutral objectives alongside CC and Hylos is great, but that Kagura is I'm not convinced with that Kagura pick. Prove me wrong, Cambodia, but let's see. We are about to witness game number 1 for our first match of today.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first match in a BO3, Cambodia versus Timor-Leste. That's just reeling in from their one of their loss today. Earlier today, it's actually an off-stream match up against Laos in a 2-0. So let's see if they can redeem themselves here in match number 1. So Cambodia with a whole lot more experience, I would say, a whole lot more VODs that they do have. But for Timor-Leste, it's about proving that, they can actually have the space here as well in the Land of Dawn. But let's see. It's a Roger versus Joy in the jungle. How do you feel about that one, Gani? I mean, they're both fast junglers. They both
Yeah.
have great damage, but let's see.
I think both junglers likes to wants the snowball. Oh, gotta be careful there, Kirara. Poked below 50% HP. But yeah, if we're talking about the junglers, Roger versus Joy, it's a battle for that early game. Why I gotta side with Cambodia here? It's because that Joy is paired with the Hylos, which is great for that early game as well. So
Yeah, wow.
there you go.
Yeah. Oh
It's gonna
man,
be
look at that.
That's the damage though coming through already. You can see the pressure built from Cambodia.
Yeah, that's a weapons master also for the Kimi. So, wow, a whole lot more damage coming out from this mid laner of Timor-Leste. And I feel like if you do have a Kimi in the mid lane, you can be as aggressive as you can. You do have a Kalea in your lineup, but looking over at the top side, Ace is taken down real low. The
Wow,
red buff has been stolen away actually from Strawberries.
this is not good. This is not good sign here, Kimberly, because Strawberry is level 2 currently, and you can see Tagami level 4. Such a farming monster. Strawberry is struggling. Turtle is up. I don't think they can contest.
Yep, level 4 has been reached here by Moshi as well, right before Jakira. Woohoo, flicker out there for BG Mo, and that is going to be the tug in. Infernal Pursuit has been committed, but it's going to be Yue picking up the first blood here for the side of Cambodia and having a much better position in the turtle right after that XP laner takedown.
Very good execution there, early game. Oh, it's a solo!
Ooh,
Top
wow.
lane! That's Bao Bei though,
Oh,
collecting
no.
the kill. It's a 2v1. Strawberry is still on him. Strawberry will secure that kill. It's a trade, but that was an impressive solo kill.
Yeah, it's a good trade, I would say, but Ace is looking for more here, but up against a high loss, it's not going to be easy. No level 4 reach just yet. I think it's good, though, that Timor-Leste kind of let go of the turtle and just go for the pick-off in the gold lane. So I think that's a better trade because some teams would actually still contest for the turtle despite the fact that they are either one man down whatsoever. But wow, look at Cambodia. We talked about the high tempo here, and they are really, really making it as fast as they can. More than half HP has been taken out already from the gold plating of the mid lane turret. Ooh, wow! Top side, it's a 1-for-1. Again, a draw. This time, Strawberry is not in the picture. And looking at how this is going, so far it's Cambodia obviously in the lead. But I love how Timor-Leste they're getting these like either solo kills or ganks over at the gold lane, which I would say kind of is stopping the traction here of this Granger, which you don't really want to be left unchecked.
Yeah, man, it's just all out action here. First 3 minutes, first 4 rather. And yeah, 2 kills on the board for Bao Bei, technically on the gold laner. Fu he popped the Inspire as well. So that's actually kind of it's not an advantage for Fu. Uh-oh, bottom side action. There's a 2v1 action. Moshi is able to get out, sidestep. 20 seconds on the next newt though.
Yep. For the side of Timor-Leste, they missed out earlier, but look at that. Yin Yang overturn Ace. Bursted down before she could even cast that tsunami slam. And this is really the advantage that you can get if you are the high-lows. You can just pretty much intimidate your opponent just like that. You are taking the pokes from the Kimi, but it does not matter as long as your core, your main funnel is actually taken care of at this point. It's totally fine. But looking at how Cambodia has this cornered, they got a much better positioning in the turtle. They cleared out the waves much faster as Tagami already starting that up before Timor-Leste can even come any closer.
Yeah, it seems like Adam check here. It's Starlium early for Tagami. So there's damage. Oh, Glorious Pathway towards the top. Strawberry's in trouble.
That is beautiful. Oh, Fu down with another. The Revitalize has been popped, and it's a killing spree for Yue. The roamer here of Cambodia. 6 kills. The Glorious Pathway landed so beautifully into 3 members. They got 2, but let's take a look at the total number of gold earned. It's actually Bao Bei here, despite the fact that she got taken down twice.
Man, oh man. What an early game here for Cambodia. And we mentioned that the Roger and the Joy here is just an all early game. And you can see that one jungler is having a good time in that early game. And one jungler does not have a good time. Cambodia, 5 minutes in already. A gap here, gold-wise, 5,000. So that's a lot of gold for 5 minutes of game time.
Yeah, I mean, we're talk apart from the gap, right? It's the resources as well for all these three scaling heroes that Timor-Leste has. The damage, I cannot deny, it's there. Like you've seen it, right, on the solo kills of the Nathan and even the Roger ganking Baobei up top. But again, it's not enough when Cambodia is really racking up the speed of how this game is going. 6 minutes into the game, they've taken down the turret up top, down bot. So this is going to give them a little bit more room to take down at least the objectives on the jungle side here of Timor-Leste. Electrifying Beats has been committed, and the glorious pathway to reach the backlines. Ace forced to back away, but Tegami picking up the kill there. Even under their own turret, they're not safe. Timor-Leste, another purple taken away here from Strawberries, who has only gotten 2. Look at that, the burst from the Kagura. Ace as well flickers out to safety with nothing to answer here from the side of Timor-Leste, and they're kind of struggling right now because all of the buffs, all of the jungle creeps have been taken away here by the side of Cambodia.
Man, it's an uphill battle for Timor-Leste here, and yeah, this is how you play the Kagura. You got to have control of that early game. Now, she picked up the Divine Glaive already, so that's penetration magic right there. So even if the Timor-Leste's comp has magic resist items, does not care, all right? It will deal the percentage. Brute Force Breastplate for the CC, so that's going to be mobility. That is what they're looking for. The defense and also mobility, which is just so strong here. Timor-Leste catching strays, just 2 kills on the board, and seems like they're struggling to collect farm top lane.
Oh no, Ace again taken down. A double kill for Baobei. Fu goes down as well, and there has been no answers here from the side of Timor-Leste.
Oh.
Cambodia just really ramming through all of these turrets and even taking down a lot of the members here of Timor-Leste. No jungle creeps available, and even Mo is forced to flicker out to safety. Infernal Pursuit is available though, but at what cost? That is going to be them down. Strawberry is the only one left to defend, and even with the turret, she can only sustain so much. The rest of the side of Cambodia picking off the members here of Timor-Leste one by one. Even the Tsunami Slam could not do much here up against the side of Cambodia. They take in another turret here, second tier down on the bottom side.
3 members deleted instantly. They're practically Kimberly, and not just that, right? Cambodia, they're really good at managing the waves here. Now let's do a quick item check here. Sky Piercer, Malefic Roar, and Hunter Strike for Baobei. So that's already a lot of damage physically. Oh, Strawberry.
Oh wow! The Piercer probably has almost 80 stacks here right now, and even with the setup here from the Kimmy, the Yin Yang overturn! A double kill for Baobei, again reaching the backlines. Fu tied up by the curtain call, and the Infernal Pursuit being used again and again, but there's no pick off here for the side of Cambodia. Timor-Leste 3-man down after that glorious pathway. They're looking to end. They got the minion waves crashing in, but they're gonna be a bit disciplined here, taking down the middle inhibitor.
Got to be careful here, because Ace is up, so they will have to be satisfied there. Just taking the mid turret. It seems like they want to go for the bottom tier inhibitor as well. They will get it though. So 10 minutes in, all inhibitors will be taken down.
Oh, wait, they're going for it. Okay, Glorious Pathway and they're vitalized to get in the kills for Baobei.
Wow.
Infernal Pursuit is not enough. A double. They're trying to go for a triple here. It's a killing spree for Tegami. They got the minion waves enough in, and even Yue here is on a killing spree still. They're locking in the base. It's only Strawberries left to defend. I don't think they can, as Cambodia takes in the first game of the series with 22 kills to 2.
Wow, what a beating. Man, Cambodia is so dominant in our opening match here, and it does seem like on paper they know where to really just be disciplined, just apply pressure, and it's in that early game. Kimberly, Joy and Hylos, very good early game. It seems like they were able to extract the composition's potential, and with that, the Kagura, which I wasn't convinced earlier on, but because
because the space
that was created. So a lot of damage was able to be put towards the composition of Timor-Leste by Elan. Man, I love when players are able to prove me wrong, Kimberly.
Yeah, the yin yang overturn. I think the reason why they picked this up also is because of the Kalea, right? Like you can instantly purify the ultimate, so it's something that the Kalea will not consider taking in with the Tsunami Slam. And I think this is the point where even the high loss, the rest of the team, they just kind of turret dived all the way. Like when it reached the 5-minute mark, Tagami, Bao Wei, they got in the damage, they got in the items, and even when the Piercer was up, like this is just a scenario that kept on going, like rinse and repeat for the side of Cambodia, and it was just kills after kills here. The Granger, definitely, like what I said, if you got the stacks on the Piercer, this is exactly how you want it to go. And even with the Phobios in play, right, they couldn't pick off anybody at all, and that's, I think, the beauty of having the high loss in the composition. There's so much heavy front line, and even before you can reach the back lines, there's absolutely nothing that Timor-Leste can do. And even though they did have the damage with the marksmen, again, the resource was a problem because Cambodia was able to rotate towards the jungle side and take away their creeps, and eventually ending this in such a dominant fashion with 22 kills on the board. And looking at how this turned out, 9 minutes and 53 seconds for our first game.
That's the thing, Kimberly. You mentioned being, hey, under 10, it's a fast game. It seems like for us, we get the fast game from your book, right? Under 10, and it seems like because of the composition, man. We also touched on, the Cambodian teams. They like to keep it short and sweet, and it seems like that is the case here for our opening game. Again, a great just showing here from all 5 members from Cambodia. Unfortunately, Bao Bei was taken down twice during laning phase, if you remember, right? It was once against the Roger, once against the Fu against the Natan, and for other than that, it's just a clean game from the mid, from the roam, from the XP, and of course Tagami. What a showing! That's how you play jungler, folks.
Yep, and Bao Bei, as you can see, she is actually the ATM to carry in most tank damage for this matchup, considering the fact that she was actually ganked twice in her lane, solo killed by Fu, but eventually was able to pull through, and that was care of the rest of her team actually making it happen, securing the turtles here and there. And for Timor-Leste, we actually have a match point already for the side of Cambodia for our next game. For Timor-Leste, let's see what else they have in their sleeve. I felt like it's a bit difficult it's a high risk type of lineup. Like you get 3 marksmen, you do have the damage, but then again, if all your resources are taken out just like that, and we did say that the Cambodians love to play the really fast-paced type of tempo, and we kind of got it here in the first game. So let's see if Timor-Leste can have a bit more balanced type of lineup, like maybe put either a utility or maybe an assassin that can go head-to-head with the members here of Cambodia. But for now, Gani, we're going to give the players a short break first before we head over into the match point, so don't you guys go away. Iesf Asia and Oceanic Qualifiers will be right back. And we're back after that short break. Here is the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers with me, Kim, and Gani. Hope you guys grab your snacks because this is going to be the match point between Cambodia and Timor-Leste in a BO3. So we've seen a very fast-paced, I would say a very fast-paced game by Cambodia, signature style coming out from the ladies here. So let's see here in game number 2 what kind of adjustments, what's kind of other things that maybe Timor-Leste would want to bring out. They worked with a 3 marksman lineup in the first game, which I would say it's very deadly if it does actually work out well for them, or if they were able to control the first part of the game. But then again, resources. They were lacking a lot of resources in the jungle, and eventually Cambodia just closed it out in less than 10 minutes. So let's see here in game number 2.
They
Yeah.
will
All
though.
right.
They will switch sides here, Kimberly. Timor-Leste will have the blue side. Cambodia will have the red. And there you go. Timor-Leste opening things up with the Jushin ban for our 2nd game.
Yeah, the Jushin almost all the time on the ban list as well. I've only seen it out like once so far in the women's division, but looking at how this will play out, like maybe some power picks can come through here for Timor Leste, maybe a Yi Sun-shin, which a lot of the teams prio, if not ban away, the Lancelot as well. I'm not so sure if that's something that they would start out. Yesterday, I've seen teams start out with a Farsa, but that's so telling really of the lineup, right? And the opponent can easily counter that out. But yeah, it seems to be the high ground mages. Speaking of the Farsa, the Eve as well for the second ban. The Matilda, almost always a staple ban here for the side of Cambodia. We haven't seen any of the supports come out. I really do hope we see more of these supports that are just really good with the overall lineup when you have a utility. But it seems like the teams actually prefer the setter types of roamers like the Kalea, the Gatot Kacha that almost all the time pops up here and there. So Cambodia final ban, the CC, so which means that the Yisun Shin is open for the taking, the Gatot Kacha if you want to prio that, and even the Lancelot is up for grabs.
I think that's gonna be the trade here. I think that is what Cambodia is looking for, right? Hey, Timor-Leste, pick either or. Oh, Timor-Leste even opted the Kalea still. So it seems like they want to. They still like the Kalea. They want to have that pick-off approach. Now, Cambodia, what will they go for here? Lancelot seems like, so they will leave the Yisun Chin. Now, you mentioned the Gatot Kacha. I like it, right? It's a hero. It's a just natural way to counter the engage from Kalea.
Yeah, the Lancelot that is also so good for picking up these neutral objectives very early on. All you need to do is just wait for it, dash right in with the ultimate, the Phantom Execution, and then just retribution that objective. But Cambodia, hey, very solid first 2 picks. I see a lot of the teams on the red side also go for this kind of approach. You got the setter, you got the Lancelot that can assassinate the backline. So this is very good. I feel like they might pair it up with a Farsa, not unless Timor-Leste will actually steal that away, because Cambodia's lineup is pretty much gearing up towards that route, right? A very classic front to backline composition.
So yeah, the classic front to back here. Seems like they will still lock in the mid roam position, right? Just same as game 1, Kalea Kimi. This time though, it will be a different type of feel in that EXP.
Wow.
It's not the Phobius like we saw from game 1. It's gonna be the Hilda. So I expect more. Just the composition just be more invasive here.
Yeah.
From the side of Timor-Leste. Last pick for that first phase, Cambodia. What will you lock in? I don't mind the Farsa if they want to go crazy. It's a risk, but hey, if you're confident with your hero power, if your Farsa is your hero power, go for it, man.
Yeah, it was a Kagura for game number 1, but let's see for this round. Like the Farsa was actually banned away in game number 1, so let's see if Cambodia will go that route. They don't really have to worry much about the Gatot Kacha anymore with the AOG. They got the Hilda on the, so the only thing that the Farsa has to worry about here is the setups coming out from the Kalea. But like I said, this is gearing up to be like a good front to back line for the side of Cambodia. High tempo as well in the early because of the rotations that the Farsa has with the wings by wings. Second phase, I feel like it's gonna be more centered towards the jungle and the gold lane bans. Earlier,
Yeah.
we've seen a double marksman come out, so maybe Cambodia wants to go that route. Maybe ban out the Roger or the Nathan. Things that Timor-Leste has used up in the first game.
Okay, it will be the gold laner though. It seems like they will focus on towards that lane here. Just a limit, but Timor-Leste quick to respond here. The Minotaur, it's somehow you can get both right with the Minotaur. Um, it's a setter with the Minion Roar, but then it's a support as well with the heal. Not to I guess the Gatot Kacha can be flexed towards that EXP, but Timor-Leste might overthought this strat. I think that's just a GK roam. So Cambodia, I think they can just commit to another gold lane ban because Moskov is on the board, which is just it's an annoying gold laner, you know, to deal with far lane control. So yeah, just limit
Side
here
lane
the gold lane.
pressure. Yeah, honestly,
Exactly.
the Moscovs yesterday won so much games. Oh my goodness! Like
Exactly.
Blink DD on that Moskov, the global presence, the pressure on the side lane. But yeah, they take away the possibility as well of an assassin lineup. I did say that Timor-Leste might actually work better with somebody who can have that high tempo in the jungle, and then eventually give more time to your side, your gold lane and your mid laner to farm, since they're also working with the Kimi mid lane here for sure. Cambodia, they need to. I feel like this is where we'll see either the marksman come up, right? Like either you want to show your cards in the gold lane, but yeah, it's gonna be a Harriet in the gold lane, gearing up for a possibility of either an Iritel or a Moskov in the lane. But yeah, burst damage is there, magic damage, a whole lot of it in Cambodia's side, and late game, I would say very good scaling. But the Melissa comes through here for Timor-Leste, and what will they pick up for their jungle? Utility, or is it still pretty similar to what they had in the first game? It was a Roger.
I think they can go for utility here, or if they really like the Roger, I guess the Roger can still come through. But then again, it's just a similar
Ah, there you
composition,
go.
high risk, high reward. But yeah, it will be the Fredrin, right? A hero that can peel, a hero that can engage. So let's see the adjustment. Oh, the Lapu Lapu comes through. So
Finally,
we touched on the Lapu Lapu earlier on as well. So again, level 4, bravest fighter available. I think Turtle should be contested here, even though it's a Lance versus a Fred.
Yeah, the Hilda XP lane. The last time I've seen the success on that was on Sanford, right, of TLPH. Looking at how this is played, I feel like the Hilda is gonna play more of giving vision towards the side of Timor-Leste on where Tegami or the Lancelot is, kind of being disruptive in the farming pattern here of Cambodia. So if they can actually make that happen, that can give more room to the Fredrin here of Strawberries to actually take in the jungle creeps or the jungle camps that she actually wasn't able to take in for game number 1. But this is our lineup, and it's looking like Cambodia very meta, but they pick up the Harriet in the gold lane, which I would say still has a great burst and great scaling up against the Melissa, which we don't really see that often in the gold lane.
Yeah, it's again they're very bold here in that Melissa pick. So let's see, will it pay off as we go and enter the land of dawn?
Yep, it's game number 2, match point for the side of Cambodia. And for Timor-Leste, they're looking to pull off, or they're looking to actually force out a game number 3. And let's see. For the Cambodians, high tempo, high energy when it comes to the first part of the match, and they were able to pull it through in 9 minutes for the first game. And let's see if Timor-Leste can keep up to the aggressiveness that Cambodia has shown in game number 1 as we head over into game number 2.
Let's see. Will it be the same or will it be different this time? Can Timor-Leste force out a game 3 here? Him. Looking at the talents here, nothing too out of the ordinary, I believe.
Yeah, it's nothing too out of the ordinary, nothing too crazy. As you can see, standard. See a lot of weapons masters though on the marksmen here, the Kimi and the Melissa. Which adds up to more of the damage. But Yue right now taking in a lot of the damage, but the Revitalize is there. So it does get pretty annoying, especially if you feel like you're about to take down that hero and is able to back away. So Cambodia just really doing a great job as well in disrupting Strawberry's farm pattern. Even Moshi here has been scouting the members here of Timor-Leste.
Yeah, I think both teams now playing it safe. Strawberry is still level 3. They go in.
Strawberries is able to sustain for a bit. Tegami not gonna be going for more, but dashing in to finally pick up the kill. First blood goes to the side of Cambodia and flicker out once again here for Ace. I feel like the flickers have been baited out so much, and Tegami on this. It was the same case as what we see in day number 1. Very, very aggressive with this Lancelot. Right before the turtle is up, they pick off 2. Such a good start, and this is actually what you would expect from the Cambodian team.
Man, again, they are shifting their gears pretty early here, up to a very great start. They're accelerating the conditions, man. And again, just the girls from Cambodia, it seems like they know what to do. Turtle is up. They're taking their time here. They know that Strawberry is behind, and they will shift their focus towards that turtle area now.
Oh, wow. The feathered airstrike as well onto the backside. There's no setup just yet. The revitalize onto Yue. And Moshi tanking up the damage for the side of Cambodia as they head over into the turtle pit. Tegami starting it up as Strawberries. 1 level down, but I feel like this is there's not going to be any contest at all from the side of Timor-Leste, and even the pressure on the purple buff here for the side of Cambodia. They should be able to take the first turtle with the retribution, and Timor-Leste not going to go for more here. Moshi gonna try to go in for the bravest fighter, is able to sustain. There's the feathered airstrike. It's gonna be Jake Hirara, the target here with the bravest fighter. Fu goes down in the hands of Elan, and there's the AOG beautifully landed onto Ace. She does not have the flicker just yet as Yue takes in the final kill. BGMO forced to back away to her lane. 4 kills immediately for the Cambodian team.
It's a perfect game, like perfect early game here so far for Cambodia. Now, item check here. War Axe soon. Top lane action perhaps. Moldo will have space to get out. But yeah, again, just the farm is great here so far for Cambodia. So I think a lot of first item pickups will happen here in minute 4, and that's already a good sign. Oh, that's a flicker.
Flicker. Okay, and the Purify up, unfortunately. And there's the Zaman Force and the Feathered Airstrike. Strawberry is able to sustain with that. Appraiser Sprat will not be able to take anyone down, but takes down some members of Cambodia real low as Tegami going in for that purple. No casualties, just Ace there. It actually backfired on the side of Timor-Leste. That was such a good catch, but unfortunately with the Purify up, there's really nothing that they can do about that.
And Miss Mlbb is just farming. 3,500 gold lead already in hand. And Cambodia, slowly but surely, again, just similar from game 1. Tegami, great pressure there. Strawberry was still able to get that orange buff, though. Now they will focus towards the purple buff.
Yep, they're so reactive here from Timor-Leste, and I would be too, right? Because there's so much action happening in all of the lanes, and now Ace going in for the target as Strawberries bursted down almost immediately. Wow. And you don't even have the feathered airstrike just there yet. Just the sheer damage coming out from the Lancelot and Moshi was enough to deal that damage to a Fredrin. And now they get in the second turtle. No contest at all from the side of Timor-Leste. They're just really winning so far in all of the lanes. They've taken out the turtle and even the gold plating, so that's a lot to take in for Cambodia. So much resources going towards their side as Timor-Leste already struggling on what they want to do next year.
They're really struggling. I think struggling is an understatement. I think they currently they're quite lost here, unfortunately, and this might be a solo.
Oh, solo kill by Tegami. Just doing Tegami things right there. And that was a Hilda.
Wow.
That you're talking about 13 seconds before she is up. And even Strawberries. I feel like at this point, right, like with the pressure that Cambodia is creating all throughout the map, like you see heroes like Strawberries or even Ace forced to clear out the waves on the side because there's just too many things going on at the same time. They haven't had a clapback just yet up against Cambodia. There are attempts here by Ace, but she just can't find her break just yet. The feathered airstrike again lands, taking down Ace real low, and Fu goes down as well here under the hands of Moshi. The Zaman Force is up, and for the side of Timor-Leste, they really want to fight back as Strawberries dashing all the way out, but it's not enough as the Harriet already scaling up so well, and even BGMO not gonna be able to sustain all of that. A double kill picked up here for Mlbb, who's already standing at 3-0-1, left unchecked in the gold lane.
Mind you, Kimberly still 0 kills on the board for Timor-Leste. It's 7 minutes of game time almost. And again, Cambodia, so far, still a perfect game. And now they managed to wave so efficiently, I feel like, right? They're freezing the top lane. They're just controlling the bot and mid. That's going to be the last turtle spawning top. So Cambodia, again, just taking their time here. Not doing anything too rash, I suppose.
Yeah, you see them grouping up. It's like a 4-5-man rotation down one lane. I mean, you'd be intimidated if you were Timor-Leste. And I think at this point is the best that they can do is ease up the pressure on the sides. As you can see, like Strawberries, you see most of the time she's actually managing all of these lanes on the side. I feel like for Cambodia, they're waiting for the Lord instead, so they won't go. They possibly won't go for this last turtle unless they want to start it up. They do have the map control right now, 24k, almost a 10k lead for their side, and this is a point wherein you see a lot of the resources stolen in. The last turtle couldn't be even secured here by Timor-Leste with the amount of pressure that Cambodia is showing them. Even their jungle side, they can't reach anything for now.
No, nothing. And it seems like their only play is just to farm far lane. That is what the Melissa is doing here. Just funnel the gold towards the Melissa. Seems like even though the Lord is up here, they will not, be hasty about it. Bottom side though.
Moshi, yep, that's a lot of the damage. And the feathered airstrike to add up to all of the injury coming out from the side of Cambodia. Very, very clean takedown. The zoning from Moshi's bravest fighter, and then you got the map awareness here coming out from Elan. The feathered airstrike is just so good. This is why you see the Farsa, one of the top heroes. Zaman Force has been used here, but again, with how Cambodia is playing this, even Timor-Leste, they don't want to engage too much. But Cambodia, they know for a fact their power spike is already there, so they can keep on doing this. The Lord's not going to be an option, so they're going to try and end this aggressively if they won't go towards that Lord, but they might actually try to go in for the dive. Feathered airstrike used up to clear out the waves. Moshi and Uwe on the backside, Foo's down, and now the Tsunami Slam onto the backside will take down Moshi, but that's going to be one kill. A double picked up for Baobei, going for the triple, going for the possible Maniac, but BG Mo able to sustain, going back to the base to heal up that HP. Cambodia, 4 members down. They're going to try to look for the end without the Lord, and this should be it. They're dashing in and out, and it's only BG Mo left to defend, but the damage is just way too much. Cambodia takes this series with a clean sweep.
2-0, done and dusted. Under 9 minutes, I believe. Or was it under 10 minutes still? But Cambodia got the dub. Man, oh man, Kimberly, what a showing from Cambodia. The dominance, the pure dominance was still evident from game 2 and game 1. So even though they adjusted from the Timor-Leste side, it's just still GG here. And we can see the first blood happen so quick, under 2 minutes, and it was Tagami taking the kill. So Timor-Leste, they are already lost from that fight there, from that kill. It's just them being in the backseat and Cambodia just controlling the game. So I believe only Tagami got killed. No, only Moshi got killed, right?
Moshi.
Only Moshi got killed in that game,
Yeah, in the final minutes of the game, actually. I thought that they might have gotten a kill there, since the return damage from the Fredrin can actually be deadly. But then again, the revitalize, the sustain coming from the side of Cambodia is just too much. And I think this is exactly how you want to play this if you are a Lancelot, right? A very great early game. You got in all of the turtles, and your side lanes are just working out so well. So this is exactly the game that you want. And even plenty of times we've seen Ace attempt those tsunami slams. She did get like 1 or 2, but most of the time it's either cleared out by a Purify or a Flicker from the team. And this was the time where you seen Moshi getting picked off there by the tsunami slam, but that was the only one. It just gave the opening here for Baobei to pick up those kills after kills, possibly going for Maniac. But yeah, the start of the game is just to clear out and get in that turret, that final crystal there right in the middle. and that was over. That was it. Such a dominant game from Cambodia. Both games, 16 kills at this, and for the first game, you got 22. So 9 minutes. I think this is shorter than what we had in the first game, wherein it was 9 minutes and 53. So slightly shorter.
Slightly shorter, but similar outcome here. Cambodia just showing that they are not to be messed with. And yeah, again, just the items are very, very just so contrast, right? You get the endless battle already for Tagami, so that there's true damage in her kit that allows just her finding the angles to be lethal, but also tanky with the War Axe and Brute Force. And Timor-Leste definitely could not. They were overwhelmed. They're practically 929. You mentioned it, Kimberly, and yeah, even the Lapu Lapu aspect is so good in this composition. It allows the bravest fighter just to be so threatening towards the composition of Timor-Leste. What a showing again for game 2 from the side of Cambodia. A quick one. All in all, 2 games. It was under 20 minutes, Kimberly.
Yeah, this is exactly how Cambodia wanted to play this up against their opposing team in day number 1, and finally they did, showing us such fast matches for both matches. You got a BO3 clean sweep for the side of Cambodia and Timor-Leste. We're gonna have more action later on, still BO3. So yeah, more Mlbb action. I feel like at this point, I just have to say that there's gonna be a longer break this time for everybody to catch their breaths, because there's going to be 2 more series that you guys will be looking at later on. But for now, Kim and Gani will be going on a short break first. The IESF Asia and Oceania qualifiers will be right back with more action.
See ya.
And welcome back to Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. That was such a long break, but hopefully you guys, wherever you guys are watching this from, you've grabbed dinner, lunch, breakfast even, and welcome you guys back. My name is Kim, and of course, Gani is gone. Right now for now, but he'll be joining me in just a bit. But hey, welcome back. You guys have seen the first matchup for day number 2. You've witnessed Cambodia versus Timor-Leste, ended in a 2-0. So now we're gonna have the last 2 series for today. Still women's Mlbb, by the way, and hopefully you guys got a handful of information, a handful of ideas on new playstyle. And yeah, I guess, for me, it's so good to see the women's scene, or the ladies division, always stepping it up a notch every single time that I go on lives. Every single year they continuously keep on getting better and better. So now we're gonna have to wait, of course, for Gani to come back. But let's see. It's just me for now. But hey, let us know in the comment section as well. I know a lot of you guys are anticipating the next matchup, which is going to be there. Gani is back.
Hey,
welcome back, Gani.
Hey, thank you so much for covering, Kimberly. Maybe there was some just slight technical problems, but it is all good. Again, apologies for the convenience, but I guess it's just something to do with my headset. But now it's all good.
Yeah. We're good. Once again, it always happens at the same time, but don't worry, I got you. Yeah, I was just telling everybody this next matchup is highly anticipated by, of course, a lot of our viewers. And yep, you are going to be seeing the Philippines versus Vietnam. So Philippines, I think majority of you guys have seen their live streamed match yesterday, which ended in a 2-1, by the way, up against Myanmar. So that was such a good 3-game series, which showcased really the best of the best. Vietnam, on the other hand, has their own Mekong region tournaments as well. So I'm pretty sure they had their fair share of tournaments. But for the Philippines, of course, having the honor to read it, you got Vivero, Perez, Diagon, Alpuerto, and Amores. Still the same roster that you guys have come to love, of course, in the Philippines, and still going to be the same one that will be representing the country for today's matches up against Vietnam.
Hey, gotta say it out there here. I think beautiful names from the Philippine side here, Kimberly. Such a just beautiful names overall. But on the other side, we got Vietnam. We got Nix Loon, we got Sa, we got Chieru, we got Daisy, and we got Kao Kuteka here from their side. Again, I want to see these ladies bring something to the table, of course, bring some of their own unique approach here, Kimberly. I think it's again, we are just it's so exciting to see this.
Yeah, like what I said though, the Mekong region isn't that far behind when it comes to, of course, the meta. The play style, I think they have adapted. There's so much tournaments left and right already in their respective regions, and I wouldn't be surprised if they, give the Philippines a run for their money. We've seen it yesterday. The match of the Philippines up against Myanmar, it actually ended in a 3-game series, like what I said earlier, 2-1. Super close. It was a win-loss win for the Philippines, but they still pulled it through up until the very end. And for everybody who's watching, I know there's a lot of fans for our ladies here in the Philippines. They've got a couple of ads as well. They're quite popular with the community here. So, I think a lot of people are really excited to support them. On the other hand, I'm pretty sure it's the same case as well for Vietnam coming here into the IESF. I want to see something. Well, I think for the most part yesterday, I'm actually looking at the lineup of the Philippines. Nothing too uncontemporary, but there was a heavy prio, not really prio, but I would say the mid lane thing is such a big factor, especially for Amores. She picked up the Selena in the crucial the crucial match number 3. Was able to pull through. The Kimi also had a very good run under the Philippines' hand. So I think Vietnam, having that information heading into this matchup, I feel like they have a lot to take in, of course, alongside the VODs as well that the Philippines has here and there. So there's a lot of tournaments. So hopefully, I think for Vietnam, they can pull us through. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see a game number 3.
Let's see, right? I think it's all a matter of the drafts as well, I feel. When you're on a I guess on paper, when you're on a stronger team, I think they tend to just draft themselves a strong early game. We saw that from Cambodia, such a dominating early game, which was they made it to come back is it's quite impossible. So I feel like if Philippines are on that route here, they are the stronger team. But you mentioned not far behind. Will they go for the, hey, you know what? We know that we are stronger compared to them mechanically, so why not just draft ourselves at early game centric type of composition, or perhaps they want to go for the stable, balanced composition. We might see that as well from the side of Philippines. As for Vietnam, I think go for comforts, right? Go for your natural power pick. Sure, maybe here and there, conventional meta heroes, but if you're comfortable with unconventional heroes, go for it. Perhaps it might work here. Perhaps it might surprise us too.
Yeah, a lot of surprises yesterday. Yes, I mentioned it earlier. The Sicilian Carmilla combo, the Belleric that just won games, the Selena that popped up for the first time here in the women's division yesterday. That had a high success rate, as well as the Eve that picked up a Maniac for Dex Primal yesterday. So hopefully for Vietnam, they're prepared to take on this possible fast-paced tempo that the Philippines will pick up, because they're what I noticed is that they like to pick, let's say they'll go for a more contemporary draft in the first game, and then when it reaches like the match point, that's where they'll draft heroes like the Joy, that when it's a snowball type of hero. When it gets the farm well, when it gets all its kills, it's there. It could be easily be ended by the team, right? So I think for the side of Vietnam, comfort picks, I think is really important, especially for the growing regions, knowing that coming into the stage, you wouldn't want to be playing. Yeah, maybe it's a meta hero, but you're not super comfortable with using it. Like, I mean, I've tried. I think in your case, we were talking about the roamers, right? I'm not that comfortable with setter type of tanks like an Atlas.
So you're the Matildas.
The Matilda, the utility type of support. Yeah, I do play a bit of setters, but I wouldn't say I'm that comfortable. So I think for Vietnam, they should play around with that. They should play around with their strengths, knowing that they're going up against one of the powerhouses. So I think this time it's not as fast. Earlier we've seen in Cambodia and Timor-Leste super fast bans coming through. The Lancelot, of course, even in the men's division, this is such a I would say the damage is disgusting. Like, I mean, you're building it to be a semi-tank. Usually you see the Lancelot building up like a War Axe, then you go for a Brute Force Breastplate. That's not exactly damage items, but it dishes out so much damage in the early. So I really don't know where that's coming from. A lot of prio on the junglers here so far for both sides. The Yisun Shin also taken out by the Philippines. I know this is a pattern that some of the teams love to go for. Go for the Yisun Shin in the jungle, have maybe like sustain on the side. Like we've seen a Ruby Gold actually pull it through. Lapu Lapu Gold even that actually did well in sustaining the early, but not really that much damage. You can't really close the game. But yeah, let's see how this will pan out. A lot of power picks are still up. Zushin, the Wan also that I think the Philippines should consider taking out.
Yeah, let's see, right? Vietnam, they will opt for the Arlet. So I feel like with this sort of approach from Vietnam, I think they're looking for a Baxia first pick here. If Philippines does not limit that hero, and Philippines will opt for another hero, very popular as well in that mid lane area, is that Jushin. So yeah, keep an eye on Baxia. You mentioned as well, like the if they really want to go crazy, you mentioned the Wan. Not too sure if Vietnam is comfortable on that hero though, because I feel like it's a high ceiling hero.
Yeah.
But let's see, Vietnam with their last ban, will they opt for another? I don't think they should ban the jungler here. Maybe they offer another EXP if they want to go.
Laner.
Yeah, Gatot Kacha is a viable option here to be banned out.
Yeah, it's something that I think for the Philippines. What I think is the strength of the Philippines is the roamer here, Vivero and Diagon. They can really switch up the hero. So it's very flexible, right? Like you don't know who's going to use which hero. There was a prio ban also on the Uranus for the Philippines yesterday. They banned it out twice. The CC also was something that the Philippines loves to prio. And with the Baksha last ban, like what you said, there's a lot of these heroes that are open. They want to go a little bit on a safer route, start up with the Kalea, maybe even go for something very bold, go for Gatot Kacha. We've seen some teams
Mm.
go for Farsa, but then again, this first pick coming out from Vietnam will dictate the tempo, not something that we usually expect. But one of the recently reworked heroes, the Grok,
Yeah.
very good for setting up the plays. Philippines now can answer with you would want to go with something that Yagon's comfortable with. Either the Uranus and CC is still open. Lapu Lapu has been banned away by maybe they go for junglers. Seems like a lot of the jungler options are slowly being taken away. Not so sure what tempo they would go for. If not, they go for XP mid choice here for the side of the Philippines. Vivero is also known for picking up uncontemporary types of roamers, Jawhead, stuff like that. But hey, 1-1's open,
Yeah.
let loose here. Then the Philippines, according to plan, takes it, and the CC as well. So 2 power picks immediately coming through.
A very strong hero in that EXP and a very strong hero in that gold lane here. So they want to take care of that side lane first. And we also have touched on the is Vietnam really comfortable on that one? It seems like they have answered. Not really, right? They instead pick up the Grok, and that leaves 1-1 to the hands of Philippines, which is very threatening. Now, Vietnam, this is a great answer to that 1-1. You want to answer with that burst range with that
Yeah.
Farsa, but how can you protect the Farsa? That is going to be the question here from the side of Vietnam. So expect to hear, okay, it seems like they want to secure their damage dealers first here. So
Yeah.
they're secured the mid and gold. That's a lot of mobility with the Farsa wings by wings, and Irithel potentially picking up
Gatot
a
Kacha.
sprint as well. So yeah, will the Purify here be picked up by that Irithel?
Yeah, Purify, maybe Flicker, knowing that there's a Gatot Kacha, but there's a lot of threat here from the Philippines. Chain combos. This is what really made it difficult for them in the game yesterday up against Myanmar, right? Like the Gatot Kacha kept setting up the plays
Yeah.
on Perez. Therefore, she couldn't really position herself as the Granger in yesterday's games. But I think this is a different case right now. The Farsa, great high ground, great counter for the 1-1 to burst it down before it can even stack up. But with the Gatot Kacha, I think it's going to be crucial also on the place that it will set,
Yep.
the AOGs that will reach the back lines, especially since there's a Grok. For the front line, still not yet confirmed where this is gonna go. I've seen a Grok actually being played in the XP, so let's see how Vietnam will play this out. They take away the Uranus for the Philippines and the X-Borg as well. Another possible jungler option here for the side of Vietnam.
Definitely, they are. It seems like they just want to secure a hero that or the lane for that CC, right? It seems like against the Uranus, CC can get in trouble. But okay, Vietnam here with that last ban. The respect, right? So specific but so deadly, and also a counter towards that Farsa. Again, if you're that Farsa, you will be insecure going against Kadira. That bush control is going to be very, very high for Kadira. So seems
Instant
like
burst.
yeah, the
Wow.
burst as well. It's gonna be the Kai. So that is a great way to just wreck up formation.
Okay.
Vietnam, they're going for front to back, and with a Kai, it might disrupt their
Yeah.
mobility.
Yeah, and it's a great way to kind of disperse the lineup of Vietnam as well. The Farsa will be forced to think it through where she will position in the map. I think the Akai is also good. This is the first time so far in Iesf that I've seen Al Puerto actually pick up a utility type of jungler. She was more on the assassins, more on the burst damage yesterday. But I think in yesterday's matches, they want to get all their bases covered, right? Like
Yeah.
make sure that Perez is able to play, Perez is able to scale up. I think that's really the beauty of having a utility jungler. Vietnam immediately answers that with the Alpha, which I've seen some people play, and wow, the Benedetta. So this means it's a roamer Grok, an XP Benedetta, not unless it's going to be an Alpha in the XP and the Benedetta in the jungle. So that does happen. So very, very, still very flexible. Something for Amoris here. Will she go for a Selena or will it be a Kimmy? Yesterday, those were the two heroes that she has picked up apart from the Kadita. Or will she want to go head to head with the Farsa with the Novaria? So it's the Kimmy for for Amores. So I think this is something that she's comfortable with. She's used it at least twice, and yeah, this is it for the Philippines. I think it's good for both of these main damage dealers of the Philippines. They
Yeah.
got two scaling heroes, but at the same time, Vietnam does have answers to the lineup here of the Philippines. It's all really gonna boil down to the tempo, and like what
Mm-hmm.
we said, the Philippines can play really fast in the early game. So let's see how Vietnam will respond to that. I think with the Alpha and the Benedetta in the lineup here of Vietnam, I think they can really keep up with the pace here of the Philippines.
Yeah, I think what they need here, or what they're lacking actually from side of Vietnam, is the peel, right? Sure, Grok is
Yeah.
a tanky unit, but with Benedetta and the EXP, sure, it can give you damage, a lot of compensation, a lot of mobility, but you know, is it too much damage? Is my question. You already got the Erythel, you already got the Farsa. Why go for another Benedetta? Is
Yeah.
Vietnam too greedy here? But let's see. Let's witness our first game. To the land of dawn we go for Vietnam and Philippines round one.
Yep, it's an Alpha in the jungle here for Chelsea. Alberta goes for the utility for this game. I would say this is, let's see how this composition will work. Sometimes they um, kind of make El Puerto have a very fast early game, but now being the utility, it's more about securing the objectives, more about protecting the backlines that they have here. They do have two marksmans, and looking how this will pan out, I think for the Benedetta up against the CC, you can pretty much evade, cut the lanes. As you can see, a lot of pressure is already being made here in the XP lane. And looking at the mid lane here as well, the Kimi here can be a lane bully up against the Farsa. You can really, really, really poke and be really annoying in the lane.
Very annoying indeed. And yeah, I mean, let's talent check here, right? I want to check out, okay, Wilderness Blessing. So not a lot of movements here from the side of Philippines, but a couple of Wilderness Blessings here from the side of Vietnam. So
Mhm.
they want to take control of the river,
Yep.
specifically Grok and that Farsa, right?
Yep, the wings by wings, the additional movement speed when it comes to the objective take, the turtle take, right? They know that the Philippines is so good at securing this. Like, I believe like some of the casters always say that, El Puerto never, almost all the time, like 80 to 90% never misses the take on the objectives with the exceptions of maybe she gets stunned or whatever or controlled before the
Mhm.
objective take. But yeah, speaking of the objective, that's 3 seconds to the turtle take. I feel like both junglers are ready, positioning themselves here, and like what you said, the wilderness pressing Kao Sa as well making their way towards this bottom lane. Jagon in trouble. Feather Airstrike is
Mhm.
already up. Alberto is already level 4. There's the Petrify. They're going taking down Lear Low, and the heavy spin taking down Daisy.
Yeah,
That's gonna be the first blood to the Philippines.
that's going to be another kill on the board for the Philippines. So yeah, very straightforward here. I noticed earlier that the retribution was not ready for the side of Chelsea. So that was interesting. Now it's going to be a open turtle, an open ult. There's going to some clashes in the mid. Nothing too significant just yet, but that's the first neutral objective for Philippines.
Yep, Alberto didn't even use the retribution there. I was expecting them to possibly maybe invade the jungle side here of Vietnam, but I think for Alberto, she's just gonna take the safe route, not going too deep into the enemy jungle. But so far, that's 2 kills already towards Alberto. A great start. Usually, this is something that you would see on her when she has a Lancelot. She has those heavy burst heroes like the Hayabusa. But yeah, the utility looks good on Alberto today.
Definitely looks good. Good control. Philippines, they know they don't have to be hasty here after that first neutral objective take. And spell wise, apart from that revitalize, which will be up soon, it's okay, right? Cow, no flicker, so that's perhaps just a deterrent for fighting. Let's see though, Philippines, they might go for a fight just before the turtle here.
Okay, so Paris already securing in that corrosion site for the 1-1. But oh, Yagon.
Gotta be careful here in the bottom side. Is still able to hold on though. No vengeance were popped as well. Great trigger discipline. 40 seconds on the clock for the second neutral objective take.
Bottom side as well. The Philippines rotating so fast here with Vivero and Alberto with nothing to fear actually. You got two tanky frontliners. Amores Perez is going to be the one that dishes out the most damage here. Philippines already got in the first turtle. Let's see if Vietnam will have a much better positioning here in the second turtle. But it seems like again Chelsea has used the retribution already 25 seconds before this in. I'm not so sure if it will be up in time for the second objective take. So for the Philippines, maybe that's an info that they know. And again, they got a much better positioning here in the second objective take.
Yeah, great spot, right? No retribution, so I think they can blitz this. Oh, AOG, that's gonna land two members. Great taunt as well. Chelsea and Cow off the board.
Daisy.
Now, Daisy looking for an opening with that final blow. But take a look at the heavy spin. Just forcing Daisy to a disengage, and that's another kill for Amores now. Picks up the glowing one and the turtle. It's a perfect start for the Philippines.
Yep, wow. I mean, the AOG coming out from Vivero there was on point, catching the members of Vietnam on off guard, and this is why it was a repeat man in yesterday's games. Honestly, really, really good for it. I would say it's as good as the Black Dragon form right now for zoning the backlines, but Yagon, whoo, really started to hurt here. Man, look at the jungle side here of Vietnam. They're struggling to find their resources here as of the Philippines are slowly taking away their jungle camps here. As you see the bottom side, nothing left for the side of Vietnam to take.
Definitely. Their only saving grace is Crystal with her farm and not yet to be taken down. So I guess Vietnam, their only play is to protect Crystal like crazy. And I'm sure that's already on the target list from the Philippines to somehow take the Erythel down. It's just a 1v1 action. Bottom side turret has been taken down. That's the only structure to be taken down this game so far. And seems like they want to clash here top. What will they do? That's a stun. Alberto, though. Oh, that's a great
Chelsea.
Spear of Alpha. Chelsea, got to be careful here. Looking to close the gap. Diagon jumps in. And seems like the airstrike will be triggered. AOG, though, will find Chelsea. That's a taunt. Diagon falls. But that's going to be the damage coming from Philippines under the turret. Amores does not care. And that's just 3 members off the board and a structure taken.
Wow. So Vivero yesterday was more on the jawheads, more on the Ruby. So something that you don't really see that often in the current meta. Now going for the Katotkacha, something that they learned or they picked up in yesterday's games that really made it so hard for the backlines to play yesterday. You see one AOG, it actually forces Vietnam to respond to the situation. The only good thing that came out of there from the side of Vietnam was Daisy was able to take a turret down bot, but map control, right? It's important. But looking at this, Philippines again positioning themselves in this turtle. Another resource taken away. This is how fast they are shredding up the turtle here. 23 gold, 23k gold here, and possibly going for this purple buff on the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, I'm not looking too good here. Not looking too hot for the side of Vietnam. The map is currently red, like 70% now, with the turret top and bot taken down. It's bottom side. Got to be careful. Diagon has sidestepped a couple of resources. Vengeance popped.
Still Vengeance.
Crystal got to be careful, but that's enough damage actually to take her down. That's gonna be Diagon taken down. Top turret though, the passive will be triggered. Wow.
Yep, the what we call it here in the Philippines is it's out. So I think that top turret, I think it's still good for Vietnam though. It's not on the bottom side, right? Like because the Lord is gonna be up there in just a few more seconds, at least in a minute. It's going to be there. Perez already securing in the has clause there, so to amp up to the attack speed and the damage that she has. So far, we haven't seen a lot of those ultimates yet coming out from her, but we're waiting for Kao as well to set things up here, though.
Yeah, that's a tectonic charge popped defensively. Not a good sign here. Kimberly, Vietnam, they look lost now. They couldn't penetrate towards the side lanes. They are just, pressured in their own jungles, and Philippines, they're just pressing the right buttons, applying the right amount of pressure as well. 25 seconds on the clock for that first Lord to spawn. Feather airstrike just to clear. Again, they're struggling here to find the right connection team fight wise.
Yeah, I think when you're Cow, you kind of want to just keep on setting up the plays with the tectonic charge. But how can you do that when Vivero has been setting up these AOGs time and time again? Look at that, Perez already with just one basic attack. And speaking of Vivero, she's already landed 3 kills here, but I think this should... Oh, she's able to sustain AOG out as well. And the Philippines already kick-starting off the Lord half HP. I think there shouldn't be any contest, not unless Daisy goes in. Here comes the rest of the cavalry of Vietnam. Prepared airstrike, but yep, Alfredo going to be securing it with the Retribution.
That's going to be the Lord, though, for the Philippines. Oh my goodness, the damage Diagon could bring to you. Crystal taken down there. Vengeance was popped, though. All 5 spells from the side of Philippines were spent, so... Now, will they go for more? Daisy doesn't... Oh, that's a straight taunt to respawn the engage. The structure mid drops, and that's just Philippines now in the jungles of Vietnam. Now, Alpuerto, will she go for more? Seems like not yet. Now, the Lord will spawn top, so Vietnam got to do some defending now.
Yep, this is the classic rotation you'd see coming from the Philippines. Amores, Vivero, and Perez, again, all grouped up together. You see how Diagon and El Puerto can kind of hold it out on their own, right? So for Vivero, she has been really proactive in setting up these AOGs, whereas Cow, right? Like once the tectonic charges up, either the AOG kind of sets up the back line, so the tectonic charge is kind of rendered null. But oh, the setup from Amores!
AOJ towards the back as well. Now Alpuerto, though, will pop the heavy spin. 2 members now defending top. Cal flickers out of danger. That's the Lord, though, very healthy. Daisy looking for an angle. They really find the right connection there. Now they will lock into the turrets. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have game 1 as the Philippines finished it just above 11 minutes.
Yep, would say fast pace. As you can say, there was so much action every single minute of this game. The Philippines showing us, of course, why they are one of the powerhouses when it comes to this. But Vietnam, I would have to say, has a very good idea. But let's take a look at the highlights here, Gani. Like the early game, the feathered airstrike, I was expecting it to peel a whole lot more here from the Philippines. But yeah, of course, with the Gatot Kacha, with the utility jungler here of El Puerto, they were able to sustain so much more of that, which gave much time for Amores and Perez to actually pick up the items that they need. And not to mention, apart from the heavy spin, Vietnam still has to answer out to the AOG from the Garatacha, just like that. It sets up the back lines. I think even at this point, Chelsea is also another primal target for the side of the Philippines, and it's just turret dives after turret dives beyond the 5-minute mark that just gave or enabled the Philippines' Perez and Amores to dish out this much damage. Look at the continuous damage from the Kimi, right? Like even Chelsea, Cow are bleeding from the damage. The setup also from the Kimi is always on point here, always in sync with the Garot Kacha. When they see the tectonic charges always rendered null here. There were always good setups, but unfortunately, it was always Vivero one step ahead from Cow in this matchup. And yeah, in less than 15 minutes, the Philippines was able to close it out. Nice and strong here, 14 kills to 2, showing their dominance here up against Vietnam. And as you can see, there was there was enough damage here from the Farsa. As you can see, it's like 39,000. So that's a bit close to what the Philippines has. But then again, you know, positioning, if you have a Gatot Kacha with the Farsa and even with the Iratel here, it's really difficult in the team fights because, you know, once it's up, Vivero is going to keep on setting that. And not to mention, you also have to deal with the CC of Diagon and the heavy spin coming out from El Puerto, which really set up the plays. As you can see, Amores and Perez have had such a good time, suffering no casualties at all. And as you can see, all of the objectives went all the way to the Philippines. I believe that was 3 turtles going to the side of the Philippines, as Vietnam really struggled to get an opening to get the first 3 objectives of the game.
It was really tough for Vietnam, Kimberly. It was, again, just a strong showing, and it's tough when you can't when your team cannot utilize the 1-1, right? If you take a look at the drafts, when you can't really pick up the 1-1, but you can't really ban the 1-1. Yeah, it's again just Philippines spot on the drafts, and again 1-1 pick was just too much there. It seems like the Benedetta EXP, a lot of damage profile definitely, but it was a little bit too greedy from side of Vietnam. No one can really peel. Even the Grok was struggling to stay in front. But that was just Philippines, you know, masterclass. I feel like they displayed a perfect MLBB, and yeah, game 1 done and dusted.
Yeah, I think it was also the Gatot Gacha that really gave a hard time as well to the lineup here. But it was an overall good game, a strong start again for the Philippines. They're already on a match point, but for now, Gani, we're gonna be taking a quick break first before we head over into the next game. We're gonna be back with more action here at the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. So see you guys in a bit. Okay, a slightly shorter break for everybody. Welcome back to the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. My name is Kim. Still with me here is Connie, and we're here at the match point between the Philippines and the Vietnam. And I know a lot of people are watching on stream, supporting both of these teams. Do let us know in the comment section. Keep them coming because it is here. The do or die for the side of Vietnam, but for the Philippines, one more matchup. But this was the exact case that they were in yesterday. They won the first game, failed to clinch that second game, and actually forced out the game number three. So that was such a treat for a lot of a lot of viewers out there. But for the Filipino fans, we're at the edge of our seats. It was a possibility of a reverse sweep. So hopefully not here for the Philippine team. But let's see if Vietnam can force that out. So let's see
Yeah.
also if it's the Philippines or the Vietnam who's going to be on the blue side. I think that's also another crucial thing to consider.
That's going to be a very, very crucial viewpoint as well. But hey, Kimberly Maz, let's jump into the drafts here for our second game. It seems like they will stick to their sides here. Vietnam will stick to the blue, and Philippines will stick to the red side. Vietnam, they do not want
There
to
you
go
go.
or fall for this to the same hole again. I think it's going to be 1-1 here, banned out for their
Yeah, the
first ban.
1-1 out for the side of Vietnam, which kind of answers our question earlier. Like, they didn't pick it up, right? It was open for the taking. They picked up the Grok instead, which kind of signals us that, yeah, this is not something that they're comfortable with. I feel like, maybe it does not really work well with their type of composition. And based on what they had in the first game, I feel like they want to go for the setups. They want to go for backlines access since they have the Benedetta in their lineup. But then again, the Philippines just countered it out with the, setter, roamers, utility junglers that really made it hard to find an opening there for Vietnam. The fast-paced tempo, still Vietnam not letting go of that Lancelot. For Al Puerto, still gearing up for a fact that she might pick up an assassin. The Hayabusa is still there, by the way, for her to pick up. I think it really depends on what Amores and Perez will pick up that will really dictate what Alberto will bring out in this game. So the Yisun Shin still a perma-ban, knowing that the Philippines is on the red side, and a lot of the teams on the blue side really love picking up the Yisun Shin, even in the male division. So that's something to consider. The CC finally respected here. It's a pick that Diagon has utilized or prioritized rather in yesterday's games, and a perma-ban on the Uranus. So for Philippines, last ban. Vietnam
Baksha?
did prioritize the Grok, but let's see. I feel like they'll still go for pretty much the same bans as what they did in game number one.
I think the Baksha was banned out, but no, it seems like Philippines they're changing their approach here. Baksha was banned game one, but now with the situation kind of different, with the 1-1 banned out from the side of Vietnam, they're willing to let the Baksha go. Now Vietnam, will they take this, right? Because last time around it was just
Oh, there you go.
the Grok, but it's gonna be the
Instantly.
Baksha instantly picked up. Now Philippines, do they have the trades here with the Baksha pickup? If they want to go Gatot Kacha, it's still available. A hero that is also annoying against a Baksha.
Lapu-Lapu Gatot Kacha here.
CC.
I mean, yeah, the Baksha does counter out the possibility of the Lapu-Lapu and even the Gatot Kacha, which I think is a solid first choice here for Vietnam. There's a heavy pry on this Uranus. I think it's something that Diagon does not want to answer out to, especially if you have a Uranus in your lane and you can't really take it down. It's such a problem, knowing that the Philippines loves to go for these very early skirmishes. You see Diagon already rotating very early on to the gold lane, but yeah, neither the Gatot Kacha or the Lapu Lapu. I was expecting a Roam XP pickup, but the Philippines just shakes it up and says, oh yeah, let's prio our gold and our mid lane. I think this has been the key as well for the Philippines. Amores and Perez as heroes are a prio, apart from Vivero's hero. So they've already locked this in. Heavy magic damage, heavy continuous magic damage, good scaling as well for the Philippines if it does extend out to the late game. So Vietnam, will they steal away the Gatot Kacha, or maybe even perhaps the Lapu Lapu? I'm gearing up for the Baksha to be a jungle Baksha.
Yeah, it seems like a jungle Baksha, right? But yeah, Philippines, I want to touch on their picks first. It is great because they have DPS and burst magic with that Kimmy and Harith. Now, with the Arlit and the Irithel, though, it really there's just one theme here from side of Vietnam. It's mobility, right? It seems like mobility. How does Philippines respond with another hero that can be mobile, and that's going to be the joy. So we will see speed here in our potential last game of the series, and yeah, because the Baksha was picked, there's always the potential support hero, and it seems like the Angela will
Yeah,
be crossed out.
Angela.
Matilda?
Yeah, I
Question
think
mark.
this is a good ban coming out from the Philippines. I think it's a very deadly combo if you pair it up with the Baksha and the Iritel at that. Like, it gives so much more movement speed to Vietnam, which is something that the Philippines has right now, right? Like, they got movement speed, they got, burst damage. With the Angela, it kind of aids the composition that they have. They take away the Grok here. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Gatot Kacha or a Lapu Lapu ban here for Vietnam for the last slot. But for the Philippines, Matilda perhaps, supports that can go hand to hand with the Baksha and the Arlot, and even the Iritel. These first three picks come in from the side of Vietnam. I think they might just go for more of the utility this time up against the Philippines. This is similar to what they have in the second game. So Alberto had a very good game with the Joy. Hopefully they close it out early. But even if it does extend, right? You got the Harriet and you got the Kimi there in the composition. So Philippines, is it going to be the Matilda? Is it
Yeah.
going to be more of the supports here? Because I haven't seen a single support yet here in Iesf in the women's division. So it's mostly centered towards the really tanky setter types of heroes. So
Yeah.
Gatot
It will be the Gatot Kacho. It seems like they do not want to deal with the AOG, considering that they do have a hero that can or likes to chill in the back, like Kimmy. So yeah, makes sense here from the side of the Philippines here. Vietnam though, they might go for another roam potential ban if they want to really secure the Arlet. I think a ban towards the Phoveus might work actually from Vietnam. Just eliminating that threat. The Infernal Pursuit threat. So what will it be, Vietnam? Last ban? Question mark. It's gonna be the glue.
Oh, I was actually thinking of that. But if they did let that glue slide, they do have the backshot to counter it out. But what's really annoying about the glue is it kind of isolates you, right? Plus, if you attack the glue with your teammate attached on it, there's also additional damage. So it's really something difficult as well in team fights when you want to just go all out. The glue kind of disrupts what you have. For the Philippines right now, they do need a solid front line. They already got enough burst damage. My only worry is that there's a lot of magic burst damage here. But whoa, hey, I've seen this yesterday for the Philippines, and it sealed the deal. It sealed the deal for them. The overall map control and a Vivero special. The chip to do the ganks. Vietnam can still answer out with a roamer that can, set things up. The usual counter to this is a Carmilla, but I'm not so sure though. Like, if you think about the overall composition, I'm not so sure. They do need to deal with this chip gank because it
That's the
really,
thing.
really gave a difficult time to Myanmar yesterday.
That's the thing. We mentioned about the speed or the mobility that Vietnam can bring to the table. It seems like they do not want a fair fight. They want a hero that can instantly teleport you to elsewhere. So a great spot there with the chip pick. Oh, you mentioned the Belleric.
Oh.
You mentioned the Belleric, Kimberly, but not from Vietnam.
Yeah. Wow, this is throwback to... Okay, not like last season, but seasons ago, you see this Masha. Still deadly.
Yeah.
But the Belleric, I think, is, apart from, Carmilla's, the Tigreals, the usual answer to the chip. We see the Belleric come through, so there's the control from the Ratathriad. The return damage is also insane. But I'm not sure. Like, will that be enough, right? Like, if there are purifies coming through here, like knowing that there's also a Kadira that might actually be negated. I think there's good answers from both sides, but I think this time the tempo is a bit more controlled, a bit more tanky utility towards the side of Vietnam. Damage though, it's really solely gonna rely on Crystal and Sa here for the side of Vietnam, whereas the Philippines, it's back to the assassin, back to the burst damage type of heroes here for Alpuerto. So she had a very good game here with this Joy yesterday, but fell short up against Myanmar in game number 2. So let's see if it will be a different fate here for the side of the Philippines for this matchup. It is the match point, Gani.
Match point indeed, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Will this be our final game of the second series, or will it be just Vietnam taking the game and forcing this series to a game three? Let's watch and enjoy. Land of Dawn we go.
Yep. Yesterday there was a when Alpuerto picked this Joy up, there was a lot of pressure on Perez and Amores on their lane. So it was more of either kind of making sure that their XP or their gold lane has a difficult time in the early, and then by the time Alpuerto scales, they have to deal with the side lane diff. So for now, I think the best that they can do, they got fast rotates here with Chelsea. Okay, so there is the Purifier already used up there by Amores. And like what I said, the fast-paced tempo here of the Philippines, the fast rotations also from the side of Vietnam with this Baksha can actually put this to an equilibrium state for both teams. So I think I'm not. I'm a bit confident with the choices here of the Philippines. These are heroes that they're definitely comfortable with. But for the side of Vietnam, they have to really keep up with the tempo because if this Joy goes online, it's something that they also need to deal with. The only one that can deal with this Joy right now is possibly the ultimate here of the Belleric, or maybe even the ultimate, the rough waves coming out from the Kadira that can assassinate this Joy in when it comes online.
Definitely got to be careful of that indeed. And yeah, Philippines though, I gotta say they need to also not get too overzealous. I feel like sure you got a fast rotation with the teleportation, but if Vivero's timings are not pristine, that actually might benefit Vietnam. So again, yeah, both teams got to be careful here. First turtle is up top. Ooh, top side though, there's gonna be action. That's the final. Slash already pops. That's Daisy taking a lot of damage under the turret, but he will take Amores down before she falls first. That's going to be a 1-for-1 now. The mid laner busted there. And seems like the first on the turtle will be Vietnam.
Yeah, that's good though. They took down Amores, something that they need to deal with, especially for the front line here of Vietnam. The continuous damage, the pokes coming out from the Kimi, plus the slows, right? Like it really disrupts the lineup here coming out from Vietnam. But here we go, turtle take.
Oh, Scratch and Pulse, that's the teleportation. Crystal jumps in, Chelsea falls. Crystal now dealing a lot of damage, but will be able to disengage. Perez though jumps in, looks to provide damage as well. That's going to be Philippines juking away from threats. Turtle still not down. Rough waves popped here just for Vivero. I'm not quite sure if that's worth it. Vivero very low. Oh my goodness. Daisy finds the connection there. Vivero taken down. Daisy now trying to sidestep, wasn't able to find it, so it's a 1-for-1 from that fight.
Wow, this is the Daisy that we are looking for in game number 1. She actually showed signs of this kind of aggressive play that an XP laner needs to have, especially from the start, knowing that the Philippines can play with this tempo, right? Like the final slashes coming out from her has taken down Amores and even Vivera at a certain point, right? So I think this is what an Arlo definitely needs to do so that the rest of the members here of Vietnam can have a much better opening, knowing that there's also the threat of the chip here. Here's Chelsea though. She spots out Diagon and Vivero, but no commitment just yet with any of the ultimates.
That's Chelsea though, very low. Final slash though will be popped. Now, seems like they will take their time here. Diagon quite low 1 HP and Daisy does it. That's going to be the teleportation though. Shortcut. That's a great taunt from the side of Cow. Now, will it be enough? It seems like it will. Now, with the rest of the members disengaging. Uh-oh, Daisy a little bit too late to the party. A little bit too ambitious there. Isolated and will be punished. Turtle now. Seems like Philippines will have the favor to take it.
Yep, Kao here has been setting up the Wrath of Dryad so on point, right? Like I think for Vietnam, they're just waiting for the shortcut by Vivero. Once it's popped up, once the rest of the members of the Philippines come through that portal, and that's the time that either Kao will step right in and pop in that ultimate, or Daisy goes in with the final slash, which kind of equalizes the playing field here. As you can see, it's not the goal lead is not that far, despite the several shortcuts that have been made here by Vivero. So I think it's a bit more calculated this time with Vietnam. A little bit more aggression coming out from the side of Daisy that picked off members here of the Philippines. And as you can see, Daisy is on top this time when it comes to the most damage. But oh, Diagon on the top side, getting a solo kill at that, which means that they can push even further here on this lane. I feel like this is going to be hard though if the Philippines does take this to a point wherein a lot of the turrets are taken down with the shortcuts coming out from the chip. There's so much ways that they can make the map theirs for the Philippines, right? The shortcuts, there's the concealed play coming out from Kao though, coming out on this bottom side. Not sure if they
Okay.
know if Vivero's here.
Yeah, that's the thing. Crystal will be the target, and seems like Vivero doesn't really find that angle. So playing the patient game here, Vivero very very neatly structure top will be taken down. So that's an advantage again towards the Philippine side, and gold earned. It's Perez and Cristal, so both gold laners here actually being the top of the group, and seems like Alberto looking for a kill. Actually, on towards Daisy,
Oh.
no skills. Now with Yago jumping in, that will seal it. Oh, that's a shortcut. Chelsea very low. Saw rough ways force. Chelsea will be out. Saw now very juicy target, still able to sidestep and be safe technically, but El Puerto isolated. That's the flicker and Wrath of the
Oh,
Dryad
the
actually
bait.
spent. And that will be the end of El Puerto. Turtle Cam is up. That's going to be, Vivero out of position will be punished by Cristal with the mobility that Irithel has. It will find that kill, but the structure mid falls.
Yep, the lineup here of the Philippines, you can see how it's easily punishable, right? When they overextend the shortcuts to like the Vietnam can actually clap back here. They haven't taken any turtle just yet, so the Philippines took the first turtle, and with those pickoffs that they had, that they should be able to take this without any contest. And as you can see, the only time that Vietnam goes for the full engagement, Vivero is already out, so they know what they need to do, right? Like they got the tanky front line, they got ways to kind of disrupt the lineup here of the Philippines with the Wrath of Dryad. As you can see, every time there is the shortcut popped up, the ultimate is almost all the time available. But down bot, Flicker has been used here by Chelsea as well as Diagon.
Yeah, that's a conceal. I don't think it will connect Diagon though. Gotta be careful. Oh, that's a damage. That's a 3v1 still. Diagon taking a lot of heat here. Oh my goodness.
Oh!
He will take alongside Alpuerto, takes Daisy down too. That's going to be the damage coming through. Double kill for Alpuerto. Man, oh man. The Philippines, they show up here. Minute number 7. And yeah, Cristal, gotta be careful here. The damage is definitely there. Vivero, ooh, taking a lot of arrows, but Cristal will be bursted down by both Perez and Amores.
I love the baits coming out from both sides. Like there's so much baits, right? Like you see El Puerto being baited out once the electrifying beats is up. Yeah, Kaos is like, yeah, I've got the Wrath of Dryad. And even to a point where if Vivero is down, right, like the Philippines can go all the way in if the side of Vietnam overcommits. There's the slows coming out from the Kimi, and even El Puerto can just dive right in with the electrifying beats and just go for the final kill. So there's just so many baits from both sides. It's just a matter of who takes it in first. Purify has been used though by Amores here right before the Lord, so that is one resource out. Really, really vital one though for the side of the Philippines. So they gotta watch out for the setups here from Daisy, which we haven't seen just yet. There's the shortcut onto
no.
Daisy. Oh, final slash, not gonna be enough though. Oh man, that this time Daisy getting in nice final slashes, but there hasn't been enough fast respawns coming out from the side of Vietnam.
Definitely not enough peel, not enough tankiness from that Arlet here. Not yet at least. And with the man with the hero that is off the board, the Philippines will definitely collect the Lord here, no problem. 5v4, not too fair, but yeah, 9 minutes in here, it seems like the Philippines are off to a great mid game, right? It seems like they will control the jungles as well. Structure is like multiple structures already been taken down. So again, in the bottom side, this is a 1v1. That's the Poissons popped again. Kimberly, this is not a good sign for Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, if Jagon is not in the team fights, she is just here working out the side lanes, and I think it's Also a way to buy time here for the side of the Philippines, while the rest of the members here, 4-man rotation coming out from the side of Philippines. They got enough damage with Perez and Amores here. The Purifies are almost already up at this point. The first Lord is marching up top, so I think the second tier should be down for now, and that's what Jacon has been working on time and time again. So it's all about the engage right now, counter engage from Cow. I think the problem right now with the amount of resources that are taken in by the Philippines, with the way that Perez and Amores has already scaled up, it's a matter of who takes out Perez and Amores at this time. They can't really reach the backlines right now with the shortcut coming in from time to time. So it's up to Sahir or maybe perhaps Crystal. Vivero forced to flicker out.
Uh-oh, that's a conceal pop just defensively. Oh, under the Shaman Force. That's a lot of damage taken. Daisy will be the first one to fall alongside Perez. Now Vivero off the board. That's going to be Diagon. Looking for the connection. Flicker. Very aggressively here. But that will be the cover coming. Crystal is still up. And that will be 3 members actually from the side of Philippines taken out.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed to do at that point, right? The cow popping in that red of dryad. I love how this because I personally, okay, this is one of the hard tanks that I actually use up
Okay.
front. The
Okay.
return damage is just insane. To think that this Beleric is on a flicker, right? This can be used aggressively or defensively, just like this. All cow needs to do is just spot where Vivero is. When she lands in that shortcut, make sure that Daisy is there, gets that final slash, the ultimate to set things up for Crystal to have that opening. And with the sprint, right, it can really accelerate her movement speed. She's standing at a 413, so it's not half as bad as what Perez has right now. And looking at the gold, not that far off, right? Like it's just one clash that can turn the tides around here for
Definitely.
both sides. Purifies are going to be, again, super important here for Perez and Amores. I think once it's down, it's going to be difficult to kind of get out from the Wrath of Dryad. And if Sa goes right in with the Petrify Rough Waves combo, there's absolutely no escape to that. 20 seconds, Philippines does have the advantage here. Though. Oops, Jagon.
Gotta be careful. Vivero from the flanks. That's a Petrify locking Diagon down. That's gonna be Crystal though. Vulnerable. El Puerto secures the kill. A Cow isolated, and Cow will be off the board as well. It's a 2-for-1 here as the Lord spawns top lane.
Wow, Diagon, I think this is her job right now, is just to bait out all of these kills, bait out the ultimates, and when all of them are already out, the Philippines can just go for the shortcut plays coming out from Vivero. That's exactly what they're doing, and Vivero is not even joining the Lord side. They're just looking for the ganks here, just counter engages after counter engages, answers after answers. And I love how Vietnam is responding though, but I feel like this time it has to be a bit more calculated because they have to protect Crystal right now. 4-2-4 on this Iritel, one of the keys that they need to burst down the members here of the Philippines. The map control so far still towards the side of the Philippines. They can take down the inhibitors with this next Lord that they've taken in. So let's see. It's a matter of who pops in the ultimate first. I think Vivero, Cow, we're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled on them. So it's either the shortcut is up first, Cow can counter engage with the Rat of Dryad, or if it's the Rat of Dryad first, Vivero can counter set up with the shortcut. That's the good thing that happened in that clash down bot.
Gotta be careful on that positioning. Then, if the positioning is better, I don't think you can. You need to pop the ult first, right? Sa very low. That's the dash there from that Kadita. Gotta be careful. Uh-oh, Chelsea below 50% HP. Turret will be the main focus and will be taken down. Uh-oh, gotta be careful. Crystal locking the Lord down. It will be taken care of. Now, can they defend the mid? 5 members still on it. That's gonna be Sa
Sa?
looking for an angle. That's a Purify. Popped. Vivero stunned up in the front. Final slash. That's gonna be enough to burst Vivero down. Uh-oh, Diagon looking for an angle. Doesn't really find it, but they have defended the mid turret base, but they lose the bottom in the process.
I think for Vietnam, there is that stop button for Vivero here, right?
Yeah.
They have this stop button that they can click when Vivero comes right in. Almost all the time, they have to kind of calculate. That's why you can see earlier in the upper inhibitor turret for Vivero, she really took the time to think it through if she was going to use that shortcut. So I think it's a way to punish as well the Philippines here for the side of Vietnam. They have the answers here with Cow, and I think for a fact they know that very well. So now they're going again doing Diagon things, try to catch Crystal there. Oh, and finally actually gets the target, but here comes the shortcut.
Uh-oh, gotta be careful. Yeah, going very low under the Shaman Force. Philippines are going crazy as they have wiped Vietnamese out. And that will be Vietnam. All 5 members down and out. Philippines finds the wipeout, and that's just a clear base. Kimberly Maz, what a showing from the Philippines side. Philippines will win the series 2-0 as they take the Crystal out.
Yeah, just one team fight to cap it off for the side of the Philippines. Props to Vietnam though. They were able to clap back up against the Philippines here in this game. As you can see, there were punishes from time to time as we see the highlights in just a little bit. But nicely done here by the Philippines, learning from the mistakes that they had in yesterday's games. It actually closed out in game number 3, but for today, it is a clean sweep for the Philippines up against Vietnam. I love how Vietnam has the answers as well. They have counters against the Philippines. But let's take a look at the highlights on what went on in that match. I think it's a very good start here for Daisy, right? Like getting in the first blood, was able to set up some nice final slashes for her team. But ultimately, I think what really went well back and forth for both of these teams are the counter engages. I was thinking that Crystal might have had a better time in this game, but I think ultimately I have to give props to Diagon here for the plays that she's been doing. She's been baiting out all of the skills here for Crystal, and once the shortcut is out, she either has no sprint or either she's taken down and Philippines can go for the full engage. Props to them though. The Rat of Dryad has been such a menace to the Philippines, just like this part of the game, right? Like they were able to counter engage, they were able to get off some pickoffs up against the Philippines, just leaving Dagon and Al Puerto left to defend. There was plenty of times that Dagon, she only had one target there. It was never Sai, it was never anyone else. It's only Crystal. She had her eyes only set on Crystal in this entire game. She even pops the flicker just to take down the marksman here of Vietnam. And you know, in the Philippines, we have a hitman, and I think this is a great counterpart to that. The hit girl Dagon for this game, just doing her thing. And I think without Crystal in the picture, right, it was so much more easier to go for the team fights. She did her job well, and for the Philippines, they were able to execute this nice and strong. But for Vietnam, GG's, nice try. This was a good attempt on actually stopping or actually counter-engaging up against the Philippines. 15 minutes and 18 seconds is our match. There was enough damage already from Crystal's Iritel, which is why you see that Yagon really put out all of her resources by the time it reached the late game just to take down the Iritel, ignoring everybody else in the side of Vietnam. But for the Philippines, again, the overall synergy of the team that has been playing together for so long, for years already, it just really shows in matches like this. And again, strong start, strong first 2 days for the Philippines, and there we have it. 15-minute mark. Such a good game for both sides.
Hey, I think again, it's an understatement. It's an amazing game, especially from the side of Philippines. They showed adjustments in game, and I feel like you mentioned the aggressiveness that Yagon brings to the table, and I do believe she is our hit girl. Just flickering forward just to close the gap multiple times, especially going up against Crystal. It shows that, yeah, I don't care if I die here, but I want you to be vulnerable, or better if I can take you down. So yeah, again, just a great showing display. But our first 2 series here, Kimberly Maz, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 for the Philippines. Yesterday, last 2 games were 3-game series, action-packed. But that is it for the Filipino fans. I'm pretty sure they're going to be capping off this day rather with a smile on their faces as we head over almost midnight here in this side of the world. So yep, really happy for the Filipino fans. But for Vietnam, I really love how they made their adjustments, and at the same time, really good try up against one of the powerhouses here in Iesf qualifiers. But for now, Gani, we're going to be taking a longer break this time before we head over into the next series. Any last thoughts before we head out?
Yo, it's an honor to cast with you, but Iesf, that was beautiful. Seeing the ladies, the evolution, just the progress, the improvements, and I'm excited to see who will, get top 2 or qualify in ISF for women's indeed. But that will be my last ride here for the qualifiers. So again, Thank you so much. And we will have Realize next up with you, Kimberly Ma. So have fun.
Yep. See you guys in a bit. Grab your popcorns, get some rest before we head over to the last and final match for today. Iesf Asia and Oceania Qualifiers will be right back with more Mlbb action. See you guys later.
Hello everybody, I spawned out of nowhere, replacing Goni, but still, welcome back to the World Esports Iesf Asia and Oceania Qualifiers 2025. Still on the qualifying rounds of Mlbb Women's. With me, Realize, the new caster right here, and Kim. How are you doing after you were casting, I think, 2 games so far, both full of bloodbaths? How did you make of what happened earlier on?
Well, Goni is gone for now.
Gone.
Gone, yeah. I know. I've used that so many times already for today. he's always had like his headset is always out whenever we do the intro. So yeah, welcome back. And today we're gonna be having our last. Well, it's so nice. Like you're coming in for the last series. It's pretty much like what I did also in the MLBB men's division. So this is Iran versus UAE for our last matchup. So I'm feeling excited today. I wouldn't be so surprised if we see something different. I was hyping up like so many things that we've seen in yesterday's matches. The Belleric came through here again. Didn't really find that much success. Philippines 2-0. Even for Cambodia, they got 2-0. So it's mostly sweeps. So let's see for this last matchup. Yesterday when you actually when Husky came in, it was all game number 3. So
I peeled my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm kind of lucky because I haven't really experienced 3 games or like 4 or 5 games if it's a best of 5. It's always 2-0s for me, quick ones at that. So we'll have to see if this is going to be a 2-0 or possibly a 2-1, right? 3 games straight, but it's gonna be Iran against UAE for the United Arab Emirates, like we talked about earlier on yesterday. Like you said, Husky came in. I was still scrolling through the YouTube live stream, and hey, you guys were treated to a beautiful 3 games, all 2 matches. But as we take a look at the team roster from Iran, it's Evi, Kana, Shidesu, Mania, Diva, and Nirvana. Beautiful names left and right, but we'll have to see if the draft will be as beautiful as their names, because we don't really have much info on these players right here. I think some of them were able to partake in the qualifiers of the ISF back in 2024. But yeah, again, it seems like for UAE, they were able to partake in ISF 2024. So take a look at the roster from them. So for their side, it's Bruce, Yuki, Maria, Aisha, and Aira Chandes. I think if we take a look at the roster, only Bruce did partake in that in ISF 2024 World Championships. I think Maria was also there, but Maria was a sub. So now she's going to take center stage in representing UAE.
Yep, and here we go again. I think for the past 2 series that I casted with Gani, it's more of like, yeah, we have an idea already. There's already a backstory for the ladies. There's already so much, plenty of VODs in tournaments here and there. But I think for these 2, for our last matchup for today, Iran versus UAE, again, they're just building their stories. So I think for this matchup, this is one way to go for them, one way to make their names known here at the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. But I think I want to know if they have like a very deep understanding, because so far in the women's division, we haven't seen anything too crazy just yet. Like we've seen some pocket picks here and there, but nothing too crazy just yet. So let's see.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see. And I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this will be the first time Iran will partake in the qualifiers leading to ISF 2025, because I think last year, 2024 edition, it was UAE against Bahrain, right? That match where Bahrain did eventually lose, giving UAE that chance. So I do think that maybe Bruce and Maria together, we talked about this roster not having that much background that we can really probe into. But I do hope that they are in touch with the meta, because they were able to play that game, that qualifier game against Bahrain, and even make their way into the stage, the main stage of ISF 2025. I mean, if you take a look at the games, that was a best of 5 back then against Bahrain, because that's the only 2 teams taking that qualifying contest. But I think for this context now, again, it's all refreshed. We don't really have information on what's going to be picked up by them. We had that fair share of, like you said, Belleric being picked up. And if you want to stretch it further back to the first day of the ISF qualifiers in the men's edition, we did see that Hanabi and Nia being pulled out of nowhere. So I that might happen because it's gonna be some fun, right? I think it'll be
more
fun.
Clippers are gonna have so much fun
Yeah.
with that. I mean, we've been clipped out already for that. I think it was a very interesting take as well for the community in general. Like, I think what I like to compare these newer teams is actually, those blind boxes that are so that are so rampant right now. It's like everywhere. Like you get blind boxes. Well, here where I am, like people are crazy for it. Like they buy blind boxes. You really never know what you're gonna get, and I think that's really the beauty of it, right? Like having these new teams, you don't know what they're gonna put out. And by the way, I totally forgot. Just a quick update for everybody. Some off-stream matches that happened earlier on today. You got Laos versus Timor-Leste. Laos won with a 2-0. Malaysia versus Laos. Malaysia won again with a clean sweep. And for our last off-stream match, we got Bangladesh versus Bhutan. Wherein Bangladesh won with a 2-1. So all of these are all updated over at iesf.gg. So please check it out if you guys need more information, if you guys missed out on some of the matches.
Yeah, I mean, just go straight to iesf.gg. You can experience, and take a look for yourself on the matches you might miss. I mean, we are live in Mlbb Esports YouTube channel. We are also live in the ISF YouTube channel. So, I think it's a good way to spend your evening if you're not doing anything, because currently it's 11 in the evening here in Indonesia. For Kim, I think it's 12, but it's 12. Midnight. It's midnight. Center stage. So we also have 2 more match updates coming in off stream. It was Nepal against Sri Lanka. Nepal was able to bag that win 2-0, and Myanmar against Thailand. Thailand was able to win 2-1. So again, that's Southeast Asia. I think focus, like that epicentrum we were talking about. I mean, Philippines against Vietnam was also kind of close in the second game. I would assume that was the game you guys casted recently.
Yeah.
So when we take our eyes far away from Southeast Asia, it's a different, I think, realm. I'd say, because again, it's unlucky for these teams to not have that much competition, not much experience for them to play in the tournament. So again, ISF serves as a platform for them to not only represent their country and make their country proud, but also for them to learn more Mlbb. We'll see if they will be, in touch with the competitive meta. I think UAE might have that one under their sleeves, but for Iran, it's going to be very interesting because, again, like I said, this is the first time they'll ever partake in ISF.
Yeah. I'm excited too. I asked this earlier for Gani because we were talking about possible pickups and heroes. I'm actually curious, like, what do you play? Like we got the Naisu, we got Gani, and me. We're all roamers. So what do you play mostly? Realize?
Hey, I get bullied a lot by the MPL ID casters. They tell me I'm the bronze standard, but hey, if I'm locked in, I'm locked in as hell. I could be, I'm like 2 sides of a coin, right? I can be Mr. Fantastic, I can be Mr. Bombastic. So it's very very far, but hey, I play mostly marksman, gold lane. I'm a Moskov main myself. I'm very my Moskov is tested, but the MPL ID casters, they don't want to really admit that I am good. I play jungle sometimes as well. Suyo, Suyo used to be my favorite pick, but now he's nerfed to the ground, so nobody picks him up anymore, right?
Well, except for yesterday, right? Like Suyo. Well, I think this was when you already were out of when you were out. You were off air. Actually, it was the match I casted with Husky. The Suyo actually got 100% win rate here on the Iesf Asia and Oceania qualifiers. To the point that it was also banned away in the second game. That's how much respect that was given to the Suyo. It had a perfect run also. I believe there was no deaths on that Suyo. So it's very interesting coming out from the teams yesterday. But for today, last matchup. I think this is, of course, still going to be UAE versus Iran. We're just waiting for the players to get ready before we head over into the drafting phase. I love it. We got different casters, different roles, so I feel like we can queue up together. So if you guys out there, you don't have a roamer, you don't have a gold laner, well, you know who to call, you know who to message when you need some people in your lobby. But yeah, speaking of that, there's a heavy prio on the on the gold, right? Like it seems like that's also something that we noticed today for the matches. There was a prio on the gold lane apart from the usual junglers. So there was a lot of assassin bans earlier. The Lancelots, the Yisunshins haven't seen the light of day except for the last matchup of Cambodia versus Timor-Leste. So that was the only time that the Lancelot was out actually in play for today. So hopefully for this matchup, as we're waiting, I want to see a little bit more of a different tempo. You know, if you want to bring out some comfort picks there, go ahead and bring it out. I feel like this is the best time to do so, especially, you know, let's say you don't really have that much, not that much tournaments just yet in your region. I think this is the time to bring it out. You got casters casting for you. You got the grandest platform that there is for Mlbb, which is here at the Iesf qualifier. So what better way to showcase what you got than today?
Yeah, I mean the Yisun Shin still very very highly prioritized. It's a scarce item in the market, seems like, for the Yisun Shin. But we did see quite a few matches yesterday that really neglected the Yisun Shin. It was left all open for everyone to contest. I mean, the Lancelot was also heavily contested. We also saw the Wan, right, making its appearance twice, I think, in that match. I couldn't really remember what match. I think it was Kazakhstan. Can't really remember, but I'll have to rewind again. But I saw the one popping up twice, so we'll have to see. That, I think, priority scale that these teams have, will it be the one again, just popping out of nowhere, out of respect to other laners as well? I mean, yeah, it's always going to be a spectrum where you really want to prioritize your picks. Do you want to go for the one? Do you want to have a strong gold laner? Or do you want to have a weak side gold lane and you can just cash in on the Lancelot or the Yisun Shin? Contest heavily on the objectives, help the gold laner. I think that might be an option as well. But the one, we gotta talk about this one being so busted. I don't understand why it is so strong right now. We talked about potential counters towards that one. We talked about Eman from Bigatron in ID and MPL ID, picked up the Cho up against the one. It's not really the best, but I think it is tanky enough to just kind of assassinate the one and look for picks. We also saw the Irithel being an answer to that yesterday. It was being brought upon by the women playing in the qualifiers yesterday, excuse me, and even to the extent of banning the Irithel to go up for the one. So I think that Irithel is kind of an answer because, again, it has that range. It can kind of poke and survive at least early game, because late game it will get squished on by the one. So I think when you're up against a one, it's all about surviving the early game to make sure that the one gets shut down. Minute 5, minute 6, don't give it items, don't give it the freedom and agency to just farm up a bunch. So yeah, I think if we're gonna talk about answers, you know, the one always has answers to be counted on.
Yes, Mr. Bronze Standard definitely knows his stuff there.
That's me. Yeah. Well, Kim, I think we kind of lost you there, so we'll have to wait and let Kim fix her microphone. It's okay. I mean, the players and the teams, you know, sometimes they have technical issues. Hey, casters also, you know, deserve to have some space to fix our technical issues ourselves, especially online casting. You know,
I think it transferred to me right now. Earlier it was Gani, and now it's me. Hopefully, it's much better. Is it much better? Give me a thumbs up if you hear me. Yeah. Yes, that's a thumbs up as well from the production side. So I feel like the shades of Gani have passed to me, because earlier, he was having trouble with his headset as well. So, you know, everybody just need to fix everything first before we head over to the match. Fortunately, it's not during the matchup, right? Like it's when we're talking about, it's the pre-show. We're talking about like the players, the possible matchups. Yeah, honestly, you know, I think it's so far I haven't seen anything. Like I said, I haven't seen anything too crazy just yet, and I think the players just want to go with the meta picks just to be more on the safer side. They're meta for a reason. They're on the S tier, on the A tier for a reason. So I feel like even though you're not so comfortable with it, I feel like sometimes you're forced to adapt to these meta picks, right? Like I think I don't know for you, realize, do you actually go for that? Let's say, there's a specific. What are you most comfortable with? Let's say, put you in the gold lane. What would you pick up? Like, no, this is no brainer. Definitely a sure win if you have this hero.
I think it has to be the Moskov and the Granger.
Oh.
I can always blind pick these two heroes. I think apart from that, I'm not joking. Give me a Mia. A Mia in my hands is very scary because ranked games they go late game, and a late game Mia is a semi-assassin with the ultimate, right?
Y'all know who's the coach
move
behind
away.
that Mia
Yeah.
pick. It's
Hey,
realized.
that's me,
Definitely
I've
realized right behind
I've been
that.
advocating for the Mia. It's also a tank killer. It's very strong. But I think for me in the gold lane, I'm most scared when I'm up against a Brody. To be honest, the Brody
Oh yeah.
kind of really bullies me a lot. The Melissa as well. But hey, we're in the draft somehow. Enough of the yapping. I know you guys are not not patient enough to just watch the match right away. So we're gonna jump into the draft now. Take a look at the first bans coming in from both teams. It's gonna be UAE on the blue side. They will ban out the Eastern shit. Respect out of this hero that is so busted currently. You have the detection with the vision. You have movement speed. You have rotational plays. Gonna be a Florin ban. Hey,
Ooh,
Tim?
Hey, I was telling Gani earlier, like, since we both play Rome, he's more on the setter types of tanks, right?
Yeah,
Which
yeah,
we've
yeah.
seen time and time again here in the qualifiers, both male and female. It's always, almost all the time, a setter, roamer, whether it be a fighter setter, whether it be a tank setter. But we have never seen just any of these supports come through. So I think for Iran, it's more of maybe perhaps they have some sort of information here, or maybe it's just the Florine. This is more of a rank game kind of thing, right? Like we see Florines being banned, especially when you're on the red side, your opponent has the first pick. It's really difficult to go up against a Florine. You got a global heal, and you pair it up with heroes like a Moskov that has global presence, then you can definitely heal anytime, anywhere. So
Yeah.
I think for Iran, they're just taking away possibilities here for the side of UAE. But hey, the Yisun Shin's already out. The Lancelot was on a permaban earlier. Now, will the 1-1 be a ban here? I've seen some teams also ban out the Baksha here for the last ban, knowing that it's such a flexible pick. Some XP laners as well are open right now, or the Kalea. So again, it's a matter of taking out whatever you're not comfortable with going up against at this point, right? Since UAE has the first pick.
The Uranus pick ban, I think it kind of denies any possible survivability, sustainability, if you want to call it that. The ban is actually very, very good, and they ban out the export. I'm kind of probing into a possible unorthodox approach from Iran in terms of the
Yeah.
draft, but we'll have to see when it's their turn to pick up the heroes. Now for UAE, they can go for the Lancelot here. It's good first pick, especially in this meta. Or if they want something more safe and more, I think, team fight heavy, they can pick up the Kalea. The Kalea is also good here because it's a good setter. But they go for the
Ooh, I
Juicin. We
forgot about
forget about the
Yeah,
Juicin. Yeah, we
There's
completely forgot about the Juicin being open.
Yeah, there's the 1-1 also open.
A 1-1, yeah.
Yeah, 1-1 and Lancelot. And then if you add up to the overall story so far that we have in Iesf, it has been the Garatkacha that has such a good win rate. But hey, we've seen this crack earlier in the matchup between the Philippines. It did not find that much success with Vietnam because of the Garatkacha accessing the back lines. There were great setups with the tectonic charge, but let's see if this will work out with the overall composition. Very flexible as well. XP roam for Iran, and they go with the high ground mage. Hey, I was looking for this earlier, something to head to head with the Farsa, and they pick it up. Great amount of control, great amount of front to back line so far for Iran.
Yeah, I think the Eve and the Juicin matchup has been heavily played for the past few seasons. It has always been the answer to a Juicin pickup because the Eve can hit from afar. A very, very good zoning ultimate, plus a very good oppressive ultimate as well with the chessboard with the RWM. But we'll have to see if this Grok pick will translate into a very, very good team fight
Wow.
presence. Oh, they go for the Granger and
Let's
the Angela.
go! Let's
so
go!
and Angela. Wow. What do you think
For
about this,
the
Angela?
first time!
Yeah, for the first
Oh.
time.
Okay, so I feel like obviously the last two picks are going to be either Oh, you know, the Baksha will be so good right now when it comes to the rotation, right? The mobility.
Yeah.
Iritel also. But, you know, there's already a Granger here, not unless they're going to put that in the jungle, right? So we haven't seen that yet. It's the same case as the Eastern Shin. But yeah, speaking of the Iritel, though, Iran's going to be picking that up. It's a great way to lane up against this Granger.
Yep.
We haven't seen so much of the Moskovs today. So it's more of the Iritels coming through, Grangers, and even we've seen a Harriet earlier. So it's mostly rotating towards these gold laners, more of the mobility. And now, second banning phase, I feel like either Fredrin, Baksha bans will come through, or some XP laners like the Lapu Lapu, Blue, and the Arlot that are still up for the taking, by the way, here for UAE.
I mean, for UAE and for Iran, it's kind of odd and strange that no one is contesting the 1-1. I think this is the first time that we have seen a 1-1 being open and not even picked up. So, yeah, that's kind of interesting to see. The Fredrin, though, gets taken out. A very, very good jungle, or a very, very good jungler to pair up with the Angela, especially when you have tankiness plus the sustainability from the Angela. It will only take I think 1,000 years for you to really take down the Fredrin, but they ban it out. And for UAE, it's all about shutting down the other jungle picks like the Hayabusa. Maybe they go for the Lancelot ban here because both teams haven't shown their jungler just yet. So yeah, a Lancelot ban might make sense here if you want to limit other options. Maybe the Phoveus is also a good ban, especially up in the XP lane. But they go for the Alucard ban. What?
Hey, the Alucard, I think it's just a matter of, you know, hey, if this Alucard has a great early, I mean, I've gone up against this, it can be devastating, but at the same time, you know, refreshing if it does happen. Or maybe they do, like what I said, the Florine and the Alucard, these are not usually what you see in the ban list, so maybe they do have some information here. Lancelot ban, I feel like that would be so good for UAE because, they're really setting up for an assassin type of jungler here for the side of Iran. High ground mage, somebody to front line, and a great marksman with great range and DPS. So Baksha taken in here by Iran. So it's good. I was thinking this would be good to pair with the Angela. So Iran almost immediately takes it in for their side. Great way to rotate as well. I mean, you got the Eve, you got the Iritel. So overall, I think it denies UAE of the possibility of having that, and at the same time counters out the sustain coming out from UAE's Jusin as well as the Angela. So my question now is, what do you pair up with the Angela here right now? A lot of these junglers are already taken out.
Ling.
The tankier ones. Oh, Angeling. Are we going that route? I was thinking
know,
more of the Akai Angela.
Akai. Yeah, Akai makes sense.
If you want to be more on the safer side, but the Ling though, that is not far off of the picture.
Hard,
Angeling. High pace, but then,
Alpha.
Hey, that's a bit safer, right? Like the Ling, if it's not able to snowball, if it's not able to farm, it's pretty much like the case of having a Hayabusa, Lancelot that's not able to farm up, and you're probably either clearing out the side lanes, right? If you're starved in the early game. So I think this is a much safer choice from UAE, sustain, set up with the Ruby, and a great mid laner. But for Iran, this is very good high front to back line, sustain. Now they need a XP laner to go head to head with this Ruby. The Lapu Lapu is still open, which I love picking up. But instead, if they want to go for the all-out team fights, since the Angela is the roam, this is a good option when it comes to the team fights. You know, Infernal Pursuit can really disrupt your team fight potential here for the side of UAE.
I'm inclined to think that Iran is banning the Alucard just to farm aura points. But hey, the Phoveus is there. The Alpha is pretty good as well. Up against the box, true damage. Against the Phoveus as well, pretty good. You can kind of fight with the knockups with the Spear of Alpha. But we'll have to see for Iran, how will they execute this draft? Because considering the fact that these teams, aren't really the powerhouses of Mobile Legends, they have rounded a pretty well draft, right? It's a conceivable draft. It's a concrete draft from both teams. The Erythal picked up as an answer to the Granger, the Grog for team fight presence, and then you have the Iesf plus the Phoveus. I think is pretty good when you can set up that RWM. The Phoveus will have a good time jumping around in the team fight, so we'll have to see. The Ruby as well, though. I think the problem now for UAE is that they don't really have heavy heroes, like tanky heroes in the roam area to open up the bushes. So this Angela will suffer a lot if they really want to clear out the lanes, clear out information. But hey, we'll have to see in the Land of Dawn now as we go into game number 1 of the last match of this evening. UAE up against Iran.
Oh man, I'm so excited to see the Angela, how it will play out, especially in the team fights, right? And sometimes, like, I mean, I do use this in certain situations, in certain lineups. Great for you know, adding up the heal, adding up the shields to the one who will frontline for your team, and at the same time, sometimes you see the Angela clearing out the side lane, so it can also create side lane pressure as well for the teams, right? Like you could just pretty much ultimate from anywhere across the map, but it's more of like protecting one single member here from the team. And looking at how things are going so far, mid laner pokes, definitely this is going to be a thing. Lishka already looking for the purple buff here over at the side of UAE, so great vision for the side of Iran, giving that information. I really want to see the combo here of the RWM and the barrier, the mighty barrier coming out from the Grok here. So I think if it's absolutely lethal if you have the barrier up and then you got the RWM if you lock everybody in. So I want to see that happen. But right now, over at the top side though, Yuki pressured out here a bit by Hana as well as Lishika. So let's see, 17 seconds before the turtle is up. Fast rotations as expected from the lineup here of Iran.
Yeah, and I think one note that I would really make is the fact that Yuki picked up the Rupture instead of the Thrill. So no attack speed buff for the Granger, but it'll have adaptive penetration, adaptive damage as well. And it's pretty good up against a tanky lineup like Iran, right? So that's a very good pickup for the Emblem side. But now, the Turtle started by Aisha, and they have to roll in for Sherry. Oh, the barrier is good to stalk Aisha in place, but the Retribution connects. The RWM contested and committed, but it's still going to be UAE with a slight win. So 2 ultimates popped, but UAE are able to get that retry going. And for Mai as well, she goes for the focusing mark, so they will have more time to fight, more time to support her carries. But on bottom though, it's a brawl. The Phoveus against the Ruby. The Phoveus might be in big trouble, but she is going to be fine. Undefended commanded. And so the Heart Guard, this Phoveus might just die. The Flicker is forced out. Phoveus still safe, but that is a nail biter.
Yep, it's really annoying if you do feel like you're about to catch your opponent and then you got the heart guard, right? Like that's really the beauty of having an Angela, and with the focusing mark, that adds up to more of the possibility of sharing the damage when it comes to the team fights. But looking at the team here of Iran, they really know how to work their lineup well. They know how to be aggressive as well. As you've seen in the Turtle Pit earlier on, they were able to contain the members here of UAE to kind of back away for the meantime so that they can take that neutral objective, which is really, really good for their side. But as you can see, no casualties just yet. It's already almost 4 minutes into the game, so a little bit calculated from both sides, not unless we see some engage here coming out from Iran, since they do have the faster rotation. Sherry going for Aerie at this point, getting lifted up, but that's a Baksha, so it's not going to be so easy to take her down. 26 seconds, Iran got in the first turtle of the game, so let's see if the second one UAE will have a much better positioning in this turtle pit, because earlier Iran was able to take it without any contest from the side of UAE.
Still holding it, and we could see a glimmer of the team fight presence coming in from Iran. Again, they have so much presence. Later on in the team fights, they have the RWM plus a Tectonic Charge to go for the setups. But hey, objective contest again and again. The Phoveus rotational plays coming in up top. The Tectonic Charge committed, but Cherry will get the turtle though. Up top, it's going to be Aisha just pummeling her way through with the hard guard, and that's going to be Nil down as the first blood connects on towards Aisha. And UAE, a slight win, but the trade goes on. Oh, a Flicker committed, but hey, Lishika not be able to follow up whatsoever. So Kana up top still farming her way onto the gold and the items needed. But that was a very, very close fight for both teams.
Yeah, the nick of time, Mai was able to pop in that heart guard right before the turtle take. They got in the first blood, but Iran did get that turtle though. So it is, I would say, a fair exchange. I wouldn't say anyone is far ahead in this game, since it seems like it's the objectives is the name of the game for both sides. All a bit careful as well, knowing for Iran, they know they do have the power to be a bit more aggressive here, but with the Angela being put into play, I feel like they're also extra careful when they pop in those ultimates. The tectonic charge was really good though earlier in the turtle pit. It enabled the side of Iran to move forward, but at the price of course, UAE, their lineup can actually reel the members of Iran in. But there you go. Speaking of the tectonic charge, there it goes again. Aisha this time getting taken down, and my nowhere to go with the barrier up. That is going to be Iran picking up the next 2 kills and the red buff as well over on the side here of UAE.
Iran is actually playing to their strengths. They have that power to fight earlier on. I mean, with the tectonic charge, it really unlocks the potential to go for pickoffs. They might go for X here down bottom. The Ruby will be safe for now. So again, he's committing the tectonic charge when there will be the hard guard always on standby. But again, you can't really heal out when there is a flurry of burst damage coming through. The control, the CC as well, so well layered by Iran. And it seems like they have a proper playbook, a proper game plan. Down bottom, they will be the ones to take this turtle for free. X can only watch from afar as the Ruby looking for that XP crab. And she will be able to get it. But hey, still, Sherry will be the one to claim the turtle though. Kana makes her way up. Oh! Tectonic charge does connect onto the Juicin. The roll and the RWM not enough to take her down. Pisan's popped as well. Anti-heal. So this Baxia again is a threat because we talked about the Angela being this a protector. Oh well, hold on a minute. Yeah. Nile gets taken down, and that will be a pick-off. But back to my point. Sure, the Angela is very good with the hard guard. It can heal up, but the Baxia has the Puissance anti-heal. So UAE, they have to make sure that they can bait out the Puissance before they can get into a fight, because if the Puissance is still early on and standing by, I think the heal will be mitigated.
Yeah, they're winning these team fights here for Iran. They're winning, I guess, a little bit more advantage in the turtle take, so they got in more turtles over UAE. But then again, you know, there's so many turrets here that X has taken in, at least 2 for their side. 3 actually, overall UAE has gotten in 3. So again, the macro play is for me is such a big thing for teams, right? Like if you control the map, you can kind of control the tempo that you want. Oh, solo kill up top, but not for long though. Yuki, there's a hard card, flicker out to safety. The tectonic charge misses. Wow. I mean, the response, the adrenaline rush was definitely there. Iran wanted to go for the pick-off, and like what I said, they know their strengths. They know that they can set up the plays. They have the faster rotation. But for UAE, they know their strengths as well. They have the Angela. They can successfully weave in and out of these team fights. So I think it's more of controlling the map. As you can see, they've already taken in 3. The side lanes have so much space here as compared to Iran, who hasn't taken in any turrets just yet, but they've taken in more turtles though. So macro wise, it's UAE that has this one.
Lisishka is quite trigger happy with the tectonic charges. It was kind of hilarious that she knocked her way into her own barrier, but hey, it happens. At least Iran is known in this game to deal the pressure, and that kind of dissuades UAE to progress further. Airi Chandes will get rolled over, and she still has the Crimson Beacon, so she's going to be fine, but this will be a very, very valuable resource blown. They will blitz onto the Lord. This Lord just taken down so quickly. They have no way into the pit. It's all blocked by Nile, and that's going to be tectonic charge connecting onto the back line. Aisha will be equipped with the hard guard, but the barrier will lock them in place. The RWM connecting as well to zone out the players of UAE. That is a flawless Lord take by Iran.
Yeah, I mean, you've seen how they kind of safeguarded that area, right? With Lischica, with Nile, and even Sherry here. It's so intimidating to go in, but here comes the barrier. Nile, oh, gets lifted out, and there I am offended onto 2, kind of forced to pop in the sprint with 1 HP left. UAE, they have to defend up against this Lord, but again, the macro gameplay, it's really hard to kind of evade these the tanky front line here of Iran, right? Like if they want to go in, they can't go in, they get really front too much, because if you think about it, their lineup is the only one who's pretty tanky here is Aisha and X, who's really frontlining for the team. But okay, Aisha up here on top gets spotted. The tectonic charge comes through, but hey, if you got the heart guard, there's absolutely nothing to worry about. You're able to back away. But hey, oh wow, Iran. So many members trying to take down Lisha. That's they they have the Lord, so I think they're just creating as much pressure as they can. And like when you said, this Chica is just popping in this tectonic charge time and time again just to set up the place, which I think is working towards the strengths of what Iran has. And now they're actually on the driver's seat right now, taking away the purple buff. Aisha is able to get it though. Sherry rolling all the way in, but this is exactly what X needs to do, right? Frontlining for the team, but how can you if you got the Guardian's Barrier?
Yep, they're all gonna be fed up upon the back line. X still able to get Nile. That's a very good pickoff against the Phoveus. The Phoveus was so far away with the Infernal Pursuit in the back line, but no victims taken on the side of Iran for UAE. They are feasting with all the 5 kills. And it seems like all the lead that Iran had with the Lord, with the Turtle, all negated and mitigated, just gone in a second, because UAE are still able to respond to the trigger happiness of Iran. They're very quick. They are so, I'd say, abrupt with the engages that they made. Again, the charges being done with the Grok, it seems like it comes out of nowhere. So it is all anticipated by UAE. And now the Angela has the photo, the fuss of the Oasis to add healing. But can they negate the anti-heal coming in from the box? Yeah, as X will try to Maurtron through. The flicker pop by Nile, so that's going to be info. That's going to be a very, very good, valuable spell thrown away. But they will pander onto the mid-side turret. And that's going to be one turret taken down, a very pivotal one at that, up in the mid lane. And all UAE can do is just watch from afar. Now, the name of the game for them is just counter-engage. Because they have the Angela to out-sustain the players of Iran. But again, the puissance from the box, has to be taken care of.
Yeah, but the X though really has to sustain. So you see the Heart Guard being casted on her, and the Lord is still up for the taking. It's gonna be Sherry picking it up for the side of Iran. RWM onto the backside, taking Iran members down real low, but with the Heart Guard, the slows. And of course, the trigger onto the Infernal Pursuit here from Nile. There's the Revitalize, buying the time here for UAE. Man, oh man. Nile getting taken down there by X, but Hana from the backside trying to flank here the members of Iran, successfully taking down 2. She still does not have the sprint just yet. The Immortalities are up now for Yuki, so this is the barrier once again. The Immortality is up to buy her some time, but not enough, as Kana will be able to pick up that kill as well. An almost wipeout for the side of UAE. You know what's really difficult about this lineup of UAE? They got the Heart Guard, but how do you access the back lines, right? The Eve, the Iratel, it's mostly all the time X or Aisha fronting for the side of UAE, which makes it really, really difficult because there's so much to peel here for the side of Iran, and they don't really have that much peel apart from the Zushin here in their lineup.
Yeah, they have the Spear of Alpha, but it's hard! The Tonic Charge connects onto one player, but that's going to be the counter engage coming from Aisha with the Spear of Alpha. Now, Mai will be the ones to get the kill, but Kana will come jumping in. Sherry as well with the roll, with the Shield Unity. They're able to still hold on to their base, but it has been broken onto 2. That mid lane turret gone. And again, good point you made. They can't really access the backline. We talked about the Spear of Alpha being 1, but if the Alpha dives in, she will just die away, because Iran are always ready to respond to the Alpha again and again. The Alpha does need some sort of backup after the Spear of Alpha comes in, and that's going to be 2 deaths, right? Because when the Heart Guard is equipped and Aisha just dies instantly, the Angela will follow suit. So then, how do they really dive onto the back? It's going to be an answer that is needed by UAE. As of now, though, they still hold on. 2k gold difference for Iran. They are in the driver's seat now, waiting for that Lord to spawn. That's only going to be their timer. 5 kills for Kana. This Iratal is building to become a very, very scary late game presence for Iran. Gold earned Kana with 11.8k. That is massive.
Yeah, for an Iritel, this is exactly how you want to play it. And I think that this is where you see the value of a Baksha coming in, right? Like the Tortoise Pusans up against the heals, the sustains here of UAE, which makes it so much more difficult, right? They can go right in, jump right in with the shield unity here, pop in that Tortoise Pusans, and immediately X and Aisha's region, and even the Angela's region here, Mai's region, is almost all the time negated. And yeah, there's no hard front here for the side of UAE. They got the damage, but compared to the lineup of Iran, they can definitely be be more aggressive as what you've seen in the earlier game. Now with the Lord takes, they have taken in a whole lot of objectives, and look at this, right? They can't even able to take anything in. The tectonic charge and the RWM lazy pizza serving it up like pizza in the form of RWM. Infernal Pursuit there onto two members. Force the flicker out there for X. The barrier comes through and Kana gets the shutdown. Still unstoppable at this point with the sprint, with the ultimate.
No!
But there you go, the tug-in right before the Lord is what they were looking for. The shutdown, a little bit of the gold swing going back to the side here of UAE. But they still do have the Lord on their side here for Iran. It's now marching down mid. A little bit too early of an engage though for Iran.
Overzealousness from Kana. She thought she could really gun down the players, but that liftoff from Ira-chan with the lantern flare, that was so clutch, giving way for Kana to get killed. And you should remember that that kill is registered to their main carry, to the Irithel. The Irithel with a lot of bounty on her head. And this Lord just goes to waste. It goes out in flames, and yeah, it's just gone now. No pressure exerted by Iran. They don't really have a lane that is pushing up top. Down bottom, it is cleared by Sherry. But as of now, they want to hold on to this lead because UAE, they're catching up. If we talk about the late game, though, the Granger kind of falls off up against the Irithel, especially when you are pitted against a very strong front line, a heavy front line like the Boxia, even the Phoveus, and as well as the Grok, but the Flicker forced back for Yuki. Very wary of a possible tectonic charge being popped earlier on by Lishika. And now the base. Look at it crumbling slowly. Down bottom, they have a wave pushing too. Unresponded just yet. And Lazy Pizza gets that Blood Wings extra defensive option for her. That extra shield kind of gives her that safety. And Kana has the Sea Halberd to mitigate the healing coming in from the Angela anti-heal. So they have a lot of anti-heals now stacked up. Oh, Flicker popped by Lishika. Was that a mispress? I don't really know, but we'll have to see. That's going to be a spell burnt without any potential outcome coming in from Iran.
Yeah, I think it was a bit too early engage, right? Like there was also the threat of the I'm offended and the lantern flare from the Zushin. These are the two things that can really reel in the members here of Iran and punish them if they go way too deep. I think for Lishika, it's just right that, like what you said, trigger happy with the tectonic charge is exactly what she needs to do, right? Like it forces the flicker out from the heroes here of UAE, Yuki, X, and even Aerie, right? These spells that are so valuable to their side. And I think that that's really her job, like to burn out all of these skills. And once all of these are out, it's much easier for the damage dealers to position. And with the barrier even up, right, there's really no way out of certain situations just like this. It's really scary. Like you don't know when Lishika is gonna pop in that tectonic charge. That's also the reason why these spells are being burned here by UAE. When it comes to like even the barrier up, it's enough intimidation for the side of UAE. So the question is now, how can you actually go in? There's absolutely no way in. Even at the back side, you got the Eve covered, right? Like, so it's really difficult here for UAE. They got the sustain, they got the protection from the Angela, but how do you penetrate the back lines at this point wherein three of the frontliners, I would say here for Iran, have already picked up the items that they need. UAE has the damage, but then again, the scaling, the late game, it's definitely going to favor the Iritel here, who already has a pretty good game so far. 6-2-0 here for the side of Iran. Second Lord is up here. Realize this might just be it since the inhibitor down mid is already down. There's already so much threat also here from Iran with all the ultimates that they can pop in. One barrier is enough to intimidate UAE. Here it goes. Lord marching down mid.
Yep, this Lord will be the catalyst of the attack coming from Iran. They have that flask being purchased as well. Sherry rolls in the hard guard, quite frankly, premature. And the pull onto two, but the RWM connects onto a few of the players, but Kana will still able to gun down the turrets. Now it's going to be a very, very hard push coming in from Iran. UAE has to hold to the backline. It's going to be the jump in from the Phobias, but the Crystal gets so low. And Iran will be the victors of game one. They snatch it from the clutches of UAE. Unexpectedly winning game one, where we thought that UAE, with the experience that they had with their presence in Iesf 2024, they have to be put on a chokehold because Iran will be the ones to win game one.
Yeah, but it can go two ways, right? As you can see in the highlights, we're in. You know, having the Angela here can really enable you to go into all these team fights. It's kind of like the signal to go all the way in if the hard guard is up. But you know what was really lethal in this composition here of Iran is the tectonic charge of Lishika. I really have to give it to her. No matter how many times like you have the barrier up, like the anticipation. I feel like that's the thing, right? The anticipation of the tectonic charge was really scary. Props as well to X, who has set up a lot of these good I am offended for the team here of UAE, which really tugged in the members here of UAE and sandwiched them in between the damage of the Alpha as well as the Ranger. But still not enough overall if you think about it. There's so much control, so much more resources and utility here over for the side of Iran. Some clapbacks, but it's still not enough. Like if you think about the overall composition, even the late game as well, it still favored more towards the side of Iran with the scaling potential here of the Irrital. As you can see in mid to late game, it already caused so much damage here up against UAE. So props to the side of Iran for winning in this first game, and at the same time a very good draft coming out from them, which is the reason also why you see a whole lot more of these roamers that come in the form of hard tanks instead of the supports.
Well, still a very, very strong take from Iran. They set their sights on the Crystal. UAE, again, that problem, that recurring problem that has always been present in the first few minutes of the game is how do they access the backline? Look at the layers from Iran. They have the Grok, the tectonic charge. I think the main front line of Iran is actually the Baxia, Sherry, rolling around looking for information, jumping in on the second she could see 2 or 3 players, and then popping the puissance. That kind of mitigates all the healing that UAE has. Number 2, they have the Grok to come in and just engage, and then they have the Phobies to jump into the back, Kana just free hitting, and then the last piece of the puzzle is Lazy Pizza with the RWM. So even if they are able to dive in, they get a 4-man Spear of Alpha, that RWM will still be a nuisance. So this is a well-layered, well-rounded draft coming in from Iran, and for UAE, it's all just them struggling to get the kills on the backline, and we haven't really seen assassinations happening, pickoffs happening to the backline. I mean, the Alpha can't really, you know, alleviate the damage even having that hard guard equipped to him, and the Juicin just, you know, becomes irrelevant late game. There isn't enough damage for the Juicin. All it has is only CC that lift up with the Lantern Flare plus the Crimson Beacon to run away and just, you know, get mobilization, run to safety. So yeah, that is a flawed draft coming in from UAE without any backline access, but still I think Iran also played the game beautifully well. They knew the strengths of their composition earlier on. They really wanted to go for that skirmish for the pickoffs with the Grok being trigger happy, which in a way is also kind of good because that exerts all the pressure towards Iran.
Yeah, I think for the roamers, especially if you're a setter, you definitely want to keep it going and intimidate the team. But for Iran, this was such a great start for them up against UAE. You're going to be seeing them up against UAE again in a match point after this short break. So don't you guys go away. We'll be back here on Iesf Asia and Oceanic Qualifiers with more of the Mlbb action. See you guys in a bit.
past midnight now, but we're still here accompanying you guys in the World Esports ISF Qualifiers Asia and Oceania 2025. It's still on the Mlbb Women's Qualifiers, match number 3, the last match of the day, UAE against Iran, and what was a shocker because Iran were able to steal first game from the hands of UAE. Still with me, Realize, and Kim.
Yep, first time we've seen a support as well pop up in the ISF women's division. And it's just unfortunate that it didn't yield the results that it wanted. I was hoping for support to come out since yesterday. So yeah, we did see it today. I think it was more of the support. More of like an Angela needs to be paired up with more tankier supports. Like earlier, it was more of the Ruby and the Alpha that are more classified into the fighter side, not really the hard tankers of the game, right? So I feel like if they want to pull that off once again, it might have to be a little bit of adjustments towards the draft if they want to make that lineup pull up, because it was them going up against heavy bruisers of the choices that Iran had in game number 1. So match point already, by the way, for Iran here in our next game. So let's see if they can pull it off with a sweep. So far for today, we've seen sweeps after sweeps. So let's see for this last matchup, is it going to still be the same? But I feel like, momentum-wise, I feel like if you're on a win streak, right, you just want to keep it up. So I feel like for the side of Iran, the momentum is already there. So it's just a matter of keeping it up here in our second matchup. So for the side of UAE, I feel like it's more of like the adjustments on what they want to happen. And I feel like they lack that front line. They do have it, but they lack that hard front line for that first game. So let's see what they will do here for our game number 2.
Well, I think just try to ditch the tank fighters jungle and just go for an assassin brawl so that you have access to the backline. But I think number 2 is the fact that it was just so easy for the players of Iran to draft. I mean, that Boxia was a very pivotal part of the draft too. I mean, they picked the Angela without completing the prerequisites to play the Angela, if you know what I mean. They did not really ban out the anti-healers, the Boxia being one of them, and then they just straight up picked an Angela 2-3. I think it was blue 2-3. And yeah, it was problematic, especially up against the Boxia. The Angela did not really become effective, I'd say. It was pretty hard for the Angela to play, plus the fact that they had the Alpha. I mean, if it was a Fredrin, at least they had a front line to play with, plus the hard guard. But the Alpha, there's not much that it can really do. I mean, sure, the Spear of Alpha is pretty good, true damage, you have that knock up, but again, the backline access is what's most important for the players of Iran, for UAE, excuse me. So yeah, the Alpha, I think it could be studied more. I guess the Angela too. If you really want to pick up the Angela, you need a lot of prerequisites to be checked. Make sure there's no Boxia. Make sure the Florin is also not there, because again, global presence, right? Healing left and right. And maybe you could go for something else that can really access the backline. I mean, we shout out the Ling over there, but me personally, I would also think that the Ling would also struggle, because once you jump into the backline, the RWM kind of waits for you, and then you have like a Grok to just charge into you, plus the Phobias, plus the Boxia. There's a lot of layers you have to cut through with your sword to then get to the damage dealer, and that damage dealer is actually very mobile. You have the Eritol with the heavy crossbow who can move around with the sprint too. The Iesf, even if it is not as mobile, but the RWM hitting from afar stings a lot, and it's very hard for them to shut down the backline from Iran. So it's a mix of good anti-heal, strong front lines, and mobile plus oppressive backlines, and it just crafted into something so beautiful for Iran.
Yeah, I mean, the lineup was so good to the point where the lineup there of UAE was more of like, we can charge right in. We can set up the place here, Spear of Alpha. We got the I am offended. But then after you charge in, what's next, right? If your damage dealers can't really position themselves with what Iran has been doing, right? Like the tectonic charge, there was just so much threat to actually, think it through if you really want to charge in for the clash. So I feel like it's a matter of pairing the right heroes if they want to go for the support type of hero. Like, I mean, it's a good combo. The Alpha Angela, I've seen success to it, but I think for this particular meta without the Baksha, I think it would have had a much better chance. I feel like if it was paired with a Fredrin or an Akai, that would have been maybe a better choice in the team fight. So let's see if the adjustments will be made, and also I think it will be a factor as well on who will be on the blue side. So let's see if the teams will answer out to something different for this game or not, because we've seen some of the power picks also now coming through, you know, the 1-1. So I think it's more of today the teams are more opting towards like the Iretels, the not so much about the Moscovs. Like I've seen a lot of Grangers and Iretels for today, so I think that is just mainly where we're rotating at, and the Baksha as well. So like every single day there's a different story, there's a different highlight of heroes that we're seeing in Iesf.
So we do hope that we might encounter other beautiful picks. That was the Angela being brought upon by UAE. Maybe we'll see some other beautiful picks, some other out of the box picks that is probably still loaded up by Iran in their pockets. We talked about that ban towards the Alucard too. Yeah, that's just them farming 10,000 aura points plus aura points for them with the Alucard ban. Yeah, it was 10,000 surely, because they had that kind of funny ban with the Alucard, but then they rounded their draft beautifully with the completely on sync and synergizing pair of heroes. Again, like I said, mobile backline, very strong front line with the anti-heal too. So kind of helps them really navigate through the team fights. UAE, all they can do is just watch and hope the hard guard saves them. Plus the photo is all being purchased to have that extra healing, but still not enough to penetrate the anti-heal coming in from the Baxia, because the Baxia, not only it does have it with the puissance, but the passive from the Baxia too kind of adds more insult to injury. So we'll have to see now the bans as we take a look at the drafting phase. Still banning out the Florin, but UAE, they know that the Grok made so much trouble, made so much noise, so they ban out the Grok with the Tectonic Charge, now not available in the team fights. Yep. Okay. We're still gonna wait UAE. Oh, they banned out the Arlet, so that's gonna be an XP banned out. We didn't really see the Arlet being banned or contested in the first game, so that's gonna be very interesting to see.
Yeah, the Arlot and the CC, which hasn't seen the light of the day just yet. I mean, we have seen it in the game with the Philippines and Vietnam earlier on. The Export is also a staple ban here for Iran. So I feel like they already have some ideas on what UAE players are comfortable with. The Export and the Florin, which are staple bans, even though they are on the blue side. So which means that this is a respect towards UAE, or maybe perhaps, you know, in certain regions I know that there's certain metas, so I feel like this might be just the thing for their side. So UAE final ban the YSS, I think, which a lot of teams love
YSS
to prioritize. We haven't seen the Kalea so far here in this matchup. I'm not so sure if that's a route that they're going for, but it seems like UAE is more of the support type. I'm not so sure if they're gonna bring out something different this time. Maybe there's gonna be a prio on the Baksha as well, with how fast it rotated around the map, the value it added towards the sustain lineup that UAE had earlier. So I think that would be a good start. The Lancelot is also open, by the way, since the Yisunshin has been banned away. But I feel like it's more of the utility matchup so far. So let's see what Iran will pick up. Definitely gonna set up the tempo here up against UAE.
The Juicin now, snatched away by Iran. It is wide open, so they will take that. So UAE, they can go for the Lancelot here. Lancelot Iesf maybe, red 1-2. That could be an answer, because the Iesf was proven to win out against the Juicin, but they pick up the Matilda.
See?
If they want to go for the Matilda here, they can go for the Fredrin right now. Or maybe the Baxia, because the Baxia is still available. But there is no reason for you to pick up a Matilda if you don't want to be an oppressive force in the jungle. So it's gonna either be Fredrin, Baxia. Furthest I can think of is an Alpha. They can also go for an Alpha again, but
Akai, if you really want to go that route like of controlling, having that heavy spin to go out. But yeah, the Fredrin sounds so good. Gatot Kacha, which has been completely ignored for this particular series. But hey, okay, the Granger, a layer of
Earthal
protection,
here.
but then again, Irithel can be picked up for the side of Iran, mobility-wise. So I think it's more of like switching up the hero, switching up the heroes, picking up the heroes that they're comfortable with. So yeah, I think it seems like UAE is more on the support type of heroes. I feel like this next pickup for UAE should maybe perhaps be a Fredrin. They lock in the Uranus here to add up to the front line here of Iran, and the Irithel once again here for Kana. That was a major problem for UAE in the late game.
Yeah, that was a massive problem for them. They couldn't really deal with the Earthal. There isn't a single hero that was able to lock down the Earthal. And I think a problem for UAE previously as well was that they didn't really have a proper heavy lockdown, right? The Spear of Alpha, sure, is one of them, but it doesn't really, locks it doesn't really lock them in place. It doesn't really put them in a tough spot in which they then are very susceptible or vulnerable to further follow-ups done by UAE. So now they can probably look for a heavy setter here. I don't know. They picked up the Matilda, so it's gonna be hard for them. Wow, let's go!
Wow!
The
let's
Roth,
go with
okay.
the burst.
So yeah, actually, the Roth is actually pretty good up against the Uranus too. It's very good with the burst. It has true damage, with the ultimate as well. It cuts through the HP percentage of the Uranus. But my problem is, will the Roth be able to survive onto the late game? Will this be a pure damage Roth or a semi-tank Roth? Because now the problem for UAE is that they don't have enough frontline. The Matilda is squishy, the Granger is squishy, the Roth is very squishy too. The Granger needs to be protected in the backline because the Granger will be your main damage dealer from afar. They need to go for something tanky in that jungle lane. And for mid, what do they go for, right? That's the question now.
Oh, so they're now banning away the jungler options. I feel like for Iran, the wisest way to go is ban out the Fredrin or the Baksha here, knowing that they have the Uranus in play, and the Baksha was just so good in their hands earlier in game number 1. Fast rotations, and hey, who knows? This might actually be a Uranus jungle. Iran just had the heavy front line earlier on, and there you go. The Fredrin ban, very very smart choice coming out from Iran. UAE though, they're taking away the assassins, knowing that with the potential of the assassination on the backline, they do have the Matilda, but I think it's still difficult, right? Like once these assassins have farmed up, the Lancelot also is wide open. I'm not so sure if it will fit the overall composition of Iran, since we haven't seen the roamer just yet. But maybe that could be an option, or maybe ban away maybe some mid. Oh no, they already have a mid laner. Yeah, some roamer bans here up against UAE. So maybe some hard front line. So it seems like that's the thing for Iran.
Thorns remain.
Lancelot bans. Make sure that Iran,
covering all bases.
Yeah, they don't really have a jungle option now. For Iran, if I really want to go troll mode, I'd just ban out any potential frontliner. The Baxia ban here is very good.
Baxia, yeah.
Especially against the Uranus, you don't want UAE to have that anti-heal and anti-regen towards the Uranus, where the Baxia might come through here. The Baxia ban makes sense. But now, what I really worry for UAE is the fact that they are limited in terms of option now for their jungle. But they go for the Iesf ban to make sure that the Juicin has a winning matchup. So UAE, they have to go for Baxia here. Right here, right now.
Oh, there you go. Almost immediately, right? This was what we expected. The Rot was definitely not in my bingo card for today. Definitely came as a surprise. I do understand that it's a counter to tanky heroes on the XP. The Esmeralda has a difficult time with this because of the burst, because of the slows that it has, true damage also. I think up against the Uranus, I would say an uncontemporary matchup, but Iran again, beefing up their front line. They're gearing up for a fact that this might be maybe a Farsa, right? That is open. So they'd rather take away the Eve that has much more control than the Farsa that they can actually address with the Gatot Kacha here with their matchup. And to add it all up, I wonder what their jungler is going to be. It's still going to be, a Kai or something along those lines, right? Like a utility type of jungler for their... okay. So, yeah, I was right!
It's even better!
Hey! Yeah, it's a
They are
setter,
ready
another
for that
setter.
Farsa pick, like you said.
Mhm.
So much control now against the Farsa, the Fist Crack, the Gatot Kacha, now UAE. Will they still want to double down and go for that Farsa? Because now the Feather Airstrike will be such a heavy burden to pop. Once you know that the Irithel can just come jumping at you,
Mhm.
plus the Gatot Kacha and the
Gotcha.
Badang combo, that is hell to play in. So I don't know. I can't really think of other options in the mid lane that is
Do they
particularly
want to go for
safe.
something different? Like they need something to burst and peel, which is something that
Sicilian.
Iran had earlier. Yeah, the Sicilian.
Sicilian
They do have
against
the
Juicing.
Baksha. Yeah, they also have the Matilda here, so that's
Gaze the
a layer of
stars
comfort here for
and
UAE
seek
to pick
your
that
path.
up. But there's just so much threat. Flickers are available though. I mean,
Yeah.
they do need a burst mage here at this point. The Granger is not exactly that, but the Loyi
Loyi.
for global presence, I was opting for something different. But hey, okay, you know what? Let's go for the Loyi. Maybe perhaps they want to go for the ganks. That's something that they needed earlier, something to access the backlines. But you know,
Yeah.
there were adjustments that were made into this the Loyi, right? Like once it uses its ultimate, its diversion, you can
Yeah.
kind of spot out where it's gonna go. So it's not as intimidating as it was before, like where you don't even know where the Loyi is gonna pop. But yeah, if this combo is used properly, I feel like it could work, but could also be a double-edged sword here for the side of UAE.
I don't know. I don't really like the Loyi pick because sure you have global presence, you have map control, but you don't really have enough setup. And the lockdown from UAE is second to. It's almost like they don't really have a lockdown, right? It's only maybe the Baxia that can just come crashing in, and even the Darath goes for the vengeance. No pure, no petrify, in which most Darats do go for the petrify, but it's a Uranus
Yeah,
in the jungle. So yeah,
I called
GKXP
it.
and Uranus jungle. We'll just have to see if the Uranus is able to survive and if the Darot is able to handle this Uranus. So it's gonna be match point, excuse me,
Mhm.
for Iran. Will UAE be able to push us to game 3?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of the UAE, they actually switched up their roles here. Looking at X, she's already switched up her role
Oh
with. Oh
yeah.
yeah. So Mai is now on the XP. Eri Chandesu is on the roam position, so X is now on the mid lane. So that's and even Aisha and Yuki switched up their position. So I'm not so sure, right? Like there are times that the teams actually do this, and the dynamic might actually be different this time for UAE. The tempo, Yuki might be that type of jungler who's a little bit more aggressive, right, as compared to Aisha, or maybe this is a comfort pick, so that's something we also need to consider. But the pokes, of course, from the Loyi is definitely there once it reaches that level 2. The vacuum, as we call it, is can really be difficult for the Zushin to position. It's already taken her down to half HP, but she needs to clear out the wave, so that's something that they also have to consider. UAE off to a strong start. Fast rotations coming out from the Baksha. Obviously, gonna find Sherry on this spot right before the turtle take. I think this is massive. If they do take down Sherry.
A complete overhaul for UAE in terms of the role and positions. But down bottom, it seems like Hana is getting bullied by Aisha. So now we have to go back to square one. We can't really bring in the data from game number one because UAE completely changing their roles with different playstyles, obviously, right? But we'll have to take a look at the objective now. The main objective is the turtle. In the second minute of the game, they want to contest this. The Uranus doesn't really have that pressure, only standing like a solid rock, but again, no contest towards the turtle. So that's gonna be UAE contesting and getting that Lishika getting so low. It seems like they want to burst her down, and that's gonna be Aisha being so relentless in the front line, gunning down the players of Iran, forcing Lishika
Diversion?
to TP back. But it's gonna be one
Ooh!
diversion play to the bottom. Kana will get taken down by that gank play, beautifully done by UAE.
Wow, this feels like a different UAE that we've seen. We see Aisha a bit more aggressive in the gold lane, and even for X, right? Like the popping in that diversion on the bottom lane wasn't something that Kana was expecting. So they have to watch out for the tempo in this game. It seems like it's a little bit more fast paced with how this is going. Yuki and Aisha are switching up their roles, so it seems like they're a bit more comfortable now. And the potential to rotate is so much more faster. You got a Matilda, you got the diversion from the Loy. My only worry is if this lineup reaches the late game, the members here of Iran has the items, so it's not going to be so easy to burst them down. But this is the best thing that they can do here in this early game. And looking at their items here, Windtalker already secured, as well as the Hunter Strike. So it's a heavy prio here for our gold laners on the damage items first to be able to poke each other out in the laning phase. 40 seconds before the next turtle is up. Earlier, it was UAE that contained it. So let's see if it will be the side of Iran that will take it. There's the AOG popped in. And the Crimson Beacon. Okay, Niall's gonna get taken down. And there's the sustain coming out from the Matilda. And now Lazy Pizza as well. Taken down real low. Mai as well, setting up the place here. So many things to consider right now for Iran. And now they're facing up a different music here from the side of UAE. They weren't expecting the switch up here. But right now, UAE starting it out real strong. Even Aisha is able to get double laning here in this game.
This is what they're looking for, right? The control earlier on, the domination that they have been missing since game number 1. Even Kana heavily bullied by the Granger. It seems like the Irithal just trying to relinquish, concede all the potential leads she might have down bottom. Now again, a turtle dance ensuing. Only Niall is close by with the Badang. They have to respond to this, but it seems like they will let it go again.
Oh, AOG?
So UAE, but the AOG being popped. Aisha
Yeah.
closely,
There was a
almost
flicker,
dies,
though.
but here
But
comes
diversion play?
the diversion play down bottom. Sherry has to be careful. The circling eagle connects with Kana, but they can't really get the kill just yet. Yuki will be the front line in the back, but Sherry able to go back with consecration too. She'll be safe just for now.
Yeah, this is exactly what they wanted in game number 1. Ways to go in and out, and with the Matilda, despite the... Oh, Avery? A little bit too aggressive there. I love the tempo coming out from UAE. I feel like this is a different track that they're playing right now. It's so fast-paced. Diversions are utilized so well. The circling evil and even at the same time the Baksha comes right in almost perfectly in every single team fight. So 2 kills for the side of UAE. I think they're playing this out nice and strong in the early game. Aisha is able to farm up so well. I feel like if we see the gold earned, I feel like it should either be Aisha or Yuki that has the most gold here.
And now, let's take a look at the pressure exerted by the players of UAE. They have so much control so far, but a vengeance popped earlier on by Mai. The Abyssum strike will pop Sherry to half HP. She'll jump in with the jump. AOG counter engage, but doesn't connect to anyone. Now comes in Yuki rolling in with the Pisans being popped too, but the Lantern Flare will lock her in place. Oh, here comes the diversion with Aisha hitchhiking a ride towards the top side. 5 players collapsing on that top lane. But so far, they aren't really able to get anything out of that. So now it's going to be Kana given the time and space to farm again and go back online to the game.
Yep, this is the time wherein you see UAE kind of like having a little bit more utility this time to go in and out of the clash. I think the Matilda, even though this the guiding wind has been adjusted, the cooldown time is a bit slower. I feel like the value it provides towards the entire team is huge, massive. Even shields, I think you can be more aggressive when you come for the engages here. As you can see that there's absolutely no stopping UAE, even though there's AOGs, there is the threat of the Badang. They just keep on going, keep on pressuring the side here of Iran. And there's the diversion play once again. Where to? Oh, it's onto the backside! Oh no, they catch Lazy Pizza, and now Niall goes in for the counter engage. The AOG clapping back here up against the side of Iran. A double kill picked up here by X2 for the price of none. Beautifully executed by UAE, and now getting a turret as well on the mid lane with 3 turtles to boot, catching Iran off guard with the shakeup that they have in their lineup. Oh, even Kana isn't able to recall back. How did Yuki even find that with the fast rotation that they have, standing at 22k right now with 5 kills on the board?
This is problematic for Iran. They are absolutely a press early on in the game. Sherry can only watch from afar. She will jump onto Aisha. This is a scary situation to be in. Solo kill, it seems like. And Aisha will get taken down by the Uranus. The bullets don't pierce through. The diversion does get popped, but it is too little too late for them to save Aisha. So a Berserker's Fury purchased by Kana at least give her some damage to really participate in the team fights. But look at the control that UAE is able to get. Sherry at the wrong side of the tracks. Even Lishika will try to save her, but to no avail. At least has the AOG to defensively move back and reposition. But so far, it's UAE all over the map, all over the faces of Iran. They will push this wave in the middle, and even down bottom, they have Mai, who, by the way, is quite good with the Daroth to, to operate on split pushes. Great segue plays, and a Genius one purchased by X as well to add even more anti-heal. And now Iran, how do they respond to this? Will they bank on a late game Erythel? Because I feel like so far the plan with the Gatot Kacha and the Badang isn't working at all. We can't really see any engages of aside from that 3-man, 4-man AOG, and that's it.
Yeah, the diversion play again. I feel like it's gonna go down bottom to defend that turret. The almost immediate response coming out from UAE. I feel like this is, I mean, if you guys collect toys or if you guys collect blind boxes, I mean, I'm a huge fan of that. I feel like this is the kind of combination that you get wherein you get the hidden figure or the chase or the rarest kind of option that you can get in a blind box. And this is the shade that we're getting from the side of UAE. So much surprises from their side, so much ganks as well that you can do with the Loi. I feel like they're also gearing up for another one here. They got immediate bursts, they got ways to go out, so I think it's just perfect that they drafted this kind of lineup. And with the shakeup, I feel like it really caught Iran by surprise. They were thinking, oh yeah, we're going up against UAE with the same lineup, but hey, you know what? UAE is like, not today. We're going for a different lineup. We're shaking our lineup by changing our roles for our match point, and it feels like there's so much pressure. Iran hasn't even taken in any turtles, no turrets just yet. It's mostly responding towards the setups that UAE is making. And the diversion plays are absolutely really scary right now because you don't know where they're coming in. AOG has been committed, Revitalize as well, but that's enough for the side of UAE. So much pressure that was created towards the side of Iran.
It's a Revitalized Mathilda, by the way. Very unique approach. You would usually see the Mathilda run the flicker, but this time it's a Revitalize to help give extra healing backup for the side of UAE. Item built though, item checked now. Windtalker, Berserker's Fury completed for Kana, still behind the Granger with a BOD as well to boot. So it's gonna be hard out. Lazy Pizza solo killed by Aisha. One is a lantern against a bullet and a long cannon in the hands of Granger. But at least now Kana has the Has Claws to get that healing. But I'm inclined to believe that if Iran is able to ration their utilities and their spells, plus get a huge set with the AOG and the Fist Crack, they might turn the game around with a single execute.
Diversion.
But, diversion to the back. They get trapped. The Nile gets belated. AOG though to the back. It's not gonna be enough as Kana has to run away from the clutches of Iran. She is so far away, alone sandwiched in this world of hurt. Only with Leo, and Kana has to bob and weave. Can't really escape anything. Even the Abysm Strike committed, but it is not enough to take her down. Now though, Aisha will pierce the sky with the Sky Piercer to the Erythel. Iran split into two. This is looking bleak.
Yep, this is Iran saying, so this is what it's like going up against a Baksha. You almost immediately have Yuki rolling right into the team fight, plus the Tortoise Poissons, right? That's such a major factor on why they can quickly burst down Lishika as well as Sherry. Like, I mean, the Loi, we were kind of questioning how UAE moving in this game. 9 kills to boot, and I think the diversion plays, apart from, we feel like the Loi might be lacking the damage when it comes to the late game, but I feel like the diversion plays are what's making the tempo fast. And again, the gangs from the backside and the circling eagle. It's not going to connect, but it is enabling Aisha to hit those bullets one by one. The Revitalize is up, sustaining the members here of UAE, and they can just keep on doing this. They got the circling eagle out. They still have the Lord to defend, by the way, as UAE continues their rampage here up against Iran.
Yep, Sherry has to go for that push up top, down bottom. AOG connects onto a few of the members. Aisha in the back, gunning down the players of Iran. Still just chasing them back. The pursuit is relentless as Kana has to go and deal some damage, but she's down so low. The Lord marching into the base, into the Crystal. Sherry still the last line of defense for Iran, able to move back. The fist crack,
Oh!
and that's up to 4. But where's the follow-up? No damage yet for Iran. It seems like UAE are able to run away from that contest. In the base, Sherry is not going to stop anytime soon. She wants blood, she wants the kills, but none will be taken. So at least Iran, they're able to drag the game further. But UAE growing scarier by the second, by the minute. Look at the Granger just dashing in alone to the backline. The Granger seems to become an assassin slowly. But it feels like UAE, they don't really care. They're not bothered by the fact that they don't have heart-locking CC. If they can bob and weave, go in and go out with the Circling Eagle plus the Guiding Wind, and deal damage, and go for flank plays with the diversion, it's enough for them.
Yeah, they keep on doing this diversion plays, which is really something that catches Iran off guard. You know, apart from the aggressiveness that they can show because of the Matilda, and as you can see, it's Avery, it's Aisha, and X doing their rotations here, 3-man rotation. And with that being said, right, there's just so many possibilities with this combo. Not something that we expected, but definitely worked so well. It's a good way of showing aggressiveness, and at the same time a good way of disengaging as well. But there's the diversion play onto the backside. Sherry is the target. AOG onto the backside. Sherry's down, and now the rest of the cavalry are gonna be getting the damage one by one. Mega kill for Yuki, and now it's only 3 left to defend. These diversion plays are as deadly. It's pretty good. It's as good as the shortcut, but you know what? They're relentless. They got immortality here for Yuki. The lanterns to lift up Yuki, but it's not enough to tug in and kind of retaliate the damage that UAE is showing out. It's 2 left to defend here. Will it be enough? The dead timers are up. The vacuum combo, the rotation diversion is way too much. A killing spree for Aisha. They flicker in, and it's over. We have a match. We have a series. We're going to be having a game number 3 as UAE claps back up against Iran in this match.
UAE, they look unstoppable in that game. It seems like they have shown their true nature of, number 1, overhauling their roles. It's a role change for them in every single one of them. But for the second one is the fact that they are playing this to perfection. It seems like the Gatot Kacha plus the Badang did not really deliver the way it was supposed to. We saw a couple of sets that was actually pretty good, pretty solid coming in from Iran. But the fact that they have the diversion to just back players up quickly, the shortcut to help them corral on towards Iran, it just renders Iran's defense quite useless, to be honest. And Kana, not the same Kana we saw in game number 1. This time she struggled a lot, especially against the Granger. The Granger, by the way, with that Sky Piercer is so scary. Look at this! Just dancing on the edge of death. Just looking for that flank angle, and yeah, it's all UAE this game. Total domination, even if it took 15 minutes, but you could really tell that the game was just unwinnable for Iran. Even if they had that supporting composition. But look at that damage. Sky Piercer, the Baxia as well, just assisting in that take. And yeah, they didn't really have any time to defend the Crystal.
Yep. It's a different flavor of UAE that we've seen in this game with their lineup. Oh,
hey, Goni. Hey, Goni.
Hey, Goni. Sup,
Goni! Yeah, Goni is always
gone
freezing.
anymore.
There you go.
There you go.
Goni's gone.
And I realized you're back here again with me. But hey, you know what? That was a different tempo that we've seen. This is so different from game number 1, right? Like, I think this is the beauty of having a roster that can kind of adjust throughout the game or kind of shift their roles. I feel like that's also something that's often overlooked, right? Like, if you put a certain player in a certain role, they might actually play out differently. Like, who knows? This is the same Mai that played the Angela in the first game that's now rocking the Derot here in the second game. But ultimately, I think what really went well there was the aggressiveness that UAE put out in the earlier stages, which really caused a very reactive action from the side of Iran. I'm not so sure. I think they might have caught up in between that. Oh yeah, this is the same roster, but a different tempo because they switched up their lineup. We're gonna have to dish that out in the next game. Let's see what we're gonna be getting for our next lineup here between UAE and Iran. We're gonna be having a game 3, but for now, we're gonna be having a short break on Iesf, Asia, and Oceania qualifiers. Don't you guys go away. We'll be back with more of the matches.
Welcome back to the World Esports Iesf Mlbb Women's Asia Oceania Qualifiers 2025. Still with me, Realize, and Kim, and we will be entering the last game of the day, the last match of the day as well. A game number 2 that was forced by UAE with convincing fashion. We criticized that lineup being, a lack of thereof of a heavy lockdown, heavy set, but they made it work with the Matilda, with the Granger as well, just gunning down, and as well as a complete shift, a complete overhaul in terms of the role that they have been playing. So, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think it's more of Yuki. I think all of them switched up their roles, right? Like mostly Aisha and Yuki switched up their roles in the gold and the jungle. So I think, I don't know, like it makes sense, right? Like you play the gold lane, you can also play the jungle. So I think it's the tempo. It's pretty much the same, but it's more of like how you work up the lane. So I feel like Aisha's a bit more confident towards that gold lane. She did do like heavy poking up against the Iritel. So that was something that I noticed. Yuki as well was really fast on the rotation. So it feels like this is the type of lineup, or this is the lineup that they might actually go with heading into our match point. So again, throw everything out the window. Back to start. This is the clean slate for both teams again, and this is the match point. So it means that whatever happened in game 1 and game 2, it's different. But I feel like something surprising here, though, for the side of UAE is what lineup are they going to work with. So that's something that Iran has to think of as well. Like what type of lineup are they putting, or what type of lineup are they fielding this time? Because it's a very different UAE that we've seen in game 1 and game 2. So which one are they bringing out for this match one? But with how well the game number 2 turned out, I feel like they will be fielding that same lineup. So I think they should watch out also for the Matilda, the very fast rotation also coming out from the Baksha in game number 2. So that might actually also be a thing that they need to consider drafting in this next game that we have.
Hopefully we do get to see other funny picks as well. It looks like with the Matilda pickup, UAE knew what they were about to do. Like earlier on, we shouted the Fredrin being picked up, the Baxia as well being a potential pickup for them, but they did not really go for the Fredrin earlier on. They went for the Granger. The Erythal came through as a response, but the Erythal was bullied heavily down bottom, and in that game too didn't really reach the heights it was supposed to reach. If we take a look on the contrary, retrospectively in game number 1, the Erythal was able to just run down the players of UAE in the hands of Kana. It went 9-2, if I'm not mistaken, in game number 1. Game number 2, it just didn't really deliver like how we expected it to. But yeah, we'll have to see the drafting phase. Hopefully, we do get to see the Lancelot, the Yisun Shin, make an appearance. But I think as of now, the Yisun Shin is heavily respected. But what about the 1-1 though? The 1-1 wasn't banned in both games, if I'm not mistaken. And it isn't really contested at all. I mean, they had respect towards the Arlet, the Yisun Shin, but not about the 1-1.
Yeah, I think it's left open. It's the same as the game of Philippines and Vietnam. There were other power picks that were left open, but the team actually went for something that either they're comfortable with. It's mostly repeat on the Kimi mid for the side of the Philippines in game number 2. So I guess it's what works well with the composition that they want to field out. But I think this time for UAE and Iran, I really can't say, because you see a different tempo, a different taste that you get every single time for UAE. So I think with how well it was played out, I feel like they will be going with that high sustain, great in and out. So I think the Matilda would also be a big question there, if they're gonna ban it out or ban that in our last and final game. A quick update also on our off-stream matches. We got Kazakhstan versus Kyrgyzstan. We're in Kyrgyzstan 1-2-0. So again, you guys can check out all of the matches that happened today, even in the previous days. If you guys missed out on the action here at Iesf, just head over onto iesf.gg for more of the results. But yeah, you know what? I think it's really exciting that UAE shook things up in the second game. I actually wasn't expecting them to switch up their roles, and it really was a different beast for UAE in that game number 2. The diversion plays were almost it feels like you're playing with a chip, and the diversions were almost all the time very perfect. They've never made a mistake when they did those ganks, and it's almost all the time Iran was caught off guard by the plays that the Loi made actually in game number 2. So Matilda and Loi, a combo that we weren't expecting but worked out so well for UAE in game number 2.
Yeah, we'll just have to see if a few things will change. I mean, this is like the last straw. You know, the last straw of both teams. This will be them just playing their possibly the last match of them in the qualifying rounds of Iesf, the last match of the day too. So now it's practically a best of one. Again, mental resets should happen. I think game number 1 it was contested back and forth from both teams. For game number 2 it was a one-way street. I think it's a one-way street. It was dominated completely by UAE. So we'll have to see if Iran has something in their pockets, because we talked about them being I'd say so confident in just wasting that ban with the Alucard ban. We talked about that aura farm that they did, but in the game number 2
plus 10,000.
Plus 10,000 aura,
Plus
but
10,000
now it
for
feels
that,
like they are down by 5,000 aura, because we talked about that Gatot Kacha and Badam being such a good setup tool for them. Once you get the AOG in, you get 3 or 4 players knocked up, and then here comes the fist crack. There comes the fist crack, locking down 2-3 players. We saw a glimpse of that happening, but the problem that they lacked was the damage. The damage was just not there to shut down the players of UAE. So I'd say that, maybe work on that again. The setup was good, but maybe change a few things. I don't really think the Juicin is of high prio. Sure, it gets respected here and there. It is such a menace to deal with the knockups, with the liftoff and all that, but it isn't a relevant mage, I feel like, in the late game if you don't have enough damage in other roles, because the Juicin just falls off late game. It has DPS. The late game, sure, it has escape, it has safety, but all you can do is just zone out. But what are you gonna do if a Baxia comes rolling at you? If a Gatot Kacha comes AOG,
Baxia wins games.
Yeah, Baxia wins games. So maybe
today,
draft around the Baxia, because the Baxia so far today, at least in this match, has a 100% win rate. So we'll see if they will draft to the Baxia.
Yeah, even in the match earlier, Baxia was a thing, right, in the jungle. I think it's because of the sustainability it has, the anti-heal with the current meta that we have. Plus, I think there's just way too much value that the Baxia provides to the entire team. So I feel like the teams can actually start off with that. They toss out the Lancelot, toss out the Yisun Shins. I think it's the Baxia, the name of the game. If UAE seems to be playing more of the support roles, so I kind of understand that. The supports provide a lot of value, a lot of mobility, a lot of protection for the team. So I feel like if they draft around heroes that can engage apart from their support, that would be an overall very good composition. Because as you see, like UAE kind of drafted around the Alpha and the Ruby, which I would say are okay picks, but they really need somebody to go for the full engage, which is heroes like the Baxia. And even the Uranus earlier, we didn't really feel much of the presence of the Uranus, right? Like there were solo kills, but it was completely negated out from the turtle response that the Baxia provided for the entire team. So the team fights were extra difficult also for Iran at that, plus the divergent play. So there were so many things on the checklist that they needed to think of before they go in for the clashes. There were counter engages, but I think this time, let's see, for UAE, I think this is a very good tempo that they have, very fast pace, very aggressive as well. So I think they can work around with this same lineup heading into game number 3.
So we'll just have to see while we wait for the players to enter the lobby and just go underway with the draft. Let's just end it with a bang. Hopefully we get a very, very close game for both teams. Again, I really want to see the 1-1 being picked up, because it has been completely neglected in both games. At least in this match, it is completely neglected. I think there isn't really a sense of urgency for these players to pick up the 1-1, wherein we saw in the previous matches yesterday, even the 1-1 had 100% win rate, or even after that, it was completely banned out. They did not give the 1-1 time to really play and see the light of day and the light of dawn. So yeah, we'll have to see. I'm kind of not so sure if there is a reason why they don't really pick up the 1-1. I think it could probably be a skill gap, because the 1-1 is quite
Yeah.
hard to play, and for some of these
Yeah.
players, maybe the Granger, the Airtel is just much more easy to play because the
Mhm.
1-1 forces you to expose yourself to get those weakness points, to get those stacks going for the crossbow of tank to connect.
Yeah.
But again,
True.
if that happens, the 1-1 just flies off and bursts you down. So we'll have to see. Aside from that, I think what else is neglected? The Lancelot completely
The
banned out.
Lancelot too, yeah.
Yeah,
It,
the
it
Lancelot.
it's either banned, yeah, mostly banned out. But yeah, the 1-1, you're right. Like it's not banned away. Teams don't actually prio it here. Well, for this matchup, I think it's it's also because the 1-1 is difficult to master. At the same time, like you have to be a very good mix of aggressive and playing it safe, especially if you don't have the items just yet. Like the 1-1 kind of shines like mid to late game, right? And the positioning is also important as compared to, let's say, a Granger and Irritel that has so much more ways out. Like if you get the crossbow of Tang up and then you land into either a Baksha or a a Grok
Yeah.
at that, there's just so many ways to kind of conceal you within that spot and just erase you, delete you right there and then. So I think it's just a matter of that. Apart from the fact that it's difficult to master, also wherein the heroes like the Irrita and the Granger, which have been repeat picks by the way, is more of it's very straightforward. You kind of know what it does. It has easy ways to go in and out of the team fights, which is why I think a lot of the teams also for UAE and Iran at that, I feel like they're a bit more comfortable with these types of heroes because we haven't seen a different marksman come out just yet. So we've been playing around with the Granger and Iritel for the past 2 games. So let's see for
Yeah.
this next match. I mean, it's the do or die match for both teams anyway.
Yeah, it's getting bland with the Airthal Granger matchup. It's a matchup we have seen.
It's like a Beatrix Clint. There was a time that was a thing,
Yeah.
right? Like a Beatrix Clint, Beatrix Claude in the lane. Like I think that there's like different seasons in the gold lane. You just never know what you're gonna get next, and then hopefully next time we'll see more of the other marksmen shine in the lane. We've seen a Melissa earlier, by the way, but it's mostly the Granger Iritel for today.
Yeah, maybe a Bruno as well. We saw the Bruno yesterday as well, being such a menace. It was so scary to face off against the Bruno with the heavy crit it was able to bring to the table. So we'll have to see if that is a possibility, if they still want to go and play with the Granger Irithal, because I think it is a very safe option, right? The Granger hitting from afar, the Irithal with the heavy crossbow, so safe, so mobile as well. We talked about it, Iran drafting such a complete and concrete composition in the first game. The fact that they had the front lines, the back line as well with the Iesf plus the Airtel. So we'll have to see if that will be the case again. But yeah, while we wait, please do bear with us. We're still waiting for one player to join us in the draft and the lobby as well. What else can we talk about? Maybe the roam. UAE, they really like to play the support, right?
I'm loving it.
In that roam area. We talked about the
Loving it.
Angela being picked up. We thought it was gonna be paired with a Fredrin or a Ling, but the Ling I think is quite far-fetched in this meta, especially when you have a box you can just roll at you. The Fredrin does make sense to a certain degree, but the Boxia just completely nullified the Angela with its healing capabilities. I think Matilda as well was pretty good to play in and out. They were trying to
Yeah.
boast that play style. What else? What other robes are we thinking about? The Florin
I think
has been perma-banned.
Florian, perma-banned. I think the next best option that the players go for. I've seen it's more of like a ranked game thing, not really a professional play. I don't know what it's like in the different parts of the world, right? And there might just be a different meta in every different region that we get to cast. But if not the Florian, I actually see some people pick up the Rafaela, which actually has been reworked. I know before the passive. A lot of people have been saying that the passive of Rafaela needs to be reworked because it doesn't add so much value into the team. You just get that last hit, right? Like I mean that's it. That's pretty much it, and then you don't really have much overall value towards the team. But I think right now with the revival that it can do, it's a game changer, I would say, for some of the players, for some of the teams. But I think it's usually the teams wouldn't go for that option with how fast the games are being played here in Iesf. Like the Rafaela needs the time to build up the items to be able to be tanky, right, and to be able to heal. So I think that's a far-flung option. So it's more of like the immediate heroes that you can see Angela, Matilda, and Flori. These are probably one of the S tiers right now in terms of the roamers. I want to see some Carmelos also, which I've gotten the pleasure of seeing in the previous day. So it's such a nice treat for me to see that up in action and getting actually the W here in Iesf. So yeah, those are the roamers that we've seen. But apart from that, it's just every single time I would play Mlbb, I would be like, oh my goodness, I don't see Agato Catch. Yeah, it's so refreshing because we've been seeing it on repeat here in Iesf. But yeah, it's not too far off, right? Like whatever you're seeing here on Iesf, it's actually a mirror of what you guys might actually see in ranked games because they're called meta heroes for a reason.
Well, we'll have to see. We are still waiting for the game to commence. We don't really have an ETA just yet, but if you guys missed all the actions and you guys want to find out who won, who lost, who qualified, who did not qualify, you can just go over to isf.gg to take a look at the results right there. We are still waiting for this game to crawl on. We know it's midnight. It's almost 1 in the morning here in Indonesia. Few minutes left to hit 1 o'clock for Kim. It's almost 2 right there. Yeah, so it's a midnight cast, especially for Kim, who has been there every day when we
start to finish,
the casters. Right? Yeah, from start to finish, we get to switch casters. Kim doesn't really get to do that, so props to Kim. Kim out. There you go.
Mlbb after. It's women's Mlbb after all. You need to have me here, I guess, to add to that lady's touch to that. But Iran still on the blue side this time.
Alucard ban.
Okay, so it's really, I feel like they really have the info here because it's very selected. It's a very targeted ban, I would say. You won't usually see it in the meta. So I think for Iran here, it feels like maybe Sherry is very comfortable with this hero. But looking at how things are going, UAE is still respecting the Brock, the presence, right? It was game number 1, and even up until game number 3, they're still not gonna let that slide. Taking away the Irrital also, so we're gonna be seeing a different marksman here for either both sides. Speaking of, right after the Irrital ban, they go straight for the Granger. If UAE still wants to play that same tempo, this is not what you usually prio in the first phase, but they go ahead and pick up the Dyrot. It might be Mai's comfort hero, so I guess this is the time to just show it. If you're comfortable with it, why not just prio it? The Matilda works so well. Will they go for that type of lineup right before Iran might actually take that away? But yeah, work around the backshot like what we said, and enough solid front line for the side of UAE. So now what's Iran gonna do? Are they gonna pick up the Matilda for themselves, deny it? It's a deny pick for UAE. Let's see if they will do that, or will they still go for the more of the trad, like the Katatkacha, more of the setter type of tanks for the side.
Well, the Daroth Baxia pickup is very solid. The Daroth kind of dissuades Iran to pick up a Rhaenus because it was problematic for them. The Matilda this time will again see the light of day. They love the supports here in this match, so Matilda at least will give that extra safety net for the Granger to go in and out, and they opt for the Juicin again. The Juicin though, will it be able to at least give impact? Because we have seen the Juicin so far not fulfilling expectations that we would expect from the Juicin.
Yeah, I feel like they're gearing up for a Fred in here for Iran, so that might come through in the second phase of ban. Oh wow, again the divergent plays were so lethal up against Iran. They do have the Matilda this time for Iran though, so extra layer of protection. I don't think it's Fredrin. I think the Fredrin would be an option here for UAE to take out maybe the tankier hero, since they already got the damage here with their first 3 picks. I like how they also denied the Matilda away from UAE. That's just giving them way too much tools to advance in this game number 3. They take away the Angela also. I was actually thinking of that combo. Mai did use that, so again it could be a very flexible pick. This Dyrot. Arlon also taken away here, so which means the Fredrin, Akai are options here for Iran to work with. But with the Baksha here, there's just it's just negating all of these heals. Will they ban another roamer here for the side of Iran, or maybe perhaps ban Gacha here that can access the backlines? It's a good ban if UAE wants to go full out heavy front line here for the side.
Let's see if they might go for that. But the Angela taken out as well, and the Moskov too banned out. So yeah, leaving little to no options for UAE to go and grab a marksman. What do they want to go for? Up against the Granger, we have seen the Harith to be a very strong option as well, but we haven't seen a single Harith pop in the ISF qualifiers. I don't know what happened to our lovely Leonin, but yeah,
Oh,
the
we've
Harith
seen a
really
Harriet earlier
bullied.
For the Philippines.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
Philippines.
earlier today, yeah.
Just one game worked really well for them. So I've seen it for today. So in this matchup, not just yet. So I guess that's the next best option to go up against this lineup. Really great scaling as well. If you've already got the front lines taken care of. I wonder if they're gonna pick up the Uranus to
Hey,
this. Oh,
here's the
sorry,
proof
they already
that I'm
have their
still
XP. I
alive.
keep forgetting the Dyrot was prioritized
Yeah.
here. So yeah, setter.
Brody!
Oh, the Brody!
Fast.
Okay, I was really expecting the Harriet to come through here, but Iran still going for the Alpha this time. So with the Matilda there, I think it's good to have XP lane though. The Uranus, will they go for that? Since the Uranus did have a difficult time up against the Loi with the rotation dispersion combination earlier on. So not so sure if that will be an option, but they still do need a heavy front line here for Iran.
The Brody out of nowhere. I mean,
Gatot?
it kind of bullies away the Granger too with the range. Gatot Kacha might work to kind of counter engage in the back of a
I am not the only
diversion,
one bound
but
by
they will
your
go for the
chains.
Phoveus. So this
Oh,
Phoveus
okay.
will go toe to toe against the Daroth. Yeah, it's actually pretty
So
good.
You don't have to.
And out for UAE, what will they pick up? That's gonna be the Rafaela. Okay, so supports galore.
I called it. I
Let's
called
go.
it. I wanted to see supports and I got it. And I was talking about the Rafaela right before this. I don't even know if they were listening to me for this, but yeah, I wanted to see the support matchup because these are heroes that they actually play with, and I think it's pretty good overall in the meta. They have been buffed and adjusted. But I think if you're working with utilities like Baksha in the jungle alpha, you would need an extra layer of protection. So the Matilda, Rafaela, extra movement speed for UAE. So let's see if the ganks will work this time. They do have a Phobius though to negate the possibility of the diversion if you get the Infernal Pursuit right where you need it to be. So let's see. Brody too, for the very first time for the IESF women's popping right up for today. Great burst. Great range as well. So let's see if this will fare well up against Iran. It seems like they're gonna be fielding the same lineup as they did in game number 2, wherein they switched up to their roles. And I think this is the perfect lineup that they want to go for. This is the tempo that they want to go for up against Iran.
Let's just see what this Rafaela will be able to bring to the table. And off dawn we go for the last match of tonight. A good night's sleep for both teams. Will it be UAE or Iran to snatch this one away? We have seen the Rafaela again being picked up in that drafting phase, plus the Matilda, so supports galore going toe-to-toe. But in the jungle area, still going to be the Baxia against the Alpha too. The Alpha does kind of have that clear speed, but the Baxia has that rotational play, that potential to just move around the map quickly. With the Shield Unity, we'll have to see who gets prio first.
Yeah, I feel like every time I'm saying something, it just happens here on broadcast. I was just talking about. I wasn't actually expecting them to pick that up. I was expecting like hard tank, but hey, everything I've been saying so far has been happening. I do want food though. Hopefully after this broadcast, I do want food. So let's see. After this one, we have a series, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, and I like it. UAE has done their adjustment. I think they found the perfect volume to what they want to happen into the match. Dairot is a great burst, so they're gonna have to pressure out that lane. They do have the utility for it, but again they have to watch out for the diversion, the fast rotations coming out from the Baksha here of Yuki. But early pause coming in from both sides.
Well, we'll have to wait. Is this the first pause of the day, Kim, or did we see a few pauses go on? I think yesterday with Husky,
That was yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yesterday. You guys had to go through a pause, a painful one at that. Just as Kim says, she needs food and she wants food. She gets to eat a pause now. Well, we have to see and make sure that the teams are going to play comfortably, both sides. We can't really judge what's happening so far. Only rotational plays again, like I said, with the Baxia rolling around with the Shield Unity. The fact that they have that pressure early on will be a problem for Iran. So they have to be on their feet, on their toes to respond to the plays coming in from the box. At least now the Matilda is there with a QC, always can move freely. I believe she also took the Wilderness Blessing, so she can access the river quickly. Plus, with the guiding wind, there will be a few skirmishes happening here and there. But talking about the lane with the Chusin and the Luo Yi, I think the Chusin will win on early on. But we
Yeah,
can't really underestimate the burst damage, the poke potential
yeah.
coming in from the Luo Yi. Plus, she's backed up by a Rafaela who can constantly
Mhm.
just heal her up. So that's going to be problematic for Iran.
Yeah, you've seen how the Pokes were able to dish out so much burst damage up against the Uranus in game number two, which made it actually really difficult for the Uranus of Sherry to go in earlier. So I think this Loyi seems to be a power pick, a great way to rotate around the lanes as well. So I think this is there was a time that the before the Loyi was adjusted and even the chip, like it was such a little combo in the women's scene here in the Philippines. Like most of the time, if you're on the red side, you just cannot let go of the chip in the first place. You either have to prio it or ban it away.
Yeah.
So that's how lethal the combo can get, right? Like there's absolute only ganks if you have the Loi and the chip together. So now paired up with this Rafaela, I think it can be as good, right? The surprise plays that X was able to pull off in game number two was really, really good overall and made UAE win that game. So let's see if this can be the same flavor that they bring in. Now the only difference is they're going to be working with a Rafaela and a Brody on the gold lane.
hmm That Brody will have a field day against the Granger, but at least the Granger can just hit from afar. But if the Brody does have the ultimate torn apart memory, will be problematic as well with the Granger to deal with. So the Brody will be left below in the bottom lane. Will have a very very fun time against the Granger. I believe the Brody will might have brought the Master Assassin with him as well to go for the 1v1s because um, I think it'll be very crowded across the map in which you have a Boxia, you have a Rafaela rotating around, especially Luo Yi too with the diversion. So they have to be careful, and they will just give time and space for the Granger and the Brody to duke it out down bottom. Just fight till the end of death. Meanwhile, for the
Yeah,
Daroth
1v1.
up top, I think the Daroth against the Phovius is a pretty strong matchup too for the Daroth
Mm-hmm.
because the Daroth again so much shred, so much pierce coming in with the Abysm strike, and then you have so much tools to just break through the defense. The Spectre step too gives you that extra penetration, the shred we are talking about. So yeah, we'll have to see. So far, there isn't really much things happening in both sides of the map. Only a few rotational plays. Again, like I said, 25 seconds to the turtle. We'll have to see. We'll wait out for the pause. How long was the pause yesterday, though, Kim?
Oh, it was also pretty long.
Mm.
That was the Philippines' matchup. It was a long pause. I think it was El Puerto that needed the pause there because the Lancelot just went straight into the base. So they were fortunately they were able to fix that. But that was such a crucial time in the match. Like it wasn't this early on in the match. It was like late game. Late game we're in it was a do or die for the Lord. So I think they really needed to get that fixed. So I didn't get to log in how long that pause was, but
uh,
I think for now, I think they have to get it fixed first before the game heads in. I want to see the divine resurrection being utilized to its fullest
yeah.
potential. I think a lot of teams or maybe players even who play often underestimate how powerful that can be, especially in the late game, right? Like when you pick someone off and then you can just go for that passive. Like it's so useful as compared to her previous passive, which I think is such a good thing that Mlbb did. Like the rework was so good. A lot of people said that yeah, maybe it's time to rework that Rafaela passive that needs more value right now because a lot of the supports right now you see Matilda, the Florine, right? Like all of their passives have more value. So I think
Yeah.
adding up the divine resurrection here for the Rafaela is overall real good. I just let's see because let's see how the tempo will fare because it seems like a UAE with this type of lineup again. I feel like they will be able to play the fast-paced game with the Rafaela to add up to the movement speed. But it seems like the pressure right now is on the XP lane, so I think it's a matter of securing the turtle early. And I feel like the Dairot up against the Phovius in the early game, if it reaches if the Phovius doesn't have the level 4, it's pretty much not that useful yet if you don't have the Infernal Pursuit. So the die rot can create so much pressure in this XP, which is why you see majority of the members already rotating towards the top.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But so far, we're still waiting for the pause to continue. There you go.
There you
The
go.
match will resume soon, just as I said. And now, players still just contesting this turtle again. 4 players strong. Even another
Oh,
pause.
I love it. The anticipation. The anticipation from the players. I mean, I
Oh
know it's a
no.
crucial matchup. It
Yeah,
is match point after
it
all.
is
You
match
gotta get
point.
everything fixed.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it's a different beast when you say it's match point. Yeah, you gotta throw the first 2 games out the window. This is it. This is it for you guys. And I think what better way to close the game, of course, with the W, and only one team can actually walk out with that. So I think the momentum, apart from the tempo that was shifted to the side of UAE, the tempo, the momentum shifted towards the side here of UAE. So I think after that win, it just give them a bit more confidence right now to be able to pull off a similar lineup as what they did in game number 2.
hmm Well, 29 minutes. 30 minutes is the pause. We are still going to wait on what is happening. We are still checking. But yeah, it's getting late here, guys. So we do hope you
Yeah.
guys are still watching the stream.
hmm
I mean, I know Kim is very, very hungry
Yeah,
right
whole day,
now.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm working from overseas because my body clock just completely shifted this week because
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
we're
yeah,
starting
yeah.
the day at let's say 4. I would wake up at 4, and then right now it's like 2 a.m. where I'm at. So I probably sleep, like play a few games, sleep probably at 3 or 4. So yeah, the schedule is just pretty messed up. But of course, I wouldn't trade that for the experience of peak Mlbb here at Iesf. A little bit of pokes there on the early game, and that's really what you'd expect from Aloy, who has reached level 2. Here comes the turtle, and
Oh,
Sherry. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah, you shouldn't underestimate the Loyi at
yeah.
level 2. That's how much damage it can dish out. It has a lethal ignition too. I think that's what really burned or ripped apart Sherry right there. Big W for UAE in this early stage. If they can keep this up, if they can keep the momentum that they did in game number 2, this should be pretty much the same. But for Iran, again, they have to be as aggressive. They do have the Matilda this time in their hands.
The yin yang overturn, the yin yang reactions too. Very, very painful to deal with. And here comes Mai with the Abyssum Strike, connects onto the Phobius. That's going to be Nile jumping with the Infernal Pursuit again forward. They are contesting that XP grab to get, potential lead early on. Level 5 for both, rather for Mai, but Nile will hit level 5 too after this Siege creep or Siege minion has been secured. Aisha has to have the C's ready and loaded up. So this Brody, to a certain extent, can already join the fight because number one, it provides to you penetration, and number two, the torn apart memory is a very strong tool to get that burst damage going. The Granger you could see playing super safe. Vengeance pop though for Mai, so that's gonna be a spell
Yep.
burnt, but here comes the Spear of Alpha from Sherry, and there goes the Infernal Pursuit taking down Mai. 1-for-1 trade. And the scoreboard right now, Iran finally answering back.
Yep, no answers down bot. I was actually expecting a gank, but here it is. Sherry, Yuki as well rotating towards the turtle pit. I think oh, there's diversion play as well. Okay, they go all the way down mid. Ari Kandesu unable to escape the lantern here from Lazy Pizza as Yuki gets dove right in. Nile as well with the Infernal Pursuit. Yuki was able to roll out, and UAE will be able to back away from that team fight of Iran.
And now back to square one. 15 seconds to the objective to the turtle. Oh, there's going to be a Sky Piercer purchase for the Loyi. So this is going to be all out damage. Deroth,
Yeah.
Loyi with the Sky Piercer plus the Brody. This is a problem for Iran now. They have to be able to run from the layers of damage coming in from UAE. Now, though, the turtle will be the main focus for both teams. But Iran gets dibs on that turtle quickly, though. Where's the jungler for UAE? So far away is Yuki, so they will give up this turtle. And that's going to be Nile jumping in the backline. Mai still wanting to contest even further, but another pause will see us wait a moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the anticipation every single time. But once we head into the game, there's a lot of those team fights that we've seen, and I see why they picked up this Phobius though. Like the Infernal Pursuit is, it always gets reset whenever you're hit by a skill here of the Phobius, so it's difficult. And you're working with Rafaela, it's not as mobile as the Matilda, right? Like when you get the guiding wind, you can pretty much escape that. But with the Rafaela, it's more of the heal, a bit of the movement speed. I wouldn't say it's as fast as the Matilda, but then again, if you're caught in between the Infernal Pursuit and then you get sandwiched in between the Spear of Alpha, that's a place you wouldn't want to be in. So I think the tempo is a bit more tuned out this time for the side of UAE. But again, they do have a Baksha here that can rotate fast. So I feel like both teams are just kind of answering back and forth. I want to see this Brody shine though. This is the first time it was picked up in IESF. So hopefully it will yield some good results, hopefully. But I think for the Granger, it has been a staple. We've seen how the Granger can work well, especially with the Sky Piercer stacks up. But speaking of the Sky Piercer, though, the Loyi here of X has picked that up. So that's going to be a whole lot more, final lethality damage coming out from this mid laner of UAE.
Hmm. And now, though, while we wait for the pause again, that was the turtle actually secured by Iran. At least I have that to tip the scales after what was done by UAE to really just exert the pressure. Early kill with the low Yi damage, plus the low Yi now has the Sky Piercer. I would think that Aisha would also purchase a Sky Piercer to add more burst damage, especially they have the Wrath up top in the XP lane. So that might be an option for them too. But as of now, we can't really probe onto what will be the decision coming in from UAE. At least with the Matilda, you can see Iran are able to get early pushes going on, early takes, early skirmishes too, because you can go in and go out with the Matilda. It is very good. It is very, it is very, I'd say, very effective. To go for
Mm.
pickoffs, especially when you really want to go for an assassination, you have the guiding wind as a backup option for you to go out of a potential threat given.
Mhm.
But here we go back to the game. We will run into the match resumes soon, and we will pick up where we left off. That was what? Revitalize. Hello.
Yep, Revitalize being used up there by Airi Chandesu, and of course without the heals and
Oh
with the
no.
Lantern Flare, there's absolutely no way to go. Another one taken in and out. I think that's what's really difficult. You combine the Lantern Flare and then Nile goes in with the Infernal Pursuit. It's no escape to that, right? Like even with the Rafaela of Airi Chandesu, I did say that this is good, but overall, as a Rafaela, it's a pure support. You need a whole lot more items to be able to kind of sustain all of the damage. But Nile here, though, gets ganked by X and Yuki up top. Something that they need, isolation. For Iran here is going to be the key, because when they're all grouped up together, I feel like it's a very deadly combo as well. You got a Matilda to go out, you got the Spear of Alpha and the Infernal Pursuit, which is such a big problem. Now Aisha as well. Now bot, Circling Eagle, they're not going to fully commit, but takes her down real low to half HP. I think what's really good about the Brody too is it can protect itself. Like it's good with sustaining the lanes. You're a marksman that has the utility to do that, especially going up against a Granger. It has had so far no casualties just yet, but Lazy Pizza with the Lantern Flares, it's being such a menace here up against UAE.
Hmm. And now Spear of Alpha connects onto Mai. He has to run back with the Abyss Abyss step, and now
Diversion.
they will come in again. Yuki has to go back. Diversion plays being popped left and right. Down bottom, they'll try to pressure the turret, and they will get it for free. Kana taken down too. And Aisha goes for the Malefic Gun purchase. A very smart buy too. She has extra range now compared to the other players of Iran. Meanwhile, this turtle still contested. Yuki will roll in
Oh, no.
to 4 players blindly, and she might just die from her own actions. Nile will be the one to get the kill. Aisha is here torn apart. Memory! And Lazy
Oh!
Pizza taken down. Look at the Sky Piercer going berserk. And Mai will get the kill on top of that too. So they trade a turtle, but at what cost? 3 players down.
Oh my goodness, look at the damage. Did you see that coming out from Aisha? You can just keep on free hitting.
Whoa!
Winters in and gets the Abyssum Strike. But of course, Aisha and Kana Finally answering out to that a little bit too deep into the jungle. I almost thought that she had it. 3-1-2. Not too shabby with this Brody, but then again, you can get punished with this lineup here of Iran. You got the Lantern Flare, you got the bullets coming out from the Rhapsody of the Granger. So I think for Kana, right, like you do have the burst damage, but you have to be extra careful too on your positioning.
And now we'll have to see what will be the answer coming in from Iran, because this Brody is definitely online. 3 kills to her name, plus X with the 2 kills to the Luo Yi. You can see the damage. So it feels like UAE, with the build that they've made, it's like a setup for other players to come and get the kill. So you're gonna see the Luo Yi popping the... Mary-chan? Is she lagging? Uh-oh, meanwhile Kana will be taken down in a fight and using the mid lane. X so low, the burst will come through for Sherry.
Oh, the
lift off
again.
Towards Yuki again. She has to run back, but at least up top, that will be Aisha progressing to get the turret and the push coming in. But that's gonna be Airi Chandes, unluckily running onto a turret up top. At least now, Iran will be able to mitigate the damage and the pressure given by UAE. They will take control over the jungle in the red buff too. And Yuki has the anti-Karas purchased to mitigate other forms of physical damage.
I'm not surprised with this damage though, right? The 1-2 combo from X was so deadly. Yeah, they did get the shutdown though, so I think that's good for Iran. But knowing that this is the case, if you look at the overall picture though, Iran doesn't have any of the turret takes just yet. Eri Tendesu, not so sure if she is here just yet. Gets taken down there by Kana, but here comes the Lord. One member down here for the side of UAE, 1/4 HP. But look at the zoning here coming out from Iran, and without the Rafaela, they're gonna try though. They're gonna try their best. Sherry though, gonna be able to pick it up with the retribution, and so much divergent place or so much ways to zone out the members here from the side of Iran. One by that one, they fall. 2 for the price of 1. Sherry gonna try to go for more here as Yuki gonna be able to defend. Taken down real low. 1-2 combo. And just like that, deleted in the map. I feel like what's good here about the UAE, despite the not taking in or maybe even missing out on some of the objectives, is that they've taken control of the side lanes at least.
And even the purple buff now, contested, or rather taken by Yuki in her own jungle. It seems like Lishika wants to open up the map and look for information. But again, Airi Chandes, are you okay? Executed twice by the turret. Seems like she is lagging, and she might be, so we hope that doesn't really affect UAE, because she needs to be on standby to pop the resurrection. The divine revive, and in the back is gonna be X popping the teleport onto the back. Lazy Pizza has the Crimson Beacon to zone out the players of UAE. Again, looking for the diversion place left and right. Yuki with the Persons looking to clear out that mid wave. They want to crash and collapse onto this turret, but they will still have to go through the players of UAE with a lot of burst. And Airi Chandes again up top, still just running randomly. This is looking very, very sad. Oh no.
Yep, she did reach that level 10 though. I think at this point, it's good that UAE has taken in the turrets, but right now it just equalized after that Lord take. Iran able to take away 3 turrets right now, right after that first Lord take. So I think this could speed up things even further. Although there were attempts here from UAE to actually get the map back in their hands, but with how this is faring with that Lord take, it has kind of equalized the playing field once again. But look at Aisha. So much damage coming out from her side. I don't think they want to overcommit right now. They're lacking 1 member, but they're just gonna take what they can get. Sherry with the Spear of Alpha, they're able to kite out all of the damage here of the Guiding Wind, able to escape all of that damage. The diversion play to get back into Bay to clear out the minion waves here. 9-10 is our score. I feel like still at this point it's anybody's game. The gold lead is pretty much at par.
Oh no, that's a free kill given to Kana. 100%. The Rafaela will die in the hands of Kana. And without the pause given, the timeouts are out, and yeah, she has to be content with playing the way they are right now. Meanwhile, for UAE, they are the only hope left for Eri-chan to hold on to the late game. No Rafaela impact whatsoever now. The Lord in their sights for Iran. Meanwhile, a trade comes through. They're gonna try this. Aisha still popping the damage left and right. Niall will jump in, but Aisha will be strong. So much damage, and the Lord will be secured by Sherry. Meanwhile, X still with the pops. Diversion play to the back. They're looking for a potential flank angle. It's gonna be the Chusin as well. Under pressure, Sherry too has to run and bite the bullets from Aisha. And still, down one player, UAE are still able to pop the damage. X looks for the yin-yang reaction, but can't quite get it. As of now, UAE still standing strong.
Wow, the Brody right now comes through. I actually want to see the items right now. This should be at least like 3 items with how much damage she's dishing out with just one basic attack. But with the Lord take, again, that's going to create pressure up against the side of UAE. Fortunately enough, they were able to manage out the waves on the side, so at least that kind of stops the bleeding for now. They're able to take down the Lord. But for the side of Iran, they're continuing to push through. But I think what's really deadly in these team fights is the Brody. And as you can see, the malefic gun comes through, so that even amps up her range. Plus the Rose Gold Meteor, of course, to negate out the magic damage coming out from the Lantern Flare and the Phobius as well. Still, the top damage dealt is gonna be X followed by Aisha. So it's just more of the pokes, the peels coming out from the Loi, and then you get Aisha to deal the finishing blow here.
And here we go. Back to square one again. How will they play without this Rafaela? So problematic so far. 10 deaths for the Rafaela, kind of unlucky. But the diversion play again popped, and another pause will ensue. So yeah, out of respect for the Rafaela, it's so unlucky because the Rafaela brings a lot to the table. Again, the Holy Baptism can just be popped, and then a Dispel as well, right? A free anti-CC, plus the Resurrection. So that's gonna be a tough blow for UAE playing without the Rafaela. But so far, they're doing great. They're able to pop the damage needed. Plus, with the burst damage coming in from the Brody X Lo Yi combo, that is so... I think that's very, very strong a way to approach the team fights. But at least now, come for the storm. They want to look for the Lord. Look at the damage from Aisha. Forces Niall to flicker away.
That was 2 hits from Aisha. So I think right now without Aerie in the picture, the diversion plays are a bit more controlled right now, so they can't make like those ganks that they used to. But for now, they're gonna have to really rely on Aisha and X for the damage. As long as Yuki's there, you can see how she's protecting these 2 members, as Mai also making the side lanes work. That's the best that they can do at this point. But as you can see, the respect also from Iran. With the damage coming out from the Brody. Divine Glaive has been purchased as well, so that's a bit more magic penetration coming out from the side of UAE. They're doing pretty well, despite the fact that the numbers advantage is towards the side of Iran for now. So let's see. Level 14 for Lazy Pizza. So they can't overcommit just yet here for the side of UAE. They have the damage already, but I feel like for this next Lord, they definitely have to contest, maybe go for the diversion play at the back, but maybe it's a bit too risky. They spot out Yuki though. They're going to try and contest for this Lord.
Yep, Aisha is still there. So close. Niall jumping in with the demonic force rather than for pursuit, and deleted. But this might be the turnaround that UAE is looking for. Spear of Alpha forward, but the guiding wind will save the Alpha. Now they will roll back and roll forward. The flicker connects, but not before the torn apart memory. One the vitality pop, one of nature as well to give them the damage. X from the back playing with the flank angle, and Yuki will get taken down, at least for Aisha and X. They will try to survive the longer they can. And the Lord will march up top. That's a steal coming in from UAE. So we'll have to see if they can hold on. But so far, it seems like all the team fights have been in favor for UAE without the Rafaela.
Yeah, with the damage. It's just pure damage from the Brody and the Loye. I mean, this is the most aggressive Loye that I've seen being played. It's as good as what I've seen here in the Philippines with Super Friends. But speaking of the diversion play though, they are going to be making one over down bot onto Niall, forcing the flicker out from the Phobius. but that's as much as they can get. So much pressure coming out from their side, and yep, very unfortunate. But at least they're keeping up with the tempo here of against Iran. They've taken down 5 towers here from the side of UAE, and I think with this next tour, this might actually seal the deal. Well, not just yet, right? Like it will be a big, a big factor for both sides.
Mhm. Approaching closely now. Hitting the 17-minute mark of the game. UAE, they don't have any options. They can't engage first. They need to wait for the players of Iran to come in, but it seems like the Rafaela buys the Enchanted Talisman. Is she back? She's still able to buy items even if she is constantly dying, and I think she's back.
Is it?
The Rafaela is
Oh,
back.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
She's walking
Okay,
down bottom.
she's passing that on. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, now we
Or
have
is
a
this a
fair and
different
square
map? Oh, there you go.
5v5. The glowing one
Yeah.
purchased as well. She is
Yeah.
back. So
Yeah.
now this is going to be a 5v5 for both teams. No more lags for the Rafaela. Welcome back, Irie-chan. Okay, we'll
Yep,
have to see
it's,
if they can play this the long game.
Yeah, I'm also amazed at how UAE was able to keep up with just 4 members, right? Like the Lord Steal, the kills that they've gotten in. Just goes to show these are the heroes that they're definitely comfortable with. Similar to what they had in game number 2, but definitely I think right now the main factor here for you is to get the positioning here for a very good diversion play with Airy now back into the picture. So this should add up more the team fights when it comes to the Lord. Takes 16 seconds before it is up. I'm not so sure if it's so wise to go straight in. A very early kill picked up there. Still 2k lead here for UAE because of that Lord steer from Yuki earlier on. But now, there might be a different angle that UAE is going for. Maybe just go for the push. Give away that Lord, just go for the straight push. Not unless, yeah, they do have that shortcut with the diversion play. And it's going to come from the back. Let's see if they can catch it off guard. There's the Spear of Alpha, but it is
Aisha.
going to sustain a little bit. Aisha getting caught
No.
into the backlines with the circling eagle. That is 1 member down, and X forced to flicker out. A killing spree for Kana. Yuki as well. Gonna bleed from the damage from the Ranger. X flicker has already been used. The Winter Crown has been bought to buy her some time, but even under her own turrets, she's got it. She bought it some time, but of course, inevitably gets shut down there. They could end this one. Ares the only one left. They got the minion waves. They don't need the Lord. They lock in the base, and Iran will pick up this series with a 2-1 up against UAE.
Oh, so unlucky. But put aside the extraneous variables, but it seems like UAE were fighting for dear life. Till the end, they bled. But that was so close. Aisha and X both. The cornerstone for UAE. Still not enough to dish out the damage and just carry the team fights. It's Iran turning things around, making way for the Ranger to pop heads, as well as just survive towards the mid game and the late game. It hit the almost 20 minutes for that game, but yeah, unlucky for UAE. They couldn't hold on any longer. So Iran are your winners for this match, the last match of tonight in a 2-1 split. But yeah, so unlucky. The Rafaela kept on dying. We know that maybe she had problems here and there, but still, it seems like UAE were still able to fight valiantly until the end of the game.
It was close.
It was very close. You can take a look at the Brody.
Yeah.
Look at the damage.
Yeah.
So nasty. Plus the fact that they had set up with the Luoyi, with the Sky Piercer. You could always argue that maybe, just maybe, if they had the Rafaela Resurrection, it could have gone either way. But yeah, it's just not enough. They attempted a split push down bottom too with in the hands of Mai with the Darath, but yeah, it's just unlucky for them to not be able to close the game.
They were playing so well though, despite the fact that they were only playing with 4 members, right? Like they got the damage, but unfortunately, this was one of the turnarounds that gave UAE a bit more time to push around the lanes. They got the damage, they got the Lord, they were able to steal it care of Yuki. And I think they already know that this is the point we're in. Yeah, the Brody has the damage, X has the damage. I think what really turned things around in that last Lord fight was here. Yeah, they were able to take down Aerie. And right after that, they did that diversion play over onto the side, trying to attempt a flank there onto UAE, but unfortunately enough, the Spear of Alpha was able to catch them on time. And actually, I don't think they even needed the Lord at this point, right? Like they just went straight for the base. X did buy some time here though, but yeah, what else can you do at this point when the Phobius is just jumping in? Even under their own turrets, they got the shutdown, and yep, it was no way out as Iran closes out this game in the 19-minute mark. A bit unfortunate though, but I think it was a valiant effort coming out from UAE. We did see the damage coming through, as you can see, 95 coming out from the Loyi and 78 from Aisha's Brody. So that's way more than what the Granger and the Zushin is dishing out. It's just yeah, the last few minutes of that game was just turned around there with that final Lord fight.
Yeah, so unlucky. 0-14 for the Rafaela again. Can't really blame it on her, but hey, just take a look at the stats right here. ATM still Kana farming a storm with 15k gold in her hand. The carry is still her, but the damage dealt though by X 95k. That's a lot of damage. To be honest, I mean with the Loyi, the nature
even
of
more
this
than the
hero,
Granger and
more than the
Brody.
Granger, more than the Brody too. 12 assists for Lishika as the wingman. Matilda was indeed very pivotal, very crucial to give way for the Alpha to bob and weave inside the Ranger too with the assassination attempts made. It was all easy. The fact that you have the guiding win, but yeah, it's unlucky for UAE. Tough luck for them. They can still try, but it is just unlucky for them. They had the team fight going. They had the power spiking up for them. But yeah, so unlucky they didn't have the didn't have the Rafaela at the end of the game.
Yeah, actually, it was such a valiant effort, though. Like, it was so close. I actually thought that UAE might have had it in that last game, despite the fact that they didn't have Aerie in the picture. But it is what it is. You can only have one victor in every series. And what a way to close things out here for day number 2. Here with Realize, getting the full 3-game experience finally for today. But for now, we're gonna be ending this, of course, on a high note. Of course, congratulations to all of the teams who won today, and of course, Iran capping off the day with the 3-game series up against UAE. GG, nice try to all of the teams, and hope to see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna be having day 3 of the ISF Asia and Oceanic qualifiers for women's Mlbb. This has been Kim, and on behalf of Gani earlier and Realize, we'd like to thank you guys for joining the stream. But for now, we're gonna bid you guys goodbye. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you guys are watching this from. So see you guys once again here tomorrow, same time, same place at IESF. Good night.
Goodbye.